Take a seat, we are going to start. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, sponsor, good morning. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Lorenzo Pupillo, and I'm an Associate Senior Research Fellow at CEPS, where I lead the Cybersecurity at CEPS initiative. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 8th edition of the Cybersecurity at CEPS Summit. And this annual gathering this year is dedicated to a theme that could not be more timely. Cybersecurity in geopolitical turmoil, an opportunity for EU leaderships. We gather today at the moment when global instability is reshaping our understanding of security. Indeed, today's world is being redesigned by a multitude of major geopolitical shifts, a growing US-China rivalry, a reconfiguration of Europe's strategic alliances, and a US transition to an American-first foreign policy agenda. At the Aspen Security Forum a few months ago, Condoleezza Rice, 66 US Secretary of State and co-chair the Aspen Strategy Group, said that the last 8 years of American foreign policy dating to the end of World War II have been by and large successful. The United States of America and its allies after World War II created an international economy that was not going to be zero sums, it was going to be positive sum. However, she said, with the transition to an American-first approach in foreign policy, we have to recognize that we are probably not going back to exactly that system, with growing international uncertainty. Indeed, according to some observers, we are now living in a post-American world with no one willing or able to fill the vacuum left from the US. Geopolitical tension, from military conflict to strategic competition among major powers, have extended into cyberspace. State-sponsored attack, digital espionage, supply chain vulnerabilities, and the weaponization of information have become inseparable from traditional forms of political economic confrontation. In this new reality, cybersecurity is no longer simply a matter of protecting data. It is the backbone of national sovereignty, economic stability, and societal trust. It is a cornerstone of our collective resilience. And it is precisely here, amid this turbulence, that a unique opportunity emerges for Europe. Over the last 10 years, the European Union has steadily shifted towards what academics call regulatory mercantilism, a modern governance approach that combines economic goals with security concern, using regulation to increase state power and reduce vulnerability. It emphasized security over efficiency. It involved the state reasserting control over private actors in areas where they were previously self-regulated, particularly in response to perceived geopolitical threats. It involved regulatory export. States aim to promote their own regulation and standard internationally to increase their regulatory power and influence. It promotes domestic industrial policy. It is driven by a sense of vulnerability to external threat and a desire to achieve greater national sovereignty. Cybersecurity is a case in point. From 2023, we saw a deepening of cybersecurity regulation going from beyond the narrow confine of setting private sector obligation to the establishment of an all-encompassing cybersecurity framework. NIS 2, the Cyber Solidarity Act, which makes explicit the link to the digital sovereignty agenda, the Cyber Resilience Act, that represents the first comprehensive regulation for product, in the world, but also the regulation in union, of the union entities that for the first time oblige them to have their own internal cybersecurity risk manager governance and control framework. Finally, the current revision of the Cybersecurity Act with an increasing role for ENISA. All these initiatives go in this direction. But do the challenge we face today demand more? Deeper coordination, faster responses, stronger technological autonomy, and a shared vision for the digital future? Europe has the capacity, increasing the necessity, to assume a leadership role in global cybersecurity, to fill in the vacuum created by the current geopolitical turmoil. Through today's event, we would like to help to promote this discussion, starting with this opening session. Two sessions, Strategic Autonomy, Cybersecurity, and the Future of Cyber and Technology Partnership for Global Stability will follow. But in this event today, we will also deep dive on three topics particularly relevant for the EU strategic leadership in cybersecurity: the role of open source and standardization, and the increasing importance of undersea cable security to foster cybersecurity resilience in the EU. Undersea cable security represents now the new kids in the block. I have to say, I had the privilege of working at AT&T Bell Laboratories 30 years ago in Mary Hill. And I remember researchers who were dedicated to figuring out how to prevent sharks from damaging undersea cables. I don't think that this researcher ever imagined that 30 years later, undersea cable would need protection from human threat instead. Eh? Yeah, the new sharks. Yeah. Uh, we hope with today's conference and with the work that we will promote over the coming years, CEPS will be able to contribute to this discussion and to this collective effort, offering the Cybersecurity as CEPS initiative as a platform from the endeavor. A final word for our sponsor. They have generously contributed to make this event possible and to allow our research to move forward with the autonomy that is the hallmark of our think tank. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to reaffirm something essential. No single member state, no institution, and organization can meet these challenges alone. The strength of Europe's greatest asset lies in its ability to act together. However, realizing this potential will require the EU to move beyond this traditional comfort zone of normative power and embrace a more proactive, coordinated, and strategically confident posture. The question is not only whether geopolitical turmoil offers an opportunity, but whether the EU will seize it. Thank you very much. Now some logistic information. The event is on the record, will be registered and made available on the CEPS YouTube channel. Just a notice on diversity. I was able to put together a program with the majority of speaker chair female, 54%. So I think it's an important achievement this time. Now I would like to introduce the keynote speakers of the opening session. Despina could take a seat here and then the podium. Despina Spanao, since November 2025, Despina is the Deputy Director General in charge of the Directorate for Cybersecurity and Trust in DG Connect. She was previously the head of the cabinet of Vice President of the European Commission, Margarita Schinas. In this capacity, she coordinated the Vice President's work on security, migration, and asylum, health, skills, education, culture, and sport. She also coordinated the Vice President EU Security Union work, ranging from counterterrorism, organized crime, and cybersecurity to hybrid threat. Prior to that, she was Director for Digital Society, Trust and Cybersecurity, Director General for DG Connect. She's a founding member of the Women for Cyber Initiative and advocate for the need for more cybersecurity experts in Europe. She also teaches EU cybersecurity policy at Harvard Kennedy School. Despina is a member of the Athens Bar Association and holds a PhD in European law from the University of Cambridge. Despina, the floor is yours. If you want, please, come here. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you for my curriculum reminder. Um, Good morning, everyone. It feels very cozy to be here because we come every year, and for some reason you keep inviting me. So maybe you're expecting me to do better one day. So I'll try to do this year. Good morning, everyone. This is a very interesting time to meet and to talk about cybersecurity. In fact, yesterday we celebrated 1 year since the new commission, the second von der Leyen mandate, started. And I was reflecting about it yesterday because we spent 5 years in the first von der Leyen mandate in crisis mode. And I think that crisis mode will never end, the way geopolitics are going. And cybersecurity is becoming so critical that it is always very important that we meet and we discuss and that we hear from you. Members of my team will be with you throughout the day in the various panels. Thank you for inviting us. We are preparing important things in cybersecurity, as you know, so your input is really critical. And another great reminder, of course, on a daily basis of how cybersecurity is now central is all those attacks, all those incidents that we see around us. It just doesn't stop. And cybersecurity is now beyond information technology. It's recognized as the fifth domain of hybrid warfare. It is what allows malicious actors, the sharks we spoke about, Lorenzo, to destabilize not only our systems, because now cybersecurity is wider than that. It's about destabilizing our values, our society, the use of information, the use of, even of our youth through social media. There's a lot that is happening in the field. So we have seen in the last year a lot happening from the European Commission. Already when we started, one of the very first things we did was an action plan on healthcare and cybersecurity, because it is one of the domains that has been one of the critical domains that has been hit a lot by incidents in recent years. And you mentioned the cables. We continued with an action plan on cables. And then cybersecurity featured everywhere. It featured in our internal security strategy in Protect EU, thereby rendering cybersecurity a critical security sector. It featured in our preparedness union sector strategy, again, featuring it as a central element for any preparedness we're going to have for what is happening in the world and the place of Europe. It featured in our defense union strategy, which is also a demonstration of where cybersecurity is going today. It is no longer just about the protection of our systems, it is also about the way we will defend ourselves. So I think already in the first year, the Commission has shown a very upgraded approach, if I can call it that, when it comes to cybersecurity. We have demonstrated that we're talking about action with 2 action plans already in place, and there's a third one coming, and I will come to that. And there is also the part on defense that shows exactly the future of where cybersecurity is going. We are constantly under attack, and we know that. Those that are in the field know it. And we see new cybersecurity incidents targeting our critical infrastructure every day. Recent incidents such as the cyber attack on the Collins airspace that affected us all because we couldn't fly in, we couldn't fly out from Brussels airport. We saw how attacking just one system, this was just in one electronic system of the airport, could destabilize everyone. Or the outage of AWS in October. It shows the criticality of the security of the ICT supply chain and especially our critical infrastructure. The major data breach disclosed by Iberia Airlines last week was also very worrisome. It was due to third-party vendor compromise. Another stark reminder of the impact of ransomware attacks on our economy. Ransomware is there to stay, as we know. And what is striking is how cybercrime now overlaps increasingly with state-sponsored activity and how it is combined with other hybrid types of attacks or disruptive actions, cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, etc. So we have GPS jamming, we have drone overflights. How are we going to deal with drone overflights that are destabilizing so many countries, not just the airspace, but also how we feel about our own defense. disinformation operations. Um, there's a lot happening. And NISA reported that close to 80% of the cyber attacks that they analyzed this year were driven by ideological purposes, and 7% were linked to cyber espionage. Cybercrime, and in particular ransomware, as I mentioned, is endemic now, and it reaches all parts and sectors of critical infrastructure. Again, according to our cybersecurity agency, NISA, last year's top targeted sectors in the EU were public administration, transport, digital infrastructure and services, finance, and manufacturing. We have gone beyond banking, healthcare. We now see really other critical sectors being hit. And not only is the cyber threat landscape becoming more hybrid, but it is also becoming extremely complex due to the growing uptake and abuse of emerging technologies, and especially in AI. We know that, for instance, 80% of ransomware incidents are driven by AI. 80%. So it makes it very easy for the malicious actors. Europol and ENISA recently warned about how AI and other cutting-edge technologies can dramatically accelerate cybercrime. Now, what are we going to do about it? You mentioned the Cybersecurity Act, so I cannot not talk about the Cybersecurity Act now that I'm here. Indeed, this is what we are preparing. Most probably the adoption of the new Cybersecurity Act will take place in January of the new year. And it's going to bring a lot of elements that you know about and a lot of elements that are still under discussion. I'd like to say good morning to my colleague Svetlana Schuster, who has just come and who will speak to you about the act later in more detail, I am sure. She's one of the major actors behind it, so you have to lobby her more than me. So what are we going to do with the Cybersecurity Act? The Cybersecurity Act comes at a time when we are called to rebalance our cybersecurity ecosystem. So it is not just the revision of a regulation, as many like to call it. It is there to address a lot of the gaps and to show a little bit where we're going. So the first thing we're going to do is see where our EU Cybersecurity Agency has to do, given that since the last Cybersecurity Act, so much has come in through legislation like the Cyber Resilience Act, the Cyber Solidarity Act, and ESA is now preparing for anything from pilots and the EU Cyber Reserve to schemes about skills. So it is a completely different agency. So we need to integrate that in its mandate, and we need to equip it with the resources that it needs. One thing that is very important to note is that there is no thought even of ENISA stepping in to replace what member states are doing. We also need strong cybersecurity agencies in the member states. In fact, they are the backbone of the EU Cybersecurity Agency. So this is just about making sure that ENISA is prepared to help all member states and to play a role in the European ecosystem. We have a certification framework, a certification regulation that has been in place for a number of years and that we have now admitted defeat. It has not delivered what it was supposed to deliver when we adopted it. So we will see how we can modernize it, how we can make it more dynamic. It is very pertinent with the entry into force of the Cyber Resilience Act. So we need to have certification that comes quickly, that is based on standards that are as international as possible so that we can have also better cooperation with other parts of the world and a leaner system. So this is another area that the Cybersecurity Act is going to treat. Last week, you also, with great interest, I'm sure, the adoption of the Digital Omnibus, which also brought some simplification into the area of cybersecurity through the single reporting entry point that we have proposed. And this has come as a response to the call from the industry to make the system and also to entice more reporting, but also to make the system more efficient for our stakeholders. This is not the only simplification that will come in cybersecurity. So the Cybersecurity Act will also see what other gaps of simplification we can address. So we're going to see what else can we do to harmonize requirements for stakeholders. Again, the idea is that as painful as it is, for a new legislation to be adapted by all the industry to make it easier and to make it a bit more simple for everyone to comply across the European Union. So that's another chapter of the new Cybersecurity Act that will come. And then, of course, the talk in town is about the supply chain. And I think that the supply chain issues touch everyone. They touch member states, they touch stakeholders, they touch critical infrastructure operators. So we will need to see how to have a harmonized approach to the security of the ICT supply chain and how we can address the current fragmentation of the internal market caused by different approaches at national level, avoid critical dependencies, and try to de-risk, as we say, our ICT supply chains from high-risk suppliers, securing critical infrastructure. So we are looking for the best way to do this, and this is another area where we hope that the Cybersecurity Act will find solutions that can serve the cybersecurity ecosystem. Now, this is the Cybersecurity Act, and again, I'm sure you will talk about it more with my colleagues later today, but this is not where we stop with cybersecurity. This is not about only legislation. Yes, we will be implementing the CRA, we will be implementing the Cybersecurity Solidarity Act, but we will also be looking at how to deal with innovation in the sector of cybersecurity, because we need also operational strength in the EU. There's a big talk about tech sovereignty these days, and this is a buzzword, also last week in particular. And if you remember well, 1 year ago, our Executive Vice President, Mrs. Vikkunen, was entrusted with a portfolio that links tech sovereignty and security. So we have now one of our politicians, one of the members of the College of Commissioners that has a clear portfolio with the title Tech Sovereignty, and that includes also justice, it includes security, it includes democracy. Tech sovereignty is not just an issue of technology, it is a matter of security. So this is why we are looking at how to foster a robust homegrown cybersecurity industry in Europe. This means developing and supporting an industry that is capable of producing dual technologies. Deep tech like AI and quantum will profoundly reshape the cybersecurity landscape, and we need to take advantage of them to step up our detection and anticipation capabilities. And for that, we need to collaborate with innovative companies, research institutions, drive European solutions in emerging technologies, and find opportunities to support the European industry to innovate. The European Commission opened a Digital Europe program call of some 50 million euro, with 15 million dedicated to support the deployment of AI-powered cybersecurity solutions to enhance threat detection, incident response, and threat intelligence. Another 15 million dedicated to the uptake of innovative cybersecurity solutions, and more is there to come. We should also leverage the potential of our EU AI factories to strengthen cyber resilience. This is another area where you will see more and more coming from the EU, because we need to invest more in supercomputing also to increase our cybersecurity power. So we are looking at multiple areas where we need to bring in cybersecurity solutions, but most of all, we're looking at cybersecurity in year 2030. We need to see cybersecurity in its more operational role. You see that more and more exercises are being carried out by member states. I see a lot of representatives of member states here, and some of you were recently in Cyprus where there was a big blueprint exercise. The fact that we adopted the blueprint soon after the Commission came into place also shows the operational approach that we are taking. I think we need more preparedness on the ground and on the spot, and we need to deal with new areas. Drones flying constantly and balloons over our airspace cannot go unnoticed. This is an area where you can also expect more action coming from the European Commission. There is a discussion this Friday at the Telecommunications Ministers' Council about the topic, because it is becoming increasingly worrisome. So you should expect cybersecurity actions from the European Commission to grow, just to go in tandem with the reality. And for that, we need cooperation with all of you. So thank you, Lorenzo, for having such a great program today and for inviting us to participate.
You can sit down here. Okay, thank you very much, Despina, for this overview of what the Commission is doing. And now let's give the floor to the second keynote speaker. Sorry about that.
I can present.
Yeah. Matthias. Sorry about that, but no, I want to read the... Okay. It's Matthias Sachs. Please, give the floor. Serves as a Google Cybersecurity Policy Lead for Europe. He assumed this role in September 2022 after working at Google in public affairs and trust and safety. Previously, Dr. Sachs held the position of Director Corporate Affairs for Central and Eastern Europe at Microsoft. His professional trajectory commenced as a political advisor to a member of parliament in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany, followed by experience in political consulting. He holds a doctoral degree in political science from the University of Cologne, where he also earned a master's degree in political science history and German philology. Please, the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lorenzo, for having us, and thank you, Ms. Banu, for these very helpful, interesting remarks. I agree with so much you said, and I'm looking forward to our conversation a little later. For the next 10 minutes for my presentation, I'd like to share with you a bit about the threat landscape we are seeing, how we are at Google helping organizations strengthen their cyber defenses using our cutting-edge AI technologies, and how we are working with policymakers to advance the policy framework of AI. So how does this work? I want to start with the core challenge that all cybersecurity practitioners have to deal with, the defender's dilemma, meaning that attackers only need to succeed once, while defenders must succeed every single time. As AI lowers the barrier for cyber attacks and increases their sophistication, this asymmetry becomes even more pronounced. At Google, we believe artificial intelligence holds the promise of reversing the defender's dilemma and of helping us to build more cyber-resilient societies. However, achieving these goals will require constant engagement between government and industry to drive research, testing, and adoption of AI-augmented cyber defenses, to design standards and guardrails for the bold and responsible use of AI, and to develop a deep understanding of our adversaries' offensive capabilities. So let's take a quick look at the threat landscape leveraging Mandiant's 2025 M-Trends report. The most common way attackers gained access to organizations in 2024 was via exploits. We observed this as a primary infection vector in 33% of our investigations. Stolen credentials overtook email phishing in 2024 as the second most common infection vector, accounting for 16% of breaches compared to 14% for email phishing. Even though the prevalence of phishing as an initial infection vector is declining, it remains a major one for enterprises. The continued success of credential theft and phishing underscores the non-negotiable, by the way, importance of implementing strong, preferably FIDO2 compliant multi-factor authentication. Critically, we are observing advanced persistent threats using AI models like our very own Gemini to support all phases of the attack lifecycle, from reconnaissance to execution. This is compounded by the emergence of underground AI tools that support every facet of a cyber attack, democratizing advanced attack capabilities. Now, with AI supercharging attackers, we have observed a significant increase in speed, scale, and sophistication of their attacks. The only way to defeat an AI-enabled cyber attacks is with better AI. We are developing and deploying AI agents to move at the speed of the threat. Last year, we announced that our own Big Sleep AI agent successfully discovered its first real-world vulnerability. And this is not a simulated environment, this is the real world. And just 3 months ago, we were able to make an even more significant breakthrough. The Big Sleep agent discovered an SQLite vulnerability that was known only to threat actors and was predicted to be imminently exploited. but we were able to cut it off beforehand. We believe this is the first time in history an AI agent has been used to directly foil efforts to exploit a vulnerability in the wild. You may now understand why we at Google are so optimistic about the opportunity of AI preventing the chance to reverse the defender's dilemma. But we didn't just stop there. In October this year, we launched CodeMender. I hope some of you have heard about that. It's our new code security agent that not only identifies vulnerabilities in code, but also patches them autonomously. This is a truly game-changing capability in terms of how AI can shift the advantage to defenders in cyberspace. Finding and fixing code vulnerabilities upstream in development is the most scalable way to deprive threat actors of the ability to harm our users and customers. In the 6 months that we've been building CodeMender, we have already upstreamed 27 security fixes to open source projects, including some as large as 4.5 million lines of code. I talked about how we are using AI to supercharge cybersecurity. At the same time, we also need to think about how we are securing AI. All AI technologies, especially those developed for cyber defenses, must be secure by design and deployed in a secure by default manner, or they will become vectors for vulnerabilities like any other technology, fueling the trend we are seeking to stop. In 2023, we introduced the Secure AI Framework, or CEIF, to manage AI risks. The essence of CEIF is that organizations should take steps such as starting with a strong security foundation and continuously assessing the need for new controls to protect AI systems and the data they rely on. While understanding how to apply tried and true security practices to AI. Understand your AI threat model, how it might be targeted, and proactively adjust your organization's content and abuse policies. And embedding AI risk management with corresponding enterprise cybersecurity, privacy, supply chain, and other business risk management processes. Given the rise of autonomous agents, we have now released a second edition, extending the framework with new guidance on agent security risks. This Secure AI Framework 2.0 includes an agent risk map to help practitioners understand agentic threats across the full AI stack. We are also donating this data to the Coalition for Secure AI Risk Map initiative to advance industry security. And speaking about this initiative, one of our principal learnings to date has been that the methods by which we protect AI data pipelines will increasingly need to resemble the methods by which we protect our software supply chains. That was very correctly mentioned before. This is why industry-led forums like the Coalition for Secure AI, or COSI, are so important. We are extremely proud to participate in COSI, which we launched alongside partners, including Microsoft, NVIDIA, IBM, Intel, and many others in 2024 to develop the standards around the use of cryptography to create verifiable provenance for AI data assets in an effort to extend SLSA to AI. COSI will play a key role in other AI security efforts as well, including establishing consensus frameworks for understanding offensive tactics that could be used to target AI models, and a corresponding defenders framework to help organizations understand mitigations and prioritize their investments. Similarly, COSI will focus on AI risk governance and develop a risk and controls taxonomy to guide practitioners as they approach audits and conformance assessments. Finally, because it's the topic of the hour somehow, I would like to address our strategy for enhancing the security and resilience of European businesses and the public sector, thereby ensuring digital sovereignty in Europe. First, let's talk about partnerships. We know that sovereignty isn't a solo endeavor. That's why our approach is deeply rooted in collaboration with trusted European technology leaders. You will see on the slide names of major players like Schwarz Group and T-Systems in Germany, Sens in France, Minsight in Spain, Telecom Italia, and Clarence in Belgium and Luxembourg. These aren't just logos. They represent an additional layer of oversight and assurance managed by European organizations and staffed by European personnel, ensuring your data is handled with local expertise. Next up is choice. True digital sovereignty requires the freedom to choose. We believe you shouldn't be locked into restrictive licensing agreements or a single legacy vendor. Sovereignty is about having the flexibility to select best-in-class solutions that fit your unique business needs and risk profile. While others might use licensing to lock you in, we focus on empowering you to securely adopt multi-cloud strategies. We are committed to data portability and interoperability. In fact, we were the first large-scale cloud provider to eliminate transfer fees for customers who decide to migrate off our platform. And finally, security. All of our Google Sovereign Cloud solutions stand on secure by design, secure by default foundations. This means you get the immense benefits of the public cloud: zero trust architecture, post-quantum cryptography, and AI embedded defenses I just spoke about, without having to build these capabilities yourself. It's a far more cost-effective way to access advanced security. The scale and security of the public cloud is one of the main reasons, at least we believe that, why it'll play a critical role in governments and enterprise digital strategies going forward. To wrap up, at Google, we believe we have an inherent responsibility to ensure that the billions of people we protect every day are safe in using our products and services. This is our first priority. And we can't do this alone. The internet requires collaboration amongst us all. It requires solutions built with open and secure frameworks, solutions that are secure by default, easy to use, and shift the burden from the user to the technology companies that are prepared to defend against a complex threat landscape. And it requires building the digital instincts of people all over Europe and the world on how to stay safe. That's why I'm excited to be here, and I'm looking forward to the collaboration and the conversations with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Please take a seat there. And now I would like to give the floor to Amal Taleb, Director of EU Government Affairs in Brussels for SAP. After holding 5 years the role of Sub-Director of Government Affairs in Paris. Attorney by trade, Amal has previously served as in-house legal and policy officer for the French consumer organization UFC Que Choisir, where she handled both litigation cases and policy files with regard to competition, platform regulation, and data protection. In 2016-2017, Amal served also as Vice President of the French Digital Council, an advisory body to the French government on digital issues. Amal, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo, and thank you very much for having me today. And thank you very much for putting me in a position to speak after two great speakers that are Despina and Matthias. A lot of things have been covered. So let me try to maybe bring another spin to the topic. When I joined SAP 9 years ago, one of the first events I ever participated to was the French-German digital conference in Berlin. At that time, on stage, Guillaume Poupard from ANSSI and his counterpart from BSI in Germany announced mutual recognition for cloud certification. That was 9 years ago. I must admit to that day, I'm still waiting for the mutual recognition. I think this is one of the things that we are addressing and that the European Commission is actually properly addressing right now, trying to build up a very comprehensive cybersecurity strategy that covers not only the tools, the certification schemes, for instance, but also the sectors and the economic places where those things are so important to be implemented in due time. It is particularly timely considering this weird moment we're in with this systematic shift from global cooperative trade relations to a more adversarial tensions between continents. Some are even talking about decoupling, which is never a very good thing when you consider what we are doing in IT. I would say that SAP is a European champion that is in charge of and offering B2B SaaS solution to small, medium, and large-sized companies that are sometimes active in a very small region, very small city, but sometimes are also very much engaged in very complex globalized activities and operations, relying on supply chains, relying on complex and secure IT architecture. As such, because we are mostly a SaaS provider, we know a few things as being right. First thing, no one knows better the operation than the customer. He knows what he needs. And what one customer needs will change drastically from its direct competitor in the same market. Two, we know that one of the things that is the most important is operational continuance, operational consistency, making sure that what's working on Monday still works on Sunday. and making sure that every solution that is provided works together properly. One of the very important things that is sometimes ignored is the fact that it's very good to have the greatest solution on earth for HR or for finance. It also has to work with other great solutions provided by competitors and for which your system is going to be plugged in with theirs. Which means that, as such, there is a very inherent core belief that SAP, being a critical cloud provider that is submitted to NIS2 and to DORA, and really complies and helps its customers into understanding what are these cybersecurity needs, has a critical role to play. This critical role to play is really to make sure that we always enable our customers into making sure that they can operate. The reason why we are looking up so much to the Commission and to the task it has taken, it's because on one hand, cybersecurity policies and rules and norms are supposed to address the unimaginable level and type of threats that are about to arrive. At the same time, it has to be done in a way that is simple to understand, simple to implement, and clear for every one of the users, whether they are the customers or the companies that are trying to help these customers being at the highest level of the state-of-the-art of the cybersecurity they need. Therefore, we are facing a very almost impossible task, and I must admit, Despina, I'm impressed by what has been done by the Commission, because it is an impossible task, making sure that everything is covered with simple regulation, with simple rules, with clear technical requirements. And if anything could be done in that sense, it will necessarily help us collectively reaching out the highest level of cybersecurity that we need. This is why we, of course, welcome the Digital Omnibus and its proposition to really unify the incident reporting. Because in simplifying the incident reporting, we make it quicker, swifter, simpler, and easier to address directly. This is why we also welcome the fact that ENISA could have a wider mandate and make sure that it is properly fit and fitted and ready to address these upcoming waves of threats that we are not even talking about or we don't even imagine. Will I be the first one to use the word quantum? But just so you know, it's also something that has to be faced as well by this upcoming authority. And yet, we really hope that beyond this first exercise, more will happen. More will happen towards simplification, more will happen towards technical specific requirements that are actually fit and discussed with and appreciated and validated and supported and promoted by the industry itself. It also has to be done in a way that not only takes care, should at the same time takes care and understand the need for building up strong European capacities, building up a European sovereignty that really offers the best ecosystem ever for upcoming companies, startups, scale-ups, and big ones to be able to develop their solutions. But it has to be done in a way that takes into consideration that those that are going to be the first users and the first entity needing cybersecurity are usually globalized companies that are present on 3, 4, 5 continents and have to face their threats, their IT threats, not only in Europe, but also outside of Europe, because their operations commands it. We cannot think, some of our customers are present on all continents. You cannot ask these European champions to only think about their cybersecurity globally through an only European focus. It will take all the knowledge in the world to defeat all the threats that are existing in the world, and therefore ensuring that through cooperation, through alignment, not only within EU, but also with best practices that are existing elsewhere, we are actually able to benefit from what is done in other continents when it comes to facing those threats. It would be a pity, I would say, if technology is first perceived through the lens of the nationality of the entity that elaborates it, when it could actually be very good and very useful for us to use. Of course, we should not be naive, but we still have to be mindful that technological achievements are also done outside of the EU and could help us in the EU facing specific threats, especially in this environment where 80% of these attacks are motivated by our state-sponsored and ideological. It happens that we have an incredible access to ecosystems elsewhere who share at least a similar level of protection. In Japan, in South Korea, the adequacy decisions when it comes to GDPR and protecting personal data also makes these countries possible places where we can look for good cybersecurity tools and good cybersecurity practices. Sorry, cybersecurity commands me to enter my code all the time, so this is why you have this silence. But don't worry, it's only for my phone. I think that we are now at the beginning of a specific age in cybersecurity because there is this very strong mandate and message taken by the Commission. We are, of course, absolutely supporting of it because we should be in a position where we can absolutely use every tool at our disposition to fight those threats, and making sure that we do it in collaboration with national authorities, national cybersecurity agencies, and ENISA. I just wanted to add a last thing, if I may. You may have heard that in many, many files, usually companies are calling for simplification. Some are sometimes equating it to deregulation. Let me just say that any effort to simplify in cybersecurity is not necessarily to deregulate, and actually, it's one of the best ways to ensure that cybersecurity is applied. Simplification does not mean lowering the level. It means ensuring that everyone could more quickly, more simply, more swiftly adopt and implement those much needed cybersecurity tools. And we are looking forward to figure out in the next few months, and especially in January, what's going to happen with the Cybersecurity Act. Hopefully also, but I know it's a wish, Despina, so will not be too pushy, but hopefully maybe some things regarding the Cyber Resilience Act and making sure that every tool is ready in due time could be also considered, because when the tools and especially the standards and the guidelines are ready, everyone is ready to implement the legislation. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you very much. So now let's open the floor for discussion among the panelists and also, to have a question from the audience. Who would like to start and break the ice? Nobody. Over there.
It's my fault we are all bored now. My speech was so boring. Everyone is asleep.
All right, well, thank you. My name is Christian. I work for Deutsche Telekom Cyber Regulation Policy. Two questions, so we can pick and choose which one you like the most. I think what I'd like to hear is, because both Amal and Christina, you both talked about how the reporting now will be easier, and what I hear from our technical teams is it will be just as difficult, it will just happen at the tech phase, because you are not changing the underlying requirements or the timelines, the content, the formats will still require multiple reports potentially of the same incident. So I would love to hear a little bit more how, both from your industry analysis and from the Commission side, how you envision this to be real simplification. And the second part question would be, so Despina, in your presentation, you talked about the supply chain, but we've seen many member states push back against any intervention that impedes the sovereign right or the exclusive member state competence over national security matters. So how will we get an effective EU intervention in something that in the treaties is exclusive member state competence?
Thanks.
So, on the simplification, on the single entry point, the idea is that you don't have to, I think there are two issues in your questions. The first is your, your industries wish that we go into other areas, not just where you will report, but when you will report, how soon you will report. At this point in time, there was no common understanding and there was no particular there was no analysis sufficient enough to go and touch these parts of the legislation. So we started with something that was simpler, as much as it is complicated, it's simpler to do. which is to report once and to share with many. So I don't know if there is an issue of understanding there, because if you're telling me that your people are saying they still need to report many times, then maybe there's not sufficient understanding of the system. The idea is that you report once and you share with many, which is already a relief of an important burden for the industry. So that was the idea. Your second question was on
member state competence in terms of national security and how closely related
for the supply chain issues.
supply chain.
Yeah, I mean, of course, security remains a national prerogative, and member states will always do whatever they wish for public security. Our proposals and our legislation is about the functioning of the internal market, and it is about top-ups. It is about top-ups. It is about addressing issues that are common to the 27 member states. So this is what we will do again. And supply chain issues are already addressed because our critical infrastructure legislation through NIS2 is about supply chain. But it does not go deeper. It stays at high level. So now we need to see what do we do with third-party providers, because already operators have obligations, security obligations, because of NIS2, like they will do for CRA, manufacturers, etc. So these are internal market issues that we will continue to deal with. The supply chain is going deeper into where NIS2 has already gone.
Yes.
First off, would you mind if I do not touch the topic on member states and commission? I will not feel at ease at all. But to go back to the first point, the one-stop shop is just, it's already a progress. I mean, remember, before that, it was not the case. It was different timing, different reporting, different type of information. So it's already a very good start. I think one thing that we should keep in mind is this new approach that the Commission is really having now, when they are really putting an emphasis on the digital fitness check as being a way throughout the mandate to really continue to discuss how the legislations could be modified and how they could be deepened as well. And I think the mere fact that the Commission calls for a digital fitness check as a tool, an ongoing tool, means that they also are calling us, companies and actors, into participating into the exchange. So let's do it, I'll say.
Question over there.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Zoe Stabolio from MasterCard. Very nice to meet you all. And thank you so much for your interventions. Quick question, naturally, for Despina. Can you share a bit more on what to expect of simplification? What are the targets for the CSA? At least at high level, because we are all anticipating the actual proposal. And just a quick note, I very much appreciated the comment of course, everyone's presentations, but specifically Amal's point around global threats when we are trying to address threats that are coming beyond Europe, and primarily, of course, cybercrime operates beyond your own jurisdiction, right? So building on that, another question on the perspective around supply chain security, addressing global threats, and the balance with reducing dependencies. Is there anything you can give us a teaser, Despina, in terms of how you're trying to reach this balance with the global approach, limiting dependencies under the CSA? Thank you.
You're asking me to reveal the proposal.
Please.
So I cannot do that, I'm sorry. And honestly, what's the point? We're still working on it. I would suggest that we also look at the global picture. Tomorrow, the college will adopt a communication on economic security. I think it is very interesting to look at that when we're considering how to do things. Because at the end of the day, we will propose. What matters is what the co-legislator will decide. For supply chain issues, again, I think the problem is that we are asking critical infrastructure operators to meet certain high-level cybersecurity requirements, but then we're not looking at how to deal with the third-party suppliers. And what happened with the airports earlier this year is telling of that. So we will see how we can address this. This is where we're going. The solutions are still under a political consideration. And everything is, of course, influenced by the discussions in Europe today, the political discussion. Cybersecurity hugely political matter as well, because it is about security and it needs decisive action, but at the same time, it needs this careful balance that you all mentioned between what the member states want to reserve for themselves and what the Commission can actually do. So we will see how to maintain fairness for those that provide critical infrastructure services when it comes to cybersecurity. So that's one. And then when it comes to the simplification that will come with the Cybersecurity Act, we're looking at requirements for the industry, because we meet with you, we meet with all of you that live and breathe in NIS2, and you're telling us there are great difficulties with the the variability of requirements across member states. So we will see how we can help with that, if that helps.
Over there.
Alexa Veller for T-Regs. I would like to tie the three presentations together and start with simplification is not deregulation. I agree with that. However, with regard to simplification, I think we all agree that it is much needed. But I'm a little bit confused about the goal of the simplification, because we have heard two different messages. Matthias talked about staying safe, which I agree is the purpose of cybersecurity, whereas Despina talked about simplification for the sake of being able to better comply with regulation. Now, the people who deal with the real security issues, the CISOs of this world, they would go with Matthias and they would say, that's what we want. We want our companies and our endeavors to be secure. And, you know, if we don't comply, maybe, you know, that's a matter for the legal people. It's not for us. Or maybe we actually know that we have to go over and above what is currently put in all those compliance rules, because that's what is needed in the current situation. So my question is actually, if we want to simplify, do we want to simplify in order for us to be better able to comply? Or do we want to simplify to enable us to stay secure in a better way?
I will ask Mattia to start on this.
Please do.
Yeah. No, I'm with you here. I think we have several goals we want to achieve with simplification. One is that it's easier, and I'm not talking for Google here, but for our customers and clients and partners, for smaller companies, right? To easier to comply, easier to implement, and to ultimately then work with others to be safer. I think this is certainly the goal of the Commission, to increase safety and security and make it better manageable. Hence the reducing with respect to incident reporting and the single entity approach. I think this is helpful. It's not making it, shouldn't not at all make it more insecure, but quite the opposite, and lower the compliance burdens so people can chime in, be more secure, work with others, and rely on others as well in this. And I think this is an invitation to collaboration, simplification. Then there's another component here, and I want to strike that. I haven't had it in my presentation, but it's about competitiveness and innovation. That is extremely important, and that is for good reason at the center of what the Commission is doing with respect to AI and other topics. And simplification will help with that as well. I think we had a lot of regulation in the past, and we want to be smarter about it. And we as industry, we appreciate so much what the Commission is doing, and we appreciate that there's a diverse perspective amongst member states with respect to sovereignty and how to tackle that the best way so it's beneficial for Europe. We don't lock ourselves in, and we don't rush into something, and we are not too focused on risks only, but we are smart about it because we have something at stake here. We have a unique AI moment at hand, and we need to have more European champions. We need to invest more in Europe. We need to be smarter, faster, and better while staying safe at the same time. And I think political leaders woke up to that fact and are trying to cater to that. And we shouldn't get rid of stay safe and best-in-class security and whatever is needed, and even if it's going above what is proposed, but at the same time, the effort is trying to kill many birds with one stone, and I think this is the right thing to do because it's very timely.
If I may add, actually, the idea of simplification is to allow better implementation so that you ensure security. So here we are not touching the content of the reporting obligation. We are touching the efficiency with which this reporting is offered. So instead of companies spending time on reporting in various areas, in various places, they will report in one place. This is the idea, but the content remains the same. So the level of security is there, but through better implementation, you ensure that it happens more efficiently. So it's one purpose. And I think that we have always been not accused, I don't like to say this word. We have always been told that as European Commission we're champions of regulation. Well, now we're trying to help the industry become champions of implementation. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Just one thing. Before doing what I was doing, I was a lawyer. And compliance was my bread and butter. This was the only objective, is to make sure that we are compliant just for the sake of being compliant. Outside of the legal world, this has no meaning at all. the compliance is just the demonstration that you are absolutely up to par with a set of requirements that ensure that we are at least offering the cybersecurity, the level of cybersecurity that is needed. Of course, sometimes cybersecurity is favored by solutions or tools that are not within the legislation, and it could be a nice top-on to have it, or making sure that the legislation authorizes it. AI authors that, and in the upcoming years we are going to see these new tools that were not necessarily thought of in cybersecurity but should be included as well. But seriously, it's only a lawyer's discussion to figure out whether or not compliance is a good objective per se and on its own.
Hello, Jerome Bilbao from Wavestone. We have been discussing this morning about AI a bit and the way that AI is going to be a key component for cybersecurity and safety in the future. But today, if I look at the reality in the field, the AI is a big black box. It's very hard to understand how it works, and especially as it is provided by external European actors, it's very hard to trust at the end, how it works internally and how to make sure we can trust that technology. So I would be interested in two different points of view. Maybe the first one is about what do you see maybe within Google or maybe within SAP on how you make that AI more transparent, more trusted on a technical basis, if there are any research project or things like that. And maybe on the legislative side, is there any requirements that are coming regarding AI to ensure safety and cybersecurity, to make sure that the AI we will use can be trusted in a way?
Matthias, you want to?
Thank you. Well, very good question, obviously, and there's not a simple answer to that. I think we are trying hard to be as responsible as possible. The Coalition for Secure AI is one of these examples where we said, and I mentioned the big names, IBM, NVIDIA, Microsoft, right? We are all partnering on this, and we thought that's the first layer. We start with the industry, and then we have to layer it up and include government and government entities like the Commission. That's the next step, and we need to move there. It's 2024 when we initiated the COSI, because everything is moving so fast. We are worried ourselves, we are responsible, we are moving slowly, and we are talking to partners on an ongoing basis. At the same time, as I explained, we have something like Big Sleep and CodeMender, really leapfrogging, providing benefits, helping defenders, since attackers, they don't wait. They don't wait for us to assemble, to be smart about it. We are trying to do that. At the same time, we need to deploy these things to stay safe. So we, for instance, as Microsoft as well, I think, are working with NATO to support their cyber defenses. We are giving them air-gapped cloud solutions where they can test AI models. And I think air-gapped is the way to go, right? They can pull the plug on anything and say, okay, we have that model. We might get back to you in half a year because it'll be outdated by then. But for the time being, thanks so much for giving this to us. And we try what we can do with that. We are working with the Ukrainian government on similar things because we have to help them. And that's our responsibility. So we have urgent needs at hand, forcing us to act. And at the same time, we got to be transparent about what's happening. It's a very fair point. It's a race to the top. And we are trying to do our very best here. And I would always say, and add to that, because you talked about European champions, we want to have European frontier models, right? We want to have European AI providers succeeding. We don't think it makes sense to reinvent the whole stack. I think you all know what I'm referring to. Cloud infrastructure is mainly run by non-European providers, but at the upper end of the stack, there's room for improvement. There's a massive chance for European champions. Me being European myself, I think this is the way how we should go about that. And we want to have that. So we are investing, we are partnering, we are sharing to have this happening in Europe. So Mistral, that's a great thing. Anthropic, sure, let's have them succeed. Let's have a healthy competition, and let's have the Commission be part of the play. And we should discuss this, starting with industry as of last year, going forward to have more fora and conversations like that.
Amal, your view on this?
First, I must ask you. Oh, sorry, you wanted to speak? No, Spina? I was thought. Okay. Sorry. First, I wanted to ask you a question and a clarification. Are you talking about AI solutions for cybersecurity, or are you talking about the cybersecurity to be applied to AI solutions?
My main question was AI for cybersecurity.
Okay. Because AI for cybersecurity, please excuse me if I give you a wider answer to that. First off, there's been recently an ISO certification that has been adopted, which already offers clarification enough on how they are built. Second, one of the first things I've learned when I arrived at ACP is that there is not one AI. And so not all of them are necessarily black boxes. Some are gray boxes. Some are just open boxes that you can see within it. Therefore, it goes back to the question of internal governance on your company and how on your IT architecture, you are building up the way you're using AI. For instance, the way CEPS is providing AI to its customers is through agentic AI that are directly embedded into our SaaS solutions. So they are features, characteristic add-ons on existing software that is used in a very more or less closed environment at the customer's choice, and that will have an impact on the type of data that is actually used or not, offering a level of security that remains in the hand of the customers. The best way to do it, again, it's to make sure that the customer understands what the technology is, most often than you would think they do. There is strong knowledge about these topics in our counterparts in our businesses, customers, and make sure that the architecture and the way the AI is embedded ensure proper access to proper data in a way that is secured and an environment that is secured. Hope it answers your questions.
Okay. You have a question?
Thank you. So I'm James from Red Hat. The mention of frontier models clicked something in my brain. And so I wanted just to make a point that the innovation gap between a proprietary frontier model and an open source model was several years. Now it's several months and it's catching fast. The point here about opportunity for EU leadership, I just came back from India, they're not looking necessarily at building out another frontier model or big LLM. Very expensive to do, very expensive to maintain, and they're looking much more at the small open source models. And they're doing that because they're more energy efficient, and also they're more transparent. So my question, in the context of leadership, EU leadership, in the context of resilience, is that now something of a strategic priority to look much more at these open source models and how they can bolster resilience in the EU? Thanks.
I mean, everything that we do is about resilience at the end of the day. The cybersecurity framework, the legislative framework we have is about resilience. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we now have introduced this, the cybersecurity into everything that is about resilience, preparedness across the board, internal security, defense. So resilience is the key word, and preparedness. I think where we need to move more is in the operational side in the EU. There's a call for that. And we need to see how we do it, always in collaboration. Whenever the EU has been called to act in moments of crisis, we always found a way. So I think that will happen if ever there is a major cyber crisis immediately, but we need to prepare the ground for that. So I think that's the next step of resilience. It is also about looking at more modern threats. Okay, we know ransomware will remain #1 in incidents, etc. But as I mentioned, look at the drones, look at cables, look at the hybrid warfare. And I think this is where also resilience must now go, because we haven't yet covered those areas. So resilience a very large scope, has a very large scope, but I think it will remain our guidance. And of course, the use of technologies. In the previous remarks, you spoke about the use of AI for cybersecurity. We are even financing that now, financing solutions for using AI for implementing cybersecurity solutions. I think, yes, we need to be as good as the bad guys, the good guys, and build on the basis of technologies also our resilience, absolutely.
Okay, we have only 1 minute left. If I may, I want to ask last question to Despina. She mentioned that the discussion on Cybersecurity Act will it's try to addressing also a bigger role for ENISA. You mentioned also the issue of crisis response. In 2018, we had a task force at CEPS, and we proposed the creation of a cyber defense agency to do that. Then the Commission put forward, the Cyclone Network, an ad hoc unit in the DigiConnect for cyber crisis. Anything since on the making for the role of ENISA on the improving the cyber response to crisis?
Well, I think everything that is being built around ENISA is made so that it can adapt to the new challenges. It is a matter for the member states to also decide how they use ENISA when it comes to cyber defense. But I think the underlying purpose of the whole revision of its mandate is to adapt it to the new realities. And cyber defense is a new reality. But I think we need a few steps before we get there, because ENISA has also other specific roles in the implementation of legislation. But again, preparedness, resilience, we need to also, for our cybersecurity agents, to be ready. So to be seen what is in the act.
Okay. So I think we should thank the panelists, also the audience, for this great opening session. And now let's move to the first panel of the day, session 1, Strategic Autonomy in Cybersecurity in the EU. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of this panel, which will explore the role of strategic autonomy in cyber resilience. My name is Simona Caneva. I'm manager for policy analysis and outreach at the European Cybersecurity Organization, and I'm delighted to moderate this discussion today as European strategic autonomy is a concept that closely links to many other current challenges like navigating emerging technologies or protecting critical infrastructure. So I would first like to welcome Svetlana Shusta, Head of Unit Cybersecurity Technology and Capacity Building at the European Commission's DG Connect. With long-standing experience with the Commission, Svetlana drives the development and implementation of key cybersecurity policies and initiatives, as we know, that strengthen Europe's cyber resilience, technological innovation, and capacity building. Next, we have Dr. Paul Timors, research associate at the University of Oxford, professor at several European universities, senior advisor at the European Policy Center, president of the supervisory board of the Estonian e-governance academy, and as a former director and cabinet member at the commission, he also brings experience in cybersecurity, digital identity, and e-governance policy. So welcome. And last but certainly not least, I would like to welcome Jérôme Buat, who is a partner at Wavestone, specializing in cybersecurity and digital trust. And with recognized experience in the field, he advises global organizations in cybersecurity strategy, risk management, AI security, and he's also actively engaged in strengthening the cybersecurity ecosystem through initiative promoting innovation and advancing cybersecurity standards. So I would like to join the speakers for this conversation. And to start our discussion, I would first invite you to share your perspectives on the importance of strategic autonomy in cybersecurity today. How can we measure it, and also how do we see the concept evolving in the coming years? Paul, would you like to start first?
Yeah, one of the kind of the bigger contexts is, of course, that we see that international relations have become very much geopoliticized, as you could say. You know, there's a lot of tension between countries, and anything that plays a role in international relations, like technology, trade, opinions about values and laws, can get weaponized. And that's essentially also happening, you know. If Mark Zuckerberg says that we are doing censorship in Europe with our laws, essentially that's a way of weaponizing the relationship. And this is happening by big tech, but it's also happening by countries. If China cuts off the supply of raw materials as a retaliation for limited access to AI chips, that's a form of weaponization, and the other way around, of course, also. So things have become very much geopoliticized. It's not a happy story for the early morning, but that's the way it is, we know. And this actually also exposes that the kind of level of trust that you had in international business and international relations under global liberalism is really eroding, is put to the test. Essentially, you cannot trust other countries anymore. That's kind of the message of hard realism. That doesn't hold completely, because fortunately in Europe we still have a lot of trust between countries, but certainly former partners like the United States are now in the camp of you have to think twice whether you can trust them or not. And that also holds for big tech associated with these countries, and likewise for China, and certainly of course for Russia. Why? Because they are threatening our sovereignty. So the baseline of like-mindedness is those countries that are not threatening our sovereignty. Now, in this context, then cybersecurity also plays an important role, because both cybersecurity in a broad sense can get weaponized. You know, you see these state-sponsored attacks, espionage, undermining, prepositioning, etc., in critical information infrastructures, very familiar, as well as that the tools that you need to have to use cybersecurity can get weaponized. So with all appreciation for what our colleague from Google just said about the use of AI, but that AI can get weaponized, especially if it is proprietary and especially if there's a government behind it that wants to weaponize it. And I think we have no doubt about it that this is part of the game these days. So cybersecurity in Europe is really put to the test from a sovereignty perspective, from a strategic autonomy perspective. Sovereignty is a nice word. It's essentially about, you know, you decide and act about your own future, whether in the economy, society, or democracy. But to do that, you need to be competent. You need to know what you talk about. You need to have capacity. You need to have enough own companies that are producing the important cybersecurity software, or are producing the hardware security modules, or are doing proper cybersecurity assessment, or whatever kind of competences also amongst policymakers. And your capacities, and you need to have the control, so you need to have a say about it. So these are the kind of the 3 C's of technological sovereignty or digital autonomy. The 3 C's are control, capacity, and competence. And in this kind of geopolitical situation, European cybersecurity is put to the test. Do we have enough competences? Do we know enough about this AI that is necessary for cybersecurity? Do we have enough good people or enough good companies, and are they ultimately also under European control? So in recent years, you saw that especially big tech has been buying up lots of European cybersecurity companies, and they are clearly not under sovereign control. So there we have an issue. How do we then look at that from the perspective of what does that mean for policy? It means that on the one hand, you have this view on cybersecurity you need to do because you need to stay resilient. And you also need to stay resilient when still the global market, open market economy was playing a role, but you certainly need to stay resilient when there is this kind of tension between countries, when things get weaponized, when it's geopoliticization. But it's more than resilience, it's also about having sufficient insight in your critical supply chains. So this is cybersecurity in supply chains that we were just talking about. What kind of equipment do we have in our energy systems, in our telecommunication systems, in our health systems? Where is it coming from? And can we actually certify that? And it's also about the longer term perspective. And I think this is what people often forget. If you buy consistently your stuff from outside Europe, you are losing knowledge. You're not building up the capacity to innovate. You're actually losing the jobs of the future. We are buying annually for 264 billion cloud services in the United States. These are 2 million jobs, and these are 2 million jobs that are not about innovation and not about development and not about the future in Europe. There are 2 million jobs in the United States. So this is also about this kind of longer term perspective of strategic autonomy. You know, we need to have a strong economy, strong society, and strong democracy also in the long run. It's also about that. So it's not about me, it's also about my children and my grandchildren in a certain way. So you also have to think in cybersecurity long term. And I think often we have been thinking more about the problems of today only, rather than the longer term perspective.
Thank you, Paul. Jérôme, what will be your take on these three questions?
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I'd like to bring the perspective of large multinational companies that are at the core of the EU economy and also of critical infrastructure that operate every day, you know, in the geopolitical context you just mentioned, and that is a hard one. And this environment is changing faster than ever. And when we speak about European strategic autonomy and security, the discussion is often framed, you know, in terms of geography, in terms of what is the origin of the technology, and we want to reduce external dependencies. And I think that's a key goal for long term. But in the field, on a daily basis, what determines whether a company is secure or not is in fact different. The reality is that the cyber threat, they are global. So it was just mentioned before. They are going faster than ever as well. They can cross borders in seconds. And we are also in the concept of international supply chains. When I speak with large multinational companies, they have entities all over the world, even if they are headquartered in Europe. So that is that makes the sovereignty discussion quite hard at the level of large organization. And sometimes there is the idea of isolating ourselves. And in fact, if you look at the way large companies are doing business, they cannot isolate themselves. They cannot close their approach because their business, their customer, their teams, they are spread all over the world. And the infrastructure supporting the business is also interconnected all over the world by design. So the main question is not, I think that when I work with board and CISO, is whether they can operate with a European stack, because the answer is easy, they cannot. It does not exist. So they have to do something right now when they're, and the main question they have is how do we how do we maintain control? And I do agree with the different C's you just mentioned, Paul, and the C on control is really important, at least today, because that's the key point, I think, to be able to trust environments that are by definition global. So I think that the strategic autonomy we are going to discuss this morning needs to be reframed, not isolation, like I was just saying, is not building everything locally. The idea short term is not to recreate everything. We need to maintain this control, the control over technologies, the control over the teams, the control over the data. And that's really the thing that needs to be done, and also to have the capability to make sure that we are able to do that with the skills, for sure, you mentioned it as well. And also, I think if we want to have at European level the capability to bring that to real life, we need also coherence between the different legislation. And because fragmentation is quite hard to go through, I'm sure most of you in the room are dealing with NIS2 right now, and also for multinational, having a different way to interpret NIS2 and having different security framework leads to a lot of energy being not used maybe on the right topic, that is, we want to secure something, but how do we need to secure that in that country, in that country, in that country? So I know it's in the process also at the Commission level to simplify things, and I think we need that coherence at European level if we want to make sure we are sovereign as well.
Thank you, Jerome and Svetlana. It is important also to understand the perspective of the European Commission, and especially on how we see the definition of strategic autonomy evolving, and would we need to reframe it, as Jerome said, in the upcoming years.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. So I'm glad to be here again in the CEPS forum. So what, I mean, many of the aspects were already mentioned, and I can very much agree with many points mentioned here by Jerome and Paul. So what is important for the strategic autonomy? I mean, so we are living in such intensive geopolitical tensions, and we have at Europe to make sure that we have the right instruments to be able to take our own decision. So strategic autonomy, I would say, is not about, also as Jerome saying, it's not about to isolate ourselves, but really have the right tools, the capacities to be able to take the right decision for your own security. And this, what I mean here, what I have in mind here is, of course, having a European-grown cybersecurity industry, having a European technology solution, having the right, having the secure supply chains that can offer solution to our critical infrastructure, having building and maintaining a cybersecurity workforce, which is so much needed in order to make our companies and businesses resilient and all our critical infrastructure. And if we miss to tackle these points, if we miss to build these pillars and to maintain these pillars, we are really risking to become a passive player at the global stage that depends, it is dependent on others for its own security, and this we should really to avoid. And I think this will be also in the next years, given how the overall geopolitical situation is evolving. I'm sure that this concept of Europe's strategic autonomy will be valid in the next couple of years.
Thank you. And to go back to the concept of strategic alliances that you mentioned, we have seen in the past few years that cybersecurity threats, but also trends are evolving with the changing geopolitical tensions. Paul, from your perspective, does geopolitics affect, or how does the geopolitics affects the EU's strategic autonomy in cybersecurity?
Yeah. In a way, so let me give an example. We are building Europe. We are still building Europe. And in Europe, you are building things that we can be proud of. Let me mention an example. We have the .eu, the domain name system. That's a really European asset. So in the Netherlands, nationally also you have the .be, .nl, etc. .nl is the Dutch domain name system, and they had to modernize that. And they looked around, how do we modernize that? The system was of about more than 10 years old. And they said, we will have to move it to the cloud, and we'll move it to Amazon Cloud, AWS. And the data will go to Canada. And then a number of people said, but this is about .nl. That's a Dutch asset. It's a national asset. It's something that belongs to us. .eu belongs to us. European critical infrastructures belongs to us. And the minister said, let's think about that again. And they did three studies, one into personal data. And they said, well, it's not such a good idea to move it to Canada, these personal data, but it's not that bad either. Then the other argument was about functionality. Do you really need to have all that functionality of Amazon Cloud? And the conclusion was a lot not, and a little yes. And the third, they asked the intelligence services, what do you think about it? And they said, don't do it. So let's now bring that to other areas where we are becoming geopolitically aware. And that holds also, I just mentioned that already, for example, European critical infrastructures. So a big plan of the European Commission is part actually of the digital omnibus, I think, is the European business wallet to do that. I cannot imagine that we want to build the European business wallet on non-European solutions, because it's a sovereign asset. So we need to prepare ourselves, even if the European providers are not completely capable, perhaps, and I still need to see the evidence of that, because there's a lot of talking around. And if they cannot provide it today, the European business wallet isn't there today, let's then make a plan that they can provide that in 2 years from now, so that we are reassured that European identity, European business wallet, European health records, European customs is built upon European solutions. I think that's the reality of geopolitics.
Thank you for your perspective. And Svetlana, staying on the topic of strategic alliances, we have seen that the EU continues to build these partnerships with like-minded countries. How can the EU best leverage such partnerships to strengthen the cyber resilience without compromising autonomy?
Thank you for the question. As I said before, so having a policy on European strategic autonomy does not mean that we should, in Europe, isolate ourselves. So what we need and what we are doing is to deepen our international partnership, and because cybersecurity is a global challenge, and you cannot address it effectively if you don't and if you build capacity on your own. So what we are doing in the international area is to have structured cyber dialogues with key partners like Canada, Japan, US, UK, Republic of Korea, Brazil. So here what key points discussed in these partnerships are about cyber threat, how the cyber threat landscape is evolving, how we can address effectively the cybersecurity challenges together. We are talking a lot about security of supply chains, so how to approach this difficult topic together. We are talking about how to build capacity building, so exchange information, exchange valuable experience. So where the EU has, so we have in the EU the NIS2 directive, the NIS2 directive. We have the CRA, the Cyber Resilience Act. So these are frameworks that make us also give us a lot of expertise in the EU in the area of product security. And this is a very discussion that we also have with our international partner, how to build secure products. And this is also area where we can also explore for our industry. So how, for example, and explore further with these international partners. For example, EU has very good expertise, excellence in the area of cryptography. So these are kind of very good discussions and very good partnership that for sure will continue to build and to deepen.
Thank you. And to add the industry perspective to the discussion, Jerome, we see that cyber threats, data flow, digital supply chains are by nature cross-border. So from an operational standpoint, is the idea of European strategic autonomy compatible with this borderless nature of cybersecurity?
Yes, for sure, it's compatible, and I think it's also good to look at what is happening outside of Europe. I have clients right now. They have been invited to a meeting by the US authorities, and the topic of the meeting was very simple. We do not want to see any Chinese equipment in your network. You are providing to the United States critical services, and we do not want you to use Chinese equipment. And on the same side, if you look at what is happening in China, the message is very clear as well. You have to use the local infrastructure, the Alibaba cloud, the Tencent cloud, all the local software, and you have to give access to your network, and things will happen that the government will manage. And that's the way it is, because it's the law in the country on both sides. So I think also in Europe, we need at some point to push a little bit to make sure that what is really critical for us is still secure and is still sovereign, whatever the definition of the word is here. And at the same time, as you mentioned, Simona, the threats are really going fast from one side of the world to the other. And so I can tell you also, I have a customer, they found that they had an issue with default password being used in Canada, and 2 hours later, the same password was tested in Australia. So, you know, as soon as the attackers see something, they test it globally. So we are like in a paradox where we need to maybe close some part of the information system because they are very critical and we need to make sure that they are very close, but the attackers themselves are going fast at global level. So we need one thing, even if we close several systems, we need to keep a global visibility. And that is a big challenge, because we need to be able to monitor what is happening in every side of the world, and we need also to be able to respond quickly when you are a multinational, when you are a large company or a large organization. When something happens on one side of the world, you need to react to that. And that's really the first point, I think, it's this global visibility. And the second one is really about the ability to verify what is being said by the different suppliers, to have this verifiable trust somehow, because if we want to use other technologies, we can and we have today, but if you look at the operation in the field, really we need more tools and more maybe incentive or more, I would say, standards and international norms and things like that, to be able to verify that the technology we use is transparent enough and can be trusted.
Thank you. And another question to you, Jerome. In this globalized and interconnected environment, as you mentioned, critical infrastructure is also increasingly targeted. What are the most pressing operational vulnerabilities in your view? And how can companies reduce this operational exposure when dependence on non-EU providers might actually be unavoidable?
I would say there are many pressing points to address. I can take a few examples to showcase that. Maybe you've seen that a dam in Norway was hacked earlier in 2025. The attackers coming linked to Russia, they even themselves said that, and there has been proof of that, and the government in Norway attributed the attack to Russia. They attacked that dam, they modified the different settings, and for 4 hours water was flowing much higher level than it should. And in fact, it's not about a very precise, very complex cyber attack. It was just a password that was not the good one, and the dam was accessible remotely. And maybe you've seen also the case about the various webcams and CCTV systems that were hacked at the communication. The official communication was done in February this year. More than 10,000 cameras were being hacked by Russia as well to do some kind of monitoring or even spying of what is happening, mainly in Ukraine, Poland, Romania, and several countries. And it's the same thing. It was because it was outdated software, bad passwords, and things like that. And so I think right now, we need to work on that fundamentals. You know, we need to have that discussion about sovereignty, about building our own tech. But the first effort we need to do is at least to reach a basic level of security with what we have, if we want to avoid having big incidents. And I think NIS2, in that case, will play a very good role. For sure, that's the first part. And then we have the question of when we want to go further than that, when we want to make sure that the technology is under our control, maybe even if we don't own the technology, we can ask for many things. We can ask to have more view on how the technology is working. We can ask to have monitoring of the operation. We can ask, for instance, to have a very specific access to the data flows. I can tell you another story. It's about the buses in Norway and Denmark. Maybe you've seen that there is Norway tested a few Chinese buses that has been bought also by Denmark. And when doing the cybersecurity buses, they detected that the buses, in fact, were directly linked to the Chinese maker for what could be also good reason. It was to manage the settings on the battery panels and things like that. But it could lead to the suppliers, being based in China, to stop all the buses from working because they could shut down the battery. And so here we have maybe at some point we need to buy buses from China. I'm not a transport expert and I have no idea on that. But what we should ask and what we need to ask is that there is no one being able to access remotely our critical infrastructure. It should go through the transport operators when we ask for remote control and when we ask for things like that. So, as I said, we need to work first on the fundamentals, then we need to work on the architecture to make sure that even if we don't use the technology that we build in Europe, we are able to control and to maintain what we have. And then the first step, but I think it's the last question, is about what we need to have, at least in Europe, to for sure that to ensure our sovereignty.
Thank you. And as Jerome pointed out, we have an increasing amount of risk coming from third countries, but we also see that many critical sectors in Europe heavily depend on non-EU technologies. So maybe beyond the solutions that Jerome shared, Paul, how can the EU strengthen the cyber resilience of these critical sectors?
Yeah, Jerome already mentioned some really practical examples. I could indeed think of the same ones, like the electricity sector is becoming very dependent upon Chinese inverters, you know. In logistics and transport, there is a lot of foreign equipment. In customs also, which is quite concerning, of course. On the other hand, we say, well, you need to be really careful about this. So you need to do certification, you need to use your cybersecurity monitoring software, etc. But that may not be sufficient. You can do more. You can look at your critical suppliers. So you can, in the financial sector, for example, apply DORA and then make contractual arrangements. And as I understand it in DORA, you can even do, as a buyer, as a financial institution, inspection at the supplier. So for their security arrangements. So that could be one thing which is not fully integrated in this too. There, I think DORA takes it a bit further. So this kind of thinking about contractual on the spot, you might say, in the moment that you procure type of requirements. You could do this type of assessment like we have seen from the 5G security recommendation and like we now see in the NIS2 and which we see then even pulled further in DORA. You could also apply that to other sectors like the electricity sector, transport, logistics, customs, etc. to be consistent in that. Of course, that's to some degree a burden. But I think the longer term picture, I always kind of like to stress what are we doing right now, what can we do in the longer term so that we don't run into the same problem again. It's really industrial policy also that we need to combine. So cybersecurity today, you cannot see cybersecurity policy being decoupled from industrial policy because altogether it flies under the larger umbrella of strategic autonomy, which includes, by the way, also being competitive in the global marketplace. So I think there you also talk about it. What do you do actually with the companies that might provide these solutions, but then coming from Europe or from trusted suppliers? What do you do with them? So do we allow that an inverter business in electricity gets killed by Chinese competition? I think we do. Recently, there was a trip of a number of risk capital investors from Europe to China. And they looked at what was happening in the electricity market and the equipment that is used there, which has these kind of, potentially has these kind of cybersecurity consequences. And they concluded that the Chinese are so far ahead and moving so fast that they would not invest anymore in European companies. So these risk capital investors said, it's not worthwhile, it's a lost investment if I continue investing in European inverter companies. That's dramatic. And this is actually the story that we get also told in other areas. So we need to think ahead. You need to think ahead that in 2 years from now, 3, 5, 10 years from now, these European providers, small as they may be today, perhaps not always completely competitive, are going to be competitive in those timeframes of 2, 3, 5, 10 years, which means that you need to do industrial policy. You need to talk about it. If we support them in European research, then we're also going to buy this kind of stuff as governments or as critical infrastructure providers. If we are going to say this is really good stuff that is developed in Europe, fits with data protection, with our very good cybersecurity frameworks, then actually sell it also internationally. Bring it into your, not only trade relations, bring it into your global gateway. Tell about it. I've been in cyber capacity building exercises sponsored by the External Action Service, where we were promoting cyber capacity, cyber security approaches as they happen in Europe internationally. In Ghana, this was lots of international presence. People say, really good what is happening in Europe. That's top-class cybersecurity framing. There was not a single European company present in these meetings. So the European companies are producing this stuff and we are not selling it internationally. We are preparing the market, obviously, for someone else. China, who will roll that in. And by the way, there was a company present at those meetings, at those international meetings, which was Microsoft. So I guess they have said, thank you very much. You've prepared the ground for us. So I think we really need to do this kind of short-term, long-term thinking and integrated policy thinking.
Thank you, Paul, for highlighting even more challenges and sharing these practical examples. And Svetlana, from the EU governance angle, what mechanisms are needed to better manage these systemic dependencies, and especially in supply chains?
As Paul and Jerome already said, I mean, supply chain security is quite emerging, quite an urgent issue where we need to act. And the Commission, because of all the threats, all the risk, technical, not technical risk that we are facing in these critical supply chains, and the fact that Europe is relying very much predominantly on when it comes to ICT supply chain on third countries. So what is important is, of course, that we have seen, of course, that, and we started to act. And we started to act in 2020, and the first initiative on our side was the so-called 5G cybersecurity toolbox. So here, together with the member states, so we look very much closer to the technical, non-technical risk that these critical networks are facing. So you know that the 5G networks are actually the underlying technology that is used in our critical sectors like the health sector, the transport, also military mobility. So it is quite an important that we have a secure network here in Europe, especially in such dynamic times that we're living in. And yes, and there is already a 5 years past since this toolbox was created together with the member state, and we still see that there is a quite exposure of these networks in the member state to high-risk suppliers. So, and this, of course, it's something that is worrying. So we continue to build on the experience of the 5G. We have in the NIS2 directive also try to target more specifically the supply chain security. So there are more elaborated provisions how we should address technical issues linked to the cybersecurity, supply chains, relation between suppliers when we look into the critical entities under the scope of NIS2 directive. We have also established, together with the co-legislator, we developed this concept of the 5G because we saw that the 5G network is not the only one technology, not the only one sector that face such high cyber risks. So these risks are also we see now in the areas that my colleagues just mentioned, the transport sector, the energy. So all this needs to be addressed in a more holistic and harmonized manner. So this is we have a specific provision in the NIS2, in the new NIS2 directive, where we establish this risk assessment carried out by Member State Commission and our Cybersecurity Agency to look into concrete ICT supply chain for the different sector and not only in the telecommunication area. So, and here and now in the context of the Cybersecurity Act revision, we also look further to this issue and see how we can enhance even further, how we can really tackle all these challenges that we see in the different sectors and have a comprehensive and holistic approach towards the ICT supply chain. But what is also important, and it was already mentioned by Paul, is not only enough to have the right regulatory approach on that. What is important is also to have the right industrial policy and to give your industry the possibility to build solutions so that we have the capacity here in Europe to produce our own ICT components, ICT equipment that can be used in our very critical infrastructure. I think this is, maybe I will finish here, but equally important element, I would say, in our fight against the risk in the ICT supply chains.
Thank you, Svetlana. And on the same topic, going back to Jerome, as sovereignty increasingly depends on concrete industrial and technological capacities, what key industrial capabilities must Europe urgently build to ensure cyber sovereignty?
That's a really broad question, for sure. And I think we need to focus on, I'm not sure the mic is working, I will take this one. Battery seems to be dead. Yeah, as I said, it's a very broad question, and we need to have to see that first to focus on what brings the most leverage regarding the investment, and I think we need also to think by different level, and I think at the ring zero, what I would say, what is really critical, is first our capability to assess the trust level of what we are buying. Because at some point we will have to buy something outside. And it seems to be an easy question. Okay, I buy equipments and I check the equipments. It's a very complex topic. Because now when you buy something, there is software in it. And this software comes with updates. So it's a constant verification that you need to do. It's not only when you buy it. And more, and that was one of my questions this morning, when you integrate AI into that, which is by definition for some kind of AI, as Hamal from SAP precised it, it's black box, some are gray box, some are white box. So we need, I think, urgently to be able to invest on this methodology, these capabilities, these labs that are able to assess the trust level in the various technology we buy. Second tech in, for me, the ring zero, as I call it, is encryption. You know, there is the quantum computer coming, and there is a risk on having our encryption, the one we use on a daily basis, being broken by that computer. So we need to renew encryption and to regain trust in encryption today. But to do that, we also need at some point maybe to have our own technology that will do this encryption, because encryption is really a key, fundamental, a keystone for digital trust. You need to be able to speak in a secret way with all your partners. Otherwise, if you are being spied by everyone, you do not have any secret anymore. So encryption, so trust level encryption. And the last one I would say that is really critical is detection. We need to be able to attribute attacks to the people doing it, whether it's cyber criminals, that's one point, but also state-sponsored actors, to put them in front of their responsibilities. And we need to really manage this capability of detections, because otherwise actors would be able to attack us and without us knowing it. So that's really about trust level, encryption, detection. And I think that's really the core of the three techs we need to be really sovereign on. And then if we go to the ring one, I think there are two keystones as well that we need. These are much complex to acquire. It's the basic cloud, sovereign cloud capabilities to be able to run compute and all the IT activity related to cloud, and also basic and AI models to ensure that for the future cybersecurity will be, our cybersecurity in Europe will be boosted by AI. As it has been discussed this morning, the attackers, they are already using AI. It's going faster and faster. If you look at 2030, we won't be able to do cybersecurity without AI and without going at the speed of AI in real time. So we need these fundamental blocks I mentioned. We need to go one step further, and that one step is the hard one, the cloud and the AI. And I think we should, as it has been discussed also a bit this morning, maybe not try to get the whole stack with everything, because otherwise we are going to run for years and never reach the target. But we need to define a clear path for cloud and AI, especially on cyber, on the capabilities we want to have to make sure that we stay in control.
And Paul, you probably might agree with the priorities mentioned by Jérôme, but could you give us a couple of examples of the technologies that can reduce dependencies in the long term?
Yeah, I do agree with you, Jérôme, also that we need to focus. So two areas that are promising, I would say, where we can certainly focus on, but where we can do more work, also with the policy instruments that we have. One of that would be cyber crossing with dual use, so civil, military, and cyber, because there will be a lot of spillover. There is, of course, a lot of money available, but what exactly do we want to develop there, and where is the command and control part in that? I think in particular to focus on that. But the other one to very briefly mention, where I do have a bit of a worry also, we are really good in quantum technologies in Europe, and I'm not talking necessarily about quantum computing only, but also about quantum crypto, quantum key distribution, and also in particular about quantum sensing, which are areas that are already commercial. You can buy quantum sensors and quantum key distribution equipment, in particular from China, by the way, developed with the help of European research. So in this area, there's a lot more happening in terms of investment. Is also linked, by the way, to dual use, will be a key component in the stack. And the European Commission has said we will come forward with a Quantum Act that will boost this. The Quantum Act is, according to the Commission's proposal, based upon two legal bases. One is industrial policy and the other is research and development. And then I'm wondering, why are you not using the internal market? Article 114. A quantum internal market, because if we develop quantum sensitive equipment, quantum sensors, for example, or quantum key distribution equipment. Someone asked a question about national security. This is close to national security. So you can already see what is happening. National security will say, I need to certify that for my country. And I don't trust if it is certified in another country. So that, of course, is breaking the internal market. And we can see it happening. We have seen it happening, Svetlana knows well, in the field of cybersecurity at the time. Now it's more of an internal market in cybersecurity, but still, certification across the internal market is a challenge. For sure, this will also come in quantum technology. So I would say quantum, from a security perspective, needs to have also an internal market dimension. And we can do it. We know how to do it. And we can do it today. So I would base the Quantum Act also on Article 114.
Thank you. Svetlana, finally, emerging technologies, AI, quantum, as Paul mentioned, are increasingly shaping the cybersecurity landscape. Which of these technologies are of critical importance for Europe's strategic autonomy?
Thank you. So, I have to say that maybe before just starting to answer the question, I also very much agree with Paul on dual use of technology and that we should do more there. And to have bigger synergies when funding initiative because this technology that we are developing in cybersecurity, they are important for the civilian but also for the military sector. And then on the new technology, so of course very important is and a key priority for the Commission is to invest in AI, in the development of AI. So so the race has already started, and what the Commission is trying to do now with the new initiatives such as AI Continent Action Plan. Is of course to bring Europe a new power and is aiming to make Europe a global leader in AI. So these are the objectives because this initiative, and for that what the Commission is proposing is the AI. So we have the AI factories that will give a lot of opportunities to research, to our startup and businesses to develop cutting-edge AI models. And the upcoming AI Gigafactory, of course, they will also be of crucial importance. Of course, what we are looking from a cybersecurity point of view is the use of the AI also for cybersecurity purposes. So it was mentioned today in the morning. What the Commission is looking in is the funding initiatives are in the area of generative AI. So we are heavily investing in generative AI solution for cybersecurity under the Horizon program for cyber, and also under the Digital Europe program for the deployment of these concrete tools. So the AI tools for cybersecurity are actually at the heart of the European cybersecurity alert system. So this is an initiative that was adopted under the Cyber Solidarity Act. Basically, this will be a pan-European network of cyber hubs, which will be empowered by these AI solutions to have this very state-of-the-art cyber threat detection capabilities across the EU and increase our overall cybersecurity resilience. So AI, as I said, very much at the heart of our key priority, and will continue to be a key priority for the Commission. And of course, then the next technology is the quantum computing mentioned by Paul. So quantum computing is the area where Europe has already the research excellence in the area. So now what is important is also to make it to the real market, so to have a real market applications here in Europe. So this is the next challenge for the European Union, and we have recently the strategy, the quantum strategy proposed this year, and I take note, Paul, for your proposal for the future Quantum Act to be based on Article 114. I will give this further to my colleagues in Directorate C. So in any case, what I want to say is that the quantum technology, of course, it's very, very pertinent and relevant for the digital autonomy of the EU. So what this technology can offer secure communication, ultra secure communication, that of course it's important especially in geopolitical times like we are living in. What is also important is, so the quantum technology is not only, it's also very similar like to the AI, is also posing challenges to the cybersecurity. And this is why, because it can break, so the quantum technology can break our current algorithm, cryptographic algorithm. And that's why we are also investing a lot in post-quantum encryption. So many projects, again, under the Horizon Europe program and also under the Digital Europe program, we're investing in developing post-quantum encryption. And yes, so this will continue to be in the next year. Those will be the key technology where we will be looking at, and we'll continue to invest to make Europe a leader in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Many thanks to our panelists for sharing these insights. And now we have some time to bring the audience into the conversation. Do we have any questions or reflections? Yes. Over there on the left. If you could please share your name and organization as well.
Yes. Is it on? Yeah. Thank you. My name is Emin Hüseyinov. I'm from a company in Geneva, Switzerland. It's called Token2. We are producing FIDO keys. And it's not a question, it's more a feedback about the autonomy. Just for you to be aware, there are areas where autonomy is technically possible, but let me give an example. We're sourcing security chips, and some of them are being produced in Europe, but they don't sell it to us because they move to automotive industry and they simply need bigger clients, whereas we are stuck with basically no chips that they can supply to us. So in the end, we are still going to China because China has bigger, larger capacity. So it's not about organizing the production. It exists, although some of the chips are less secure than the Chinese ones, but it exists. We can source it from Europe. But we are, in this example, we're in a situation where we are forced by the market to go and source it from China. And the decision makers are listening to events like this where people are saying, well, supply chain is important. We prefer not to buy from US. We prefer not to buy from China. But then we can't buy in Europe because they don't sell it to us. Just a feedback. Thank you.
I suggest we collect a few more questions. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi. Does it work? Yeah. Christian from European Cybersecurity Organization. Maybe the other side of the coin of one question you were asked, what pieces of the technological stack we can buy from other parties? And you made me think of the military sector as a parallel. It would be kind of crazy to think that you produce everything locally. If it comes down to the screws, you can buy them from somewhere else. Which pieces, if you're talking about digital sovereignty, which pieces are okay to get from other countries?
I can take this one, yeah. There are no black or white answer to that question, you know. It's a story of risk analysis. And while you're designing a system, you have to implement security by design. And when you do that, you start looking about who is using my system, what is the criticality of that system, and what kind of risk I'm ready to take. And then you decide. And for sure, in the military sector, the risk analysis is not the same than in the consumer sector, and you adapt to that. I think that's the main question. And after you look at the reality of the market, like the gentleman was just saying before, and that's where it's beginning to be hard, because sometimes you want something but you cannot have it, and then you have to make compromise and to plan that in the roadmap to have a better approach for the next version, for instance. So it's really cyclical. You need to do that every time you redesign a system, I would say.
Perhaps adding a little bit to that, and I agree with you, Jerome, also combining the two, the comment and the question. So there are certainly things that you can buy today. Of course, parts of the stack hardware security modules you can buy in Europe today. That's one component. But what about the next generation? And that's the other comment. Is the market large enough so that you can produce that next generation also cost efficiently in Europe? And again, that's a piece of industrial policy. Market, say, demand aggregation, for example, and ensuring that there's enough of a market. The other thing is facts. You know, there's a lot of talk around this whole area of sovereignty and strategic autonomy. Everybody labels their stuff with sovereign. We need to have the facts. What are we actually talking about? What is really needed as, for example, functionality that you cannot get anywhere else? Think back of the example that I said about the .nl, the domain name system. When they looked at it properly, it wasn't necessary to buy everything from Amazon. There was perhaps a piece of functionality that they needed. And then you can focus on that part. Is it that perhaps more limited part that you cannot buy in Europe? Why is that? And what could you do in order to improve that? And then I'm not saying that you need to buy everything in Europe. I think it's actually good that we have an open global market economy, but we don't have an open global market economy if sovereignty comes into play. So you can perfectly well also work with international partners. And I think Svetlana gave a number of examples of countries that we are doing. You mentioned Japan, Canada, South Korea, etc. I am not sure that I would have included the US in that list at this moment in time, but there are enough others that are also really great in technology cooperation where we can also buy from. And that's a mutual benefit. So there's no threat to sovereignty, and it's a win-win from an economic perspective. But okay, this is all kind of a bit longer term thinking, of course. That's not an immediate answer. If I want to buy today something, in a few days' time, there will be an event organized by the Digital SME Alliance, where there will also be a catalog revealed of European solutions. So people can also go to places if they want to get more information about solutions that you can buy in Europe.
Thank you, Paul. I don't think, do we have more questions? I think maybe we have time for one more.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Alessandra Chirico from Chirico Consulting. First of all, many thanks for sharing your consideration on such a sensitive topic. Each of you virtually named trust as an essential element really to strengthen strategic autonomy. And how would you suggest really to build and strengthen trust within the ecosystem, considering the private sector on the one side and the public sector on the other side, and hopefully partnership between the two? Thanks.
Who would like to take this question? Sure.
I can, part of it maybe. Defining trust is very complex, especially if you want to define trust, you also need to have transparency. And so you need open standards where you can, evaluate the technologies. And when I said the technology is going from the bottom with the hardware up to the software, and that requires standards. We were talking a bit about ISO certification, that one part of the discussion. And also you need to have the skills. And I think that's something we just touched lightly this morning, because if you want to be able to evaluate at the right level the technology, you need to have people that really understand them and that are able to go in depth on how it works. So I think it's a combination of looking at basic criteria on who is building what is the supply chain process, how things are being assembled and things like that. then how the technology is made itself, what are the components, how they work, and how we can audit the software, audit the hardware. And to do that, we need to have these standards where we can say, okay, that we trust, that we don't, and that's a big question. It's the EU CS discussion at European level is a big discussion that has been going for years on what are the criteria of something we trust, we don't trust. It's a complex situation. And underlying that, I think we need the skills at every steps I mentioned. And that's something that we have in Europe, I think. We know we have all these researchers, the good universities and schools, and we need to continue pushing on that because I think that's really the core of the digital sovereignty is the ability to understand and to evaluate these different components.
Maybe just to add, Jerome already mentioned, but certification, of course, is an important element in building such trust between the private and public sectors. So, and this is one of main pillar of our CSA revision. So we have learned from what were the obstacles, what were the difficulties in the implementation of the current Cybersecurity Act and the implementation of the Cybersecurity certification framework. And now we are about to change it and to make it work and to be really used in providing solution, in providing trust of cybersecurity of products used in our critical supply chains.
Thank you. And to conclude the discussion, maybe just in a couple of words, since we are, I think, 2 minutes over time, to achieve long-term strategic autonomy in cybersecurity, which trade-offs should the EU prioritize? I know it's a hard question.
Do we have 2 hours?
Maybe one of you, not necessarily all of you.
Yeah, one of the trade-offs is, of course, between today and tomorrow. So I would say you need to have business continuity today, so you will know in a number of cases you will have no other choice. You look at that, but you prepare for tomorrow. As one of political scientists also said, like you hope for a better future in a certain sense, but you start as a realist. That means that if you have contracts, you look into can you switch? If you need to have a better solution, work with those providers. You mentioned public-private partnerships. Work with the private sector in order that you get a better solution tomorrow. So I know it's difficult because companies will say, but that's not my business to, if I buy this cloud service and I just want to have it, okay, I can put it in the contract conditions that there's interoperability and switching possibility, no login. But why would I work with a European cloud provider? Yeah, I think if you think a bit more longer term, yes, set up that partnership with the European cloud provider so that you get the better solution tomorrow.
I think one of the trade-off is that we won't be able to have a complete digital sovereignty. Even if we look in 10 years' time, 15 years' time, it's not going to happen. The economy is too much interconnected, the technology is too much spread over, and I don't even think it would be a good idea to try to rebuild everything. So I think the trade-off is we need to accept that, but we need to make sure that we know where we really want to be sovereign, and to also think about isolating this system, having our own technology, having our own experts in these different fields, and then use the technology coming from all over the world, but being able to validate them, to know how to trust them, to build, I would say, an hybrid sovereign world to make sure that we are able to follow also the economical development that all these technology are enable all of our companies in Europe.
Actually, what I would say is also going a bit to the direction of Jerome. So we can do our best, but we can still will be things that we'll have to tackle and will never be perfect. So that I can agree. But what we have to focus is really what we have, and I think this is a lot. So we have excellent research organization, institutions. We have a lot of our European industry, we have to invest more, we have to build more our cybersecurity workforce. So doing the best of what we have now and improving this constantly. And for sure, this will bring us much further and bring us closer to the strategic autonomy that we are aiming at.
Thank you. I think we can conclude. Thank you, everyone, to the speakers and the audience as well. And I'm happy to give the floor back to Lorenzo.
Okay, now we have the coffee break, 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene for the second session of the morning on does the West still exist? So come back on time. The coffee break is downstairs.
Hi, hello, how are you? Manon is not coming, but Benedetta didn't answer either. I emailed her again and I sent you a message, but you didn't see your Teams. So is she coming? I don't know. Yeah. And that's why I put two other speakers, but I can catch them now and just give them a lowdown. If I can recognize them. If not, it's just before the panel. I have a set of questions, so we can just start the
Sure,
panel.
sure. Yeah, okay. Okay.
But just like, I'm not sure how many people we are going to be. Sorry.
No, I just got this message from the assistant.
Then, then she's
Therefore,
not coming.
Yeah, exactly.
Benedetta?
Benedetta, she didn't say anything. I suppose
She's coming.
but she's not here.
She's not here yet.
I don't know her in person.
Okay,
So,
then I'll improvise.
okay,
She's not here. She can come up next.
okay.
I'll go get my printouts.
Thank you. Work on your side as well.
Hi, Lorenzo. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Bella. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's, I mean, I spoke to Luca, she's like, I'm gone. I'm out. I will leave Japan. I will switch off. Like, I'm not going to miss it. I guess that's the only way to do it. It's like, travel across the world, do a hiking in Mongolia or something. It's like, go find it. Did it? I think it's best for you. Yeah. You need to be taken out of it. For good and for bad, now you have to stick this last time. So it's more Oh, she's like, yeah, you just need director. Yeah. Same with the internal debates of August and yeah, so Germany said and Italy as well, so like of course, I think again there are also quite a few of us other member states who are more emphasizing the horizontal aspects of institutions. So there I think you have a lot of I think it's also challenging. But that no answer to all the questions. So yeah, it's really that kind of level like so she's really trying to dominate. That's crazy. But she really managed to somehow like just keep it going around. 2 years here, 2 years there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I took already a lot of time. We will write you formally with my of course.
GDPR is clearly So, but again, they need another tool to further simplify and change
tiny in a sense like yeah, because ultimately, of course, the organization in core and its origin is supposed to be like less dynamic than just less so it's best
Yes, and that is also, of course, changing the way we work, and then having good that is here because already we're trying to, and now we're already changing and proposing
I really like that.
Please do, go ahead. I've heard of it. I haven't been there. But they're not just going to blindly
I want to buy this stuff.
So they're interested. Yeah, I am. You are leading the competition. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, also wanted to.
Okay, let's reconvene and let's start the session 2. They will be chaired by Serena Ergenek, Research Fellow at CEPS. Serena, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. We are ready to move on to our next panel. If you could be seated, thank you. Okay, I think we can start. Let me start with introducing myself. I am Ceren Ergenç, a research fellow at the Foreign Policy Unit here at CEPS. I'm not a cybersecurity person, full disclosure. My background is in Chinese and Asian politics, and here I'm doing EU-Asia relations. And we have a project on EU-Asia digital partnerships, so I am very excited to learn from our panel and from the audience as well. And before further ado, I'm going to invite our speakers, and then we're going to start this panel, which is the perfect follow-up of the previous panel on strategic autonomy. Now that we have established that strategic autonomy is only possible with global partnerships, then the next question is, who are they and how are we going to establish these partnerships? And we have the representatives from the business and civil society. We don't have the EU representation on the panel, unfortunately, and I think it seems we don't have NATO representation either. So even more room for the civil society and business, even better. So please, I'm going to first invite Ms. Merle Meagrave, and she's the program director of cybersecurity in Estonia's e-governance academy and non-profit organization. And she has a background in the private sector as well as the EU Agency for Cybersecurity and NATO. So maybe you can also bring the NATO perspective in there too. And next, I will invite Edoardo Giglio. He's a partner at Deloitte in Italy, leading the cyber strategy capability. And his background is in British law enforcement. So again, we hope to have multiple perspectives from this panel. Thank you. Yes, that will be great. So again, as I said, think of this panel as a follow-up to the previous one from strategic autonomy, how to realize strategic autonomy through global partnerships. It's Europe's time to take global partnerships seriously and invest in them through specific mechanisms, and also, well, maybe one step before that, to decide who these partners might be. So I'm actually going to start with this first question. If you agree with this statement that we do need global partnerships, whom they should be, why, and how we can materialize these partnerships beyond the strategy documents we publish. Thank you. Would you like to start first?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Good to be here. Indeed, I am Merle Meagrave, coming from Estonia, from the non-governmental organization called the E-Governance Academy, where I lead the cybersecurity programs. I do have the privilege of having seen cybersecurity from different perspectives, all from the strategic angle previously for a number of years, from the government perspective, and a little bit also, indeed, as you mentioned, from the international NATO perspective. And extremely humbled. I mean, I think the keynote speakers particularly did a very good job in laying out the threat perspective, which very well answers the questions, why should we care about all of this? I can only echo that indeed in the cybersecurity threat landscape, the way I see it from Estonia, from one angle there are malicious activities, including from the Chinese actors trying to steal the intellectual property and conducting political espionage. And we also see in parallel various Russian actions that have become a persistent feature in Europe, undermining our security and stability. Ever since late 2023, there are a number of various commercial vessels traveling to or from Russian ports that have been suspected in damaging seabed data cables, electricity cables, or gas pipelines in the Baltic Sea. So that's very close home, a clear concern for a number of Baltic Sea state countries. And more widely throughout Central and Northern Europe, there have been an increase in various malicious cyber intrusions, but also arson, physical attacks, electronic interference with our communication systems, as well as acts of different sabotage targeting our critical infrastructure, and of course the drones, the malicious unidentified drone flights across our airports and military bases, which interrupt the civil and military life of ours. So in light of all that, who are the necessary partners, and does the West still exist? I would make 3 points, speaking from experience, and I would claim that the West definitely does exist, illustrating by 3 points. So first, from the partnership that I see is the partnership with non-governmental actors like ourselves that are implementing actors of various capacity building projects. There is this EU capacity building in development regions that definitely makes a difference and underlines that EU is an actor in the cybersecurity policy and hybrid development. In my current role as at the E-Governance Academy, where I lead in person a number of different capacity building projects, I do have a first-hand experience of this positive impact that EU investments have brought in the cyber capacity building in its near neighborhood. For example, the European Peace Facility project that we conducted in Ukraine between 2022 and 24, helping to set up a cyber range for the armed forces of Ukraine that helped them and enhanced their real-time training and cyber exercise capacities. Similarly, the European Rapid Response in the Western Balkans has enabled the establishment of a governmental security operations center in Montenegro. I think it was formally opened in October last year, that didn't exist before and now does, and is in real terms monitoring, preventing, detecting, and investigating cyber incidents and cyber threats. So this capacity building in real terms makes a difference. Another example, I think, is this cooperation between allies. And I see that happening at the NATO Cyber Center of Excellence in Estonia. As the former director of the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence, I know, again, from first-hand experience of these practical exercises, technical cyber defense exercises like locked shields or crossed swords, which take the pride of being the world's largest live-fire cybersecurity exercises, where allies form teams and in practical matters focus on realistic scenarios, cutting-edge technologies, and test in reporting incidents jointly, in executing strategic decisions, in solving forensic problem sets, trying to attribute technically the attacks, as well as dealing with legal challenges and media challenges. So these exercises have been happening ever since 2010 and 14, so they are annual and it works in practical terms. And maybe the third example that I have first-hand experience of is of the global tech firms supporting the democratic stability. Google was here, talked about its work earlier. We've got experience of working with Microsoft when we assisted with the North Macedonian parliamentary elections in spring 2024, but that's just one example that I know from first-hand experience. I don't want to take it out of the context. I think it represents a larger trend there that some of these global tech firms offer to make the elections more resilient, because clearly electoral processes involve a level of technology and are incredibly important for the stability of our democracy. So providing access to the North Macedonian team, to Microsoft security and support teams, and offering them Microsoft Account Guard that provides advanced threat detection to political campaigns, election officials, where some of these items that offered this concrete support in a needy time. So summing up here through these three sets of partnerships, I think, which ultimately illustrate that in order to be ready for the future, no one can do it alone. It is countries joining together in global partnerships and also partnership with the industry. So I stop here and let's discuss this further.
Right, well, not by design, but is it working? Not by design, but I disagree with the premise. Does the West still exist? I don't think in how we've conceived it up to now, it does still exist in the sense of a monolithic block. However, I do agree with you on the importance of partnerships, and I'll talk more about in the next few comments. But maybe just to start applying some filters, just to try and understand my viewpoint, and also based on experience in supporting various governments, there are still some policies and policy leaders and political leaders that are struggling with the reality of the West not being what it was from the post-war. Because the premise from the post-war till very recently was the fact that the West has a monopoly on scientific expertise and has a monopoly on industrial-based capability, which is something that today is not the case. If we look at China, for instance, as being able to produce almost twice the output of PhD stems of US and the EU combined, that's a very sobering statistic and a very sobering fact. And on top of that, the fact that we set up the whole of the Western infrastructure based on, for the history buffs amongst you, on the ashes of what was Operation Paperclip. If you go and look at Project 63, National US Archives, I believe it's collection 263, it talks about the legacy paperclip program, Project 63, in which, quite ironically, in a twist of fate, the US was trying to pressure NATO to regulate the technology and science capacity building and technology programs in Europe, in the absence of course, what will have been the ECSC, EEC, and then the EU. That world doesn't exist any longer, although it's quite ironic that the US, that in many instances is critical of the EU overregulation, was one of the first ones to propose it back in the day. The other aspect, of course, is that talent is multipolar and it doesn't belong to nation states anymore. Nation states don't have the monopoly on laboratories, they don't have the monopoly on research. And I think this tension has been clear in the first couple of panels and very interesting conversations that have been had up until now. If you look at another statistic, South Korea has almost tripled the scientific journal and scientific paper output of Western countries. Another sobering perspective to keep in mind. Japan still leads the way in science materials, and then of course we have Taiwan as the semiconductor beating heart of the world. So that means that Western monolithic perception is no longer geographically placed where we traditionally think it is. It's dispersed, and hence the reason why we need to look at wider partnerships and have a wider perception and conception of what the West actually is. The second point is internal and structural. So we have, if we think about the West in three macro areas, we have US, of course, part of NATO, but US, we have the EU, and then you have NATO, each one with different roles, responsibilities, and tensions. You have the US, which has fused essentially their national security with technology, military-industrial complex. We've all read about that. We have the EU that has had and still has as one of its guiding aspects that of being the regulatory power of the world. I think that in many instances it receives a lot of flack for this. There is a lot to be said about the digital sovereignty or the sovereignty that derives from regulating, especially some of these new technologies, although you can't regulate your way out of challenges and issues. History has demonstrated that. And then, of course, you have NATO, whose main prerogative, and it's a pity our colleagues from NATO aren't here to give their perspective on this, that are in the middle trying to create an interoperability system within high geopolitical tensions. So by that lens as well, it is quite difficult to fit the concept of does a Western exist in the way that we've always thought of it as. But the fact that the West is fragmented, at least conceptually, it doesn't mean that it's lacking in a unified vision or objective, because increasing faster than this perceived fragmentation is the interdependence, and it's the interdependence of technologies, which the panelists before us have clearly outlined, and its independence, which highlights aspects including semiconductors, which I just touched upon. Of course, Europe has its own ASML just across the border, which leads the way on lithography for semiconductors. We have dependence, 95% of undersea cables, in which we all depend on, is run through privately operated systems, and I know there'll be later on a panel specifically discussing on underwater protection. You have, of course, the AI and cloud, your hyperscalers, which of course are I would argue, a beating heart of today's defense, but also beating heart of today's nation states because of the critical infrastructure that they provide. And so this brings me really to the third aspect, which is that technology companies in themselves have become in many ways sovereign or sovereign-like, which is another reason why I don't think you can look at the West in the way we've always perceived it to exist. We have created ambassadorial positions, tech ambassadors. Essentially, you're elevating companies to a nation-state diplomatic level. The EU itself has established offices in San Francisco for the very same reason. The US has, in an incredible historical event, created colonels out of tech executives with no direct experience in military, or without having risen through the ranks or having gone to any sort of military academy. Starlink in the Ukraine, first time in history that a private company has been able to, or a person within a private company has been able to unilaterally decide the fate of an operation, specifically referring to when Elon Musk decided to switch off the comm systems to prevent Ukraine from intervening in Crimea. So for these three macro reasons and the various examples I've provided, I put it to you all as a point of discussion, of course, that does the West exist? Not in the traditional sense. It requires requires a revision of what we perceive as the West. It's more along the lines, I believe, and in the experience from assisting ministries of defense across the geographies, but also private defense companies. Interoperability is more an interconnectivity and the criticality of those interoperability capabilities, the fact that unifies the new West. And then, of course, I haven't touched upon the wider non-Western partners from a geographical perspective, of course, that have to be part of the game. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'll actually follow up from there. These two interventions provided ground for further inquiries about global partnerships. So let me follow up on your point um, about the fragmentation within the West. The coexistence of unification and fragmentation, let's say. So I want to add one more layer to that and ask you about maybe fragmentation is a strong word for that, but diversity, let's say, within Europe. Um, when it comes to cybersecurity and industrial policy partners. You, for example, merely identified Russia and China as threats. Um, but there are countries, member states, who do not necessarily see, maybe not Russia, but China as that much of a threat when it comes to industrial policy, for example. So how do we create the political will for either continuing our Western alliances, the Euro-Atlantic alliance, both in cybersecurity and digital industrial policy, or if we are going to double the risk, let's say, from both China and the US, how are we going to move on to other partners, either in Asia, like Japan and Korea, you both mentioned, or Canada, Australia, maybe Brazil, as mentioned in the previous one. So how to create the political will and the business buy-in as well, because business has questions too. Thank you.
Well, these are big questions. I don't know if I have the solution to all of it. And on the business side, maybe you can come in as well. But creation of the political will definitely is important in an attempt to tackle these cyber threats and hybrid threats more generally, because it's clear that the technological solutions are not really sufficient. You need political unity, clear mandate of institutions, and investment in capacity building, definitely to tackle this. Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, as was reinforced by the keynote speakers, that security decisions are the prerogatives of each member state themselves. But I would just maybe here call out the fact that, I mean, we are today, everybody who follows the news, these are very, very tense times, and there are some key decisions to be made on the future that regard the future of our security solutions in Europe. And it's not easy. Yes, there is this question of how EU members come to a joint decision. There are also clear transatlantic tensions. And thus, there is this question that if these decisions about security that are to be taken here in Europe, if they are chosen to be taken outside the format of EU or NATO, and if they are growingly being tackled at the formats of the coalition of the willings, I can say that from the perspective of small countries like Estonia, but I'm sure that Estonia is not alone among the EU members here, there is a concern of how you guarantee a table, how you guarantee a seat at the table of where these decisions are being made. And we know it from first-hand experience that if you're not at the table, you risk of being at the menu. So having a seat at the table is really crucial here. And Well, I can share my perspective that the decisions that are made currently vis-à-vis Russia and Ukraine clearly have an impact on the future of the security of Europe. And the fact that they should be led by the principles of territorial sovereignty and territorial integrity are important for EU member states, like Denmark, for example, just as they are for EU partners like Ukraine. And I think this is a concern that many of the smaller EU member states share. And I just hope that there is a capacity to come together at the EU level to come to a political unity or find political will to form a position on this. I don't have any further recipe in this.
I think I might start answering that with an example, just a really pragmatic example. So I interviewed a DARPA scientist last year, and I asked him, so what was it that rendered DARPA, and why there's so many, the myriad of successes it's had? Was it a top-down political will, or was it embedded in the institution itself when it was created? Or was it just happenstance? And he gave an example of an autonomous robot system. So this was in 2006. He was operating there on his 8-year project manager cycle in DARPA. They only do eight-year cycles and have to go to new pastures. And he was head of the robotics division. And the mandate that he had was simply to create a robotic system to save lives in Afghanistan. So out he went, brainstormed, came back, and he thought, brilliant idea. We've created these little group of robots that can go in rooms. The main issue was urban setting, lots of casualties derived from urban settings, and away we go. The robots can go in, they can eliminate the threat, and away we go. Came back, deployed to the field, and soldiers hated it. They just wouldn't use it. And instead, they repurposed it for something completely different, which was EOD clearance in caves near Tora Bora. And that became apparently a widely successful program that went above and beyond all expectations. And only after it became successful did the US DoD policy makers decide to create a whole program around it, and which eventually came to today's autonomous weapon systems, of which paradoxically Anduril and some of the other private sector companies are now the beneficiaries from a monetary perspective. So long-winded way of saying that top-down policy, I don't know if any single person or any single organization has the wherewithal to be able to have the strategic foresight and the ability to calculate all the variables to create a policy or a strategy which can be cascaded down effectively and in this case essentially coalesce EU and NATO and all the other partners into one monolithic block. I'm skeptical of that, and I think looking at pragmatic examples on last year when I was here, I was talking about innovation ecosystems. That's a perfect example. I don't think you can mandate or will something like that to happen. There are processes and procedures and ecosystems blueprints that you can put in place, but you kind of need to calibrate it as you go and have, however, some key premises. So one of these, talking about the EU, and you mentioned innovation within the EU. The Draghi report was very scolding of the EU on that front, right? Duplication of efforts, duplication of investments, duplication would be even a diplomatic and generous way of mentioning it, because in some instances you have quintuplication, decuplication of investments on same technologies across same member states in Europe. You know, we have 150 plus investment values in Europe. I don't know if any single person here knows the difference between each one of these and why we have 150 of them. I don't think even some experts. we would find it hard. So to me, the beginning of all of this thought process would be first to understand what we have in common. What we have in common is criticality of shared services and shared capabilities. And then from a generic perspective, when we look at specifics of Ukraine and other conflict zones, we also have the added layer of a new modern warfare that we have to try and adapt to, which is multi-domain operation, which means that every single asset is interconnected. It means that cybersecurity is the lymph node that connects all of them. So that means that that should be perhaps a starting point. Without that, you can't achieve strategic advantage on the modern battlefield, amongst many others. Amongst dual-use technologies that we mentioned in the previous panel, or COTS, commercial off-the-shelf systems, which are not new. I mean, commercial off-the-shelf was invented by Israel in the 1970s when they went into the US. They shopped around for the very first toy radio-controlled aircraft and decided that because they didn't have enough money, it would be a great idea to use them as surveillance drones in Israel in the 70s. The CIA then took it on board and created the program that we see today. But what I'm trying to get to is, with these examples, is they didn't know where they were going, but the premise of what the core problem was clear. And I don't think, based on what I have seen, that many have a clear idea of the current shifting waves that we have, and the push and pull that we have between organizations such as US, NATO, and EU. And I completely agree with you. There is a very perceptible tension within that, and then also there's a tension that I've perceived here in the first exchanges that you've had with your panel members, when there was tension pertaining to EU being too over-regulatory, and the tensions pertaining to how much power do private companies have. It's perceptible. I mean, you can perceive it even amongst us. So I completely agree with you on that point. So haven't given you any sort of realistic answer, just presented just another filter and another set of problems. But to get to, I think, at least an understanding of where we want to go, we need to know exactly what the problem is, and at least identify one or two key areas that we know for sure are certain. And I put it to you all. One of these for sure is interconnectivity. I think that's obvious for everyone, not just a soundbite, it's obvious. And the second is that we are in aside from a geopolitical tension, from a conflict perspective, we're also witnessing the rise of talent geopolitics. And we talk about brain drains, we talk about us not producing enough PhDs or PhDs leaving, etc. Well, that's talent geopolitics, because it's no longer relegated to a nation state. Any company in the world can call upon experts.
I actually quite like how you describe the situation, the flexibility and making use of turning the shifting waves into advantages. But still, in order to protect the relatively disadvantaged, the small states, for example, can we put a bit more institutions or mechanisms in it? If you identify potential partners, for example, whom would you go for, and why? Like Asian partners are a viable alternative to what we have, or should we go with our traditional allies?
Well, as I said before, I would not throw out the formats that work, NATO and EU, ultimately. I mean, there are surely many vices, but for better or worse, they function. So we shouldn't cast them aside, because there are dangers for just looking for these ad hoc coalitions of the willing. while I very much agree with you earlier when discussing the Asia partners about the limitations to the geographical definition of the West, and actually, when discussing this, even instinctively, I must admit that when discussing this concept in cyber, I'm thinking more of the like-minded states that definitely does not bound West by any geography. NATO CCD COE membership itself is a good example because besides NATO member states, it includes countries like Australia, Japan, South Korea, very naturally for over half a dozen of years already. So it's very natural in that regards. And if I were to draw a line somewhere, then I would, in that sense, like have the like-minded countries in one side and others on the other. Whereas, having said that, I think there are many countries out there, partner nations, that in some of these politically sensitive and loaded discussions on cyber diplomacy and the application of international law and how international law applies, and the fact that appointing tech ambassadors and cyber ambassadors, they are not active in that field, not because they've made up their mind not to be among the like-minded, but because they don't know. They haven't really thought about it yet. And I think there is a room for building capacity and awareness of in many different regions. Central Asia comes to mind, where we work currently, for example, where there's a possibility to actually explain and for Europe to make a difference still.
Yeah, so for sure, Asia, I mean, South Korea we mentioned, Japan, aside from cyber and defense sector, there's the triad now of UK, Italy, and Japan for next-gen fighters. So we're really seeing some of that cooperation. We're seeing inclusion of India as well in NATO talks, etc. So absolutely agree with you. It's more of a to relaunch a phrase, a coalition of the willing, rather than a nation state geographic area. From a pragmatic perspective, just because I want to leave just a little bit of pragmatism, because it's all and well describing filters and historical facts and interesting bits of statistics. If we look at how the aviation world was pre-establishment of ICAO, I mean, it kind of resembled in many ways the current cyber state, in which almost every country decided how long a runway would be, the standards that the pilots would have to be trained at, safety measures, etc. ICAO now has standardization of just about every aspect you can think of. All runways, regardless of where you land, are all the same. Pilots speaking the same language. The pilot levels of training are the same. Investigations, if there's an incident, it gets reported. Annex 13 of the ICAO. So why am I mentioning ICAO aviation? It's because it was a sector that everyone needed. If you weren't in aviation, had aviation capability, you were out. I put it to all of us that maybe cyber is the digital world is exactly the same if you want to keep pace. So one way of looking at it is perhaps looking at what's worked before in a similar sector from the perspective of interconnectivity and interoperability, because also in aviation, supply chain is key. You cannot operate without your private partners. You've got your civil authorities, for sure, but you need your baggage handlers, you need your fuel supply, you need your training academies, you need the whole quadruple helix, even quintuple helix available for you. It's now all codified in ICAO. It's been accepted worldwide. It doesn't have any overbearance on nation states, on sovereignty as such. It's not a perfect system, but I'll leave with just one bit, just because you mentioned on increased security. One aspect that it does do, and that's why I mentioned Annex 13 of ICAO, is the absolute requirement for members to investigate. There's an independent investigative body, and you do not have a choice on not reporting it, on how to report it. You have to report it. It gets reported in a taxonomy that's shared between all member states. And that's something that we should be looking at, certainly in the cyber and digital world, if we look at 10 or 15 years down the line. Oh.
Was muted.
Okay. Got a loud voice anyway, so. Yes, that's it, yeah.
It's recorded, it's fine. It's better to...
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's it, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
Mic drop moment, yeah.
Can I have a quick follow-up question, and then I will open the floor to question. On this note, like this excellent example of aviation, is it possible to cooperate or collaborate with China, at least in some sectors of cybersecurity or cyberspace governance? Or is it definitely on the other side of the fence?
I think there are formats within the UN that provide for dialogues and discussions, not just with China, but all relevant parties. But well, I mean, my personal view is definitely to exercise some caution when becoming overly dependent on technologies that are coming from China, just because of recent examples of how of the transparency of ownership and the way the Chinese state can always claim ownership of information of some of these aspects.
Space, perfect example of how that can happen. We had Russian systems, Soviet systems, Chinese systems that even during the Cold War, we collaborated on aspects pertaining to that. With all the shenanigans that the Cold War and the intelligence and the spying naturally derived, I'm not so naive as to think that it was all a perfect world, but we had technologies that had to interlock because they had to interlock in space. So there are ways. We just need to look a little bit outside. History is a great teacher. There are certainly aspects that are applicable, others that are not. Space didn't have the issues of porosity that digital and cyber have. So of course, it's one would say, yeah, easier when you've got only hardware to think of, which, but you still had SATCOM systems in those days. So, so yeah, I would look at those snapshots in history which allow us to take a pause and take a measured thought as to how to architect going forward.
Excellent, thank you. So with that, I'm going to pause and open the floor for questions or comments.
I have a question about thank you. A parallel system. You mentioned ICAO as a possible example, but don't you think there's been a lot of loss, unfortunate loss of confidence in the multinational international system? I mean, would we be able to create such a system under current conditions? Maybe we have to wait 10 years, but do you think it's something that could actually be created for cybersecurity?
Well, I understand there are attempts of creating some risk and basic information security baseline criteria by NISA. There are probably attempts elsewhere. So I don't think we're starting from a scratch. And in that sense, using having the confidence that this is not sort of like a total jungle where we need to create a road, but ultimately we've been there before, and you follow the example, you look back and you follow the example of what's worked, but what hasn't, gives hope. But having said that, of course, there is that lack of trust currently, and the political realities that have to be taken into consideration for sure. Yes.
Yeah, and just thinking to what you were saying quickly on existing aspects, you have things like ISO 15408, National Vetting Lab, common criteria. They are in existence. So that's like an architecture that you can build on, and of course, trust needs to be built in years. It's not automatic. It took years post-Cold War to get to where we're at as well. But we did end up somewhere which I think is solid. So that there are architectures which need to decide which ones we need to put in place, and then we need to decide a prioritization scale. And as the panelists before us mentioned, not every technology, cyber, digital, or hardware needs to be looked at, I think, holistically as good or bad, as Chinese, South Korean, Japanese, etc. But the key components and the risk assessment of exactly what we need, the risks that would incur in adopting them, and put together the mitigation measures, because then you have all the aspects of economic laws of production come into play. We can't replicate everything in every single country just because we want to build a higher wall. That wouldn't work either. But I agree with your point.
Adding to your point, I mean, you pointed out the one ISO, but ultimately there is a list of different ISO criteria which exists there. There are global associations for tech level experts, like the FIRST or the Trusted Introducer, that welcome amongst them different national and governmental and academic certs that are interested in linking up, and does a very good job in building that trust. So again, like, I think it's important to audit and look at what works, and to try to build on that which has been working.
I have a question. Lorenzo Pupillo, CEPS. When it comes to cybersecurity, the relationship between Russia and the US seems to be changing under Trump administration. This seems to have also some effect on the reorganization, for instance, CISA. CISA has been completely refocused on domestic issue, and maybe the only interest abroad is North Korea and China. What do you think? Is this a short-term change, or looks like a more long-term type of change?
So I think it's two aspects. One, I think it is a short-term blip on the screen, if only because it completely negates the aspect of interconnectivity. Sure, you can focus everything domestic because everything at the moment is slightly more appeased with Russia, at least on the face of it. But I don't think it's something that is sustainable. And second, it also ignores the very nature of cyber attacks. Russia may not, on the face of it, because of the issues with attribution, be at the front, the menacing partner, but more than likely they're probably leveraging North Korean or Chinese capabilities. And as many complex cyber attacks, they use TTPs belonging to other geographies precisely to obfuscate the type of attribution to specific geography. And thirdly, it kind of like looks at the world as if you're building a castle to keep everything out of it, but the genie's already out of the box, so you can concentrate all your efforts domestically. I'm not saying it's not worthwhile effort, it is, but domestic and international is one thing today, and for those three reasons, I think it's a short-lived position.
It's okay.
Okay, if you don't have any other questions, well, thank you a lot for this really thought-provoking panel. I really learned a lot. And now we can move on to lunch, I believe. Yes. Right? And we have 1 hour for lunch, so we can continue the conversation during lunch. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Yeah.
So let's reconvene at 1:45. Okay? Thank you very much. Very good. Yes, really.
Here you have to launch into the Cybersecurity Act. Yes. I but yeah, I think that you want to select all with the we are also working on the cloud development act that should be out in January. We are working on the establishment of a new CCS, which is the European Common Critical Communication System. It's far from digital. Yeah. It's a kind of new mobile network used by law enforcement authorities and police to exchange information in the case of a major civil crisis. Earthquake between Spain and France. They need to communicate between the police of these two countries. You need the system always available 99% of the time. There will be a new law in last quarter of next year. It's a huge investment. It's 500. I mean, we need to size the investment. If they will decide for the policy option of one system on system, then we need others. These are then we work a lot on the DSA. So many other things I probably don't. At the moment, we're doing a lot of calls for enforcement. So the CHIPS Act recently and the standardization regulations. Yeah, we have it. No, there's I don't think we commented on. No, we didn't comment on the. No, we're interested in the dislocation. So many other things happening at the same time. Me personally, I'm not. There are other people in Eclipse that do that. I don't really study what. Can I connect you on maybe on LinkedIn? no co-manufacturers.
So they need to have this
20 years of Brussels. They'll be moving 3 years next year. Basically, so it was one of the largest code hosting open source foundations in the world, and then they moved their domicile to Belgium. And then since then they've only hired Europeans. So it's now the largest European code hosting open source foundation in the world. A lot of the work is software work, but I'm trying to turn it more and more into a policy form. You want to compete with OAPs. Basically some work that I was doing continuing to do the same work that I was doing on CEPS. So I still help them with the work they do, and then also start doing the exact same thing now with CEPS. So like the challenge for free and open source software is usually that you have so many projects and companies and foundations and associations, and getting them all to work together is just it's very difficult. It's also essentially because the commission doesn't understand the difference between all these. So if you find the commission several different proposals, or you have two different proposals, the commission has no idea how to choose the right one for open source. And there will be some trying to help all those organizations come to a position. So basically the mission of the Eclipse Foundation is very similar to the mission of OAP. Yeah. What do you understand? Like we do code hosting as well. So Eclipse started off more as code hosting. Because 20 years ago policy wasn't solved, or anyone who was interested in the legal framework was talking about licenses years ago. And it's just as things have become more important, then Eclipse has started doing policy work for software projects. So now I want to turn that into policy work for everyone. I want to do policy work like an independent topic, not something we do for the software projects, which we do for the whole ecosystem. And so yeah, so that's what I was already doing in
Yeah, but as an individual, I can raise that with you. I think with that kind of differentiation, we do comparison for SaaS products. And basically, a person that provides the service in the UK policy, let's say, and yeah, I think one of the things that I did is share some sort of all of and contractors for and I would of course say that there's not full reciprocity, but at least just make sure that whatever we need to submit to you, we can just copy and send it. That's as easy as it is. Yeah, that's down the road.
The message that is offered then, so generally speaking, that's the universally speaking what we're talking about. The team is not there anymore because of the certification job, because the token is following. And so now the team is completely split, but because of the advantage that you have on student getting engaged. So if you guys want to announce it, you can see that I mean, because now they say they do have their own sort of code template, but there's specific control frameworks that they will come up with more specific ones.
There is like one coming out in 11 which is data center services. So the way the client are defining data center services, but also the enterprise data center services. And for the data center services, the threshold for both has like a lot. And for the
I haven't
enterprise,
looked into those specifically,
just
but I have it next week. So.
do look into this because I think that's a bit, in my opinion, like I don't know, like that's my bias. Like NIST distinguishes very clearly between data center services and cloud services.
Yeah.
And they're like recitals, like they say like, look, this one is when you provide a service, like someone who's the user in the
Yeah.
space. So all the servers or user servers or whatever they call it. And the reason there's a distinction on this is because in order as a cloud service providers, you can also have your data centers, of which the sole purpose is to provide the cloud service. And like all the security requirements are under the requirements for that, and like that's relevant because in different countries there can be different regulators for hey, this is kind of like the cloud service environment. You don't want an overlap because that's just patchwork oversight. It's fragmented. What the UK does is they only have the data center services and they have the enterprise data services
Okay. Let's get started with 5 minutes late, but it's okay. With we still have three very interesting panels, and session 3 is open source first for securing Europe digital future. I will give the floor to Chloé Dusetour, manager from Wavestone. They will chair this panel. Chloé, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and thank you to CEPS for organizing this event. So welcome to the first panel of this afternoon, Open Source First for Securing Europe's Digital Future. So as Lorenzo just said, my name is Chloé, and I'm managing the EU policy team of Wavestone. And I'm also the project lead of the European Commission Open Source Observatory. So if you don't know it, I do recommend to check it out. It has lots of resources to support member states in the uptake of open source software. So this morning we talked a lot about trust, about digital sovereignty, and all of this boils down to control of our supply chain of software. And so today, as we've discussed, Europe faces a rapidly changing geopolitical environment with rising tensions and increasing cyber risks. So in this context, achieving cyber resilience is not just a technical goal, it's a strategic necessity for the EU. And open source software is at the heart of Europe's digital infrastructure. It powers everything from government services to finance, healthcare. Open source brings key benefits: transparency, collaboration, reduced vendor lock-in, greater interoperability. And these are the strengths that could support, Europe's push for digital sovereignty and reduce dependence on non-European suppliers. However, open source also comes with challenges. High-profile vulnerabilities have shown that security is not automatic and that many critical projects are underfunded and need more support. So the EU is responding with new policies, such as the Cyber Resilience Act and the NIS2 directive, which aim to strengthen the supply chain security and encourage investment in open source maintenance. So ultimately, the question is not whether Europe uses open source, it already does, but whether it is ready to take collective responsibility for the security and sustainability of the code that underpins its digital future. So to discuss all this, I have the pleasure today to exchange with passionate and passionating panelists, among whom Seshiko Muto, who you are so Seshiko, please You can join me. So you are the chair of Open Forum Europe. You're a senior researcher at RISE, the Research Institute of Sweden, and you are a board member of the Drupal Association. I'm also joined online this time by Razvan Gavrila. You have been working for more than 15 years on, hi, we can see you well. I hope you can hear us well. Super. You have been working for more than 15 years on cybersecurity in both national and EU institutions, and today you are responsible for overseeing ENISA's work related to the implementation of the Cyber Resilience Act, and you also work on initiatives related to product and security engineering, such as the cybersecurity of AI systems. So thank you for joining us. I'm also joined by Tommaso Bernabo here. Thank you. You are a policy officer in the Cybersecurity and Digital Privacy Policy Unit in the European Commission's DG Connect. And you work on the implementation of DCRA, coordinating a number of implementation activities, such as implementing in delegated acts, guidance, and also the management of the CRA expert group. And then last but not least, I'm joined by James Lovegrove, the EMEA and APAC Public Policy Director for Red Hat. I think there's a giveaway. And you have been working for over 20 years on advancing EU public policy, technology interests across a broad spectrum of policy areas, including open source strategy. So I will join you. And I will ask you first a question to all four of you. So to open this panel, I wanted to ask you, given the current geopolitical context and the push for digital sovereignty, what are the opportunities to strengthen cybersecurity, and what is the role of open source in that? So Sashiko, you're
strategically placed, yeah, to start. Yeah, so I'm happy that you phrased that question as an opportunity, because I think that digital sovereignty, the focus on digital sovereignty currently actually is an opportunity. And in the prep call that we had a couple of weeks ago, we discussed a little bit about what we're going to talk about. We obviously talk about the open source community. And then I heard it mentioned the cybersecurity community. And it made me think a little bit about this opportunity of raising some of these topics to a sort of to a level of concern for society at large. And I think, you know, we also heard in the previous panel this thing about what is it for, you know. I had my own aha moment about cybersecurity, I think only in 5 years ago. I had a discussion with somebody, and I said, well, you know, in Europe we focused on, you know, privacy and, you know, cybersecurity. Maybe it's not as hot a topic. And this person just said this thing. He said, well, there is no privacy without, you know, without security. And, you know, somebody who's been involved in digital policy for a long time, as myself, you know, last panel we were in together, James, you talked about being a policy dinosaur. I mean, I should know this in the sense that, you know, if our data is not secure, then having a concern about privacy, I mean, it's kind of, you know, there are some factors, some conditions that need to be there before we can pursue all these other things. So for me, the opportunity is that we start to think about security by design. We start thinking about the need for our digital infrastructure to be based on open technologies, because why? It delivers not all, but a lot of the things that, you know, policymakers see as challenges today: transparency, security, a lot of things, right? So I think that, you know, I can imagine that the cybersecurity community has sometimes been knocking on doors and been seen as a kind of niche topic, or, you know, you have one panel on cybersecurity. And I think it's a bit similar for the open source community. We have been arguing for similar things for many years, and now all of a sudden these concerns, which are not new, are taking on a sort of a new level of importance, and then we are widening the circle of who thinks that they are concerned. And for me, that's an opportunity. If I can just make a final comment, I work at Research Institutes of Sweden. We're a state-owned research institute, 3,000 researchers focusing on a lot of things, from agriculture to electric vehicles to you name it. And we had a department conference last week, and where we're talking about a shift in the organization. Now everybody needs to also consider resilience, right? We were all about the energy transition and sustainable development and this kind of thing, and now all of a sudden we have to mainstream resilience and cybersecurity think. And I think that so for me, that's the opportunity, that some of the things that we've been talking about, cybersecurity, open technologies for a long time, actually delivers on some of these challenges that are now mainstream. So, yeah.
Thanks a lot. And then perhaps Tommaso, if you want to take the next word.
Sure, thank you. And I mean, it's great to follow what Sachiko just said, because I think a lot of the points that she mentioned resonate a lot with what we've been doing as a European Commission in the past few years. In particular, obviously, my area is the Cyber Resilience Act, but more in general with the cybersecurity policy of the Union, we've really tried to bring to the center cybersecurity, and in so doing, I think we've tried to recognize the special role that open source can play in these in strengthening both sovereignty and security at the same time. So I think it is quite established now, and I think this is a bit what has changed in the past few years, that policymakers, at least in the Commission within DG Connect, definitely recognize this unique role and this special role that open source can play. And maybe James can contradict me if he likes. So I think we're also definitely taking that step of increasing investments, increasing reliance on open source as a measure to enhance our technological sovereignty. And this is obviously the key task and the key mandate that comes from the top, from our Executive Vice President as well. And I'm sure there will be occasions to speak about the CRA a bit later. But of course, with the Cyber Resilience Act, we are putting at the center exactly those concepts that Sachiko was mentioning of secure by design and a life cycle approach to ensuring the security of products. And open source is obviously a key component. But I think one of the messages that I wanted to send in this short introduction is that there's been a lot of work that we've been doing to enhance participation of open source and to make sure that they are involved. But at the same time, I think we also need to be aware that we need to foster an open source community that is European, and that where also the European values and interests are taken into account. So it is a global community where obviously everyone is free to participate, and that's fantastic. We also need to pay attention that our own players are represented. And this is a bit what we're trying to focus on also as of late with some of the initiatives that we just launched. So for example, recently we launched the Digital Commons EDIC, the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, specialized, so it's an instrument between member states where they can develop together cross-border digital infrastructure that can be used and reused. Everything will be open sourced and licensed under an open source license. So I think that's exactly the kind of initiatives that we need to stimulate open source and to make sure that the European interests are put at the center. There's also like another great initiative that I want to mention is the German Sovereign Tech Fund, which is an agency that does exactly that, investing in critical open source projects to ensure that we're not dependent simply on external actors. And we recognize this role of the German Sovereign Tech Fund by including them in the CRA expert group so that they can also help us with the implementation of the CRA.
Thank you, Tommaso. Maybe one day an EU sovereign tech fund, who knows? James, if you want to say a word as well on the role of open source.
Hello.
Perfect. No, it's okay. I was just being dim. Anyway, it's good to be here again. We were here just before I flew off. As I was moaning a big Asia trip, 34,000 kilometers traveling, and it's because the open source community is represented by literally a couple of handfuls of full-time employees who are advocating on behalf of open source. So it's still an uphill battle, and so being called a dinosaur, I'm proud to be a dinosaur, because it's gratifying to see that over the last 10 years, despite very limited resources. I'm seeing a few people in this room who are very much part of this this advocacy team. We've really seen the kind of default open in EU policy take on another level of activity. So we saw right at the beginning, in terms of sort of technical level, DG Digit having their European open source strategy, which then of course permeated in other member states. Good collaboration around there, building out open source solutions for government. And then we've seen also the exclusions that were built into the copyright directive to protect open innovation. And then I think more recently we've seen, in the CRA, it being turned into an accelerant in terms of not just raising the awareness of just how pervasive open source is and how serious cybersecurity is taken, but also some of the open source tooling, some of the best practices which are being developed in a number of organizations. I see a couple here. There's the Linux Foundation's OpenSF, there's the Eclipse as well, and others. And that has been driven by a regulatory imperative. And I think that's a good thing. It's something which, and I'm going to close and hand over to my friend Razavan, who I was going to mention S-bombs. When I think about S-bombs, I think about you. Don't take it too personally, but more will become apparent in a second. But some of that sort of best practices and some of that tooling makes sense, because if you look at the IT stack, it's 97% of it has got open source components in it. So we're all in this together. We have to work together. We have to continue. And I'd say finally, from a Red Hat perspective, I mean, we've been there right from the outset in terms of just driving sort of the Linux distribution and then other products on top of that, all of which are open source. And that whole that role of being kind of the David versus the sort of proprietary Goliath, you have to be better in cybersecurity. You have to be better in order to kind of puncture the market, which was dominated. And now the reality is it's flipped. And so cybersecurity has never been as important. And as I said, those kinds of tools that we're now building out in these various open source foundations, these best practices, one of which is S-bombs, is really, really important. I think that's a good segue to Razvan.
Yes, Razvan. We cannot hear you. 1 second. No, we cannot hear you.
Everything except,
Me now?
Now yes. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I guess I can be. Can you still hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I guess I can be the philosopher online as I'm closing this this line of answers. As I was listening to the other speakers, I think we need to reflect on what we have in mind when we say digital sovereignty, which as a concept should not imply building isolated national versions of the internet or technology silos. At least from our perspective, the focus should be on what are the steps that can be taken to establish both shared and in an ideal world, technical enforceable rules of engagement that can be used to enable both data and services to interact securely, which means that both what are the controls and the intent of this control should be clear from the get-go. What do I mean when we speak about controls in the context of what we should really have in mind is more related to strong data governance. So some of the points that have already been mentioned that are very much linked to what we normally deem as European values. We do care who can access the data, where it can be processed, and especially under what circumstances and for what purpose. This is some of the fundamental concepts that stay behind the GDPR and what makes the GDPR so unique. So the most feasible way in which we can implement such controls at a scale is through open interfaces. Open interfaces that should be transparent, auditable, and flexible enough so they can evolve alongside new ideas and new technologies. So if I would go back now to this concept of digital sovereignty, and I really want to emphasize on this point, I think the focus is not on trying to own or control every or some piece of technology in a hermetically sealed environment, but more on how to govern the interaction between all these various technical ecosystems. And I think if we manage to strike the right balance when it comes to managing these interactions, we can keep the benefits of innovation while allowing the local control over data flow and some of the processing logic. And obviously, here is the place where open source software and in general the open source community plays a critical role, as it's behind many of these governance frameworks that allow or enable software to be technically verifiable, as obviously code that you can look at solves the thorny issue of inspectability and trust. Now, and I want to be completely frank here. I think it's quite tempting to idealize openness and ignore some phenomena that emerge from the tragedy of the commons. But in general, and I think here is hands down a success story of the open source community. It remains one of the arenas where amazing things are built by having very diverse ideas and views clashing. And here I would like to maybe restate the point that Tommaso has made. I think the CRA really put stewardship and this element of taking responsibility over some of the software that so many of us are using on a daily basis. Also in the hands of enterprises, they need to do substantially more, and they need to contribute substantially more. Not only governments, but also some of the enterprises that are making use of these libraries to help improve the ecosystem, as all of us can benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Razvan. And actually, you give me the perfect transition because I was about to ask Tommaso for further insights on how do we expect the Cyber Resilience Act to impact open source software usage and security practices in Europe.
So hopefully in a very positive way. I think, so we have this two-tiered architecture in the EU. We have the NIS2 directive, which places the obligations on the critical entities, the operators of essential services. And then we have the Cyber Resilience Act, which will start applying in December 2027, which places obligations on the software developers and the hardware manufacturers. So they're routinely, in the context of the CRA, we call these manufacturers. And what we did during the negotiations and since the original Commission proposal, we really made sure to tailor the CRA to the specificities of open source, not to regulate it like a commercial, like any standard commercial entity, but at the same time trying to do what Razvan was saying, that still recognizing that maintainers of open source have certain responsibilities, and that in dialogue with the supply chain, certain security of open source can be strengthened, and in turn, security of the final products into which open source is integrated can be strengthened. So I think there's some built-in mechanisms in the Cyber Resilience Act that will inevitably lead to this kind of dialogue and this kind of better supply chain transparency and better efforts from the manufacturers to engage with open source. There are certain obligations such as the due diligence obligation, like knowing what is in your product. You can no longer just take a random component, put it in your product and forget about it. You need to be aware of what what you're integrating, and therefore you need to engage with your supply chain. You need to engage with the open source maintainers. You need to possibly ensure that the components that you want to integrate are well maintained and well staffed and well resourced. You need to draw up an SBOM. James and Razvan mentioned it. So you need to know what's in your product. You need to provide information and instructions to your downstream integrators. So all of these obligations and mechanisms will ensure that people talk to each other, which is a little bit what was missing in software development. There are additional elements, and I think, for example, we've taken quite some pains in trying to open up the standardization world to open source as much as we could, with not perfect, because it's still a complex ecosystem where open source is not really entirely able to participate, but we've seen so much involvement from the open source community, and of this we're really thankful. And that is really what James was saying, has served as an accelerator of ensuring that the state of the art is there, that the best practices are reflected. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship between the Commission and the standardization organizations and the open source community with the implementation of the CRA, because we make sure that open source is there, we make sure that we get the best practices, the cutting edge developments, and at the same time we try and give back to the open source community by ensuring that the manufacturer also give back to them. And one final thing that I want to mention on CRA implementation that I think it's important is that we're also working on these voluntary attestation programs. The Cyber Resilience Act has an empowerment to develop, it's not specified exactly how, but to develop attestations that can serve for open source components that are not CRA compliant and that are not meant to be covered by the CRA because, as we said, they're not compatible with the way the CRA regulates, but that they can still want to attest to their security and that they want to demonstrate that they are good, that they're doing things properly. And we're working on that in partnership with the Eclipse Foundation and with also another consultant who is helping us out to really develop something that works for the community and that reflects what the way the open source communities do their software development, and that we really elevate the best practices to reinforce implementation. Okay, I could speak hours about the CRA, but I'll leave it to that for now.
Thank you, Tommaso. And so you were just speaking about best practices and how to basically support the implementation of EU legislation. So now I'm turning to Razvan, because ENISA has a key role in the support in the implementation of the CIRA. So perhaps, Razvan, if you could perhaps highlight some of those best practices that you think are vital for managing cybersecurity risks in open source, but also for proprietary software, I'm imagining.
Yes, thank you. So I was taken a bit by surprise when James mentioned that 90% of products have open source components, because from what I recall from one of our 2019 reports, I think we had an analysis that measured around 70% open source components are part of the products that we normally use. Nevertheless, as a cybersecurity agency, we obviously acknowledge that open source software, it's baked in a vast majority of today's digital infrastructure. And obviously, while the transparent and cooperative model comes with a wide range of cybersecurity benefits, as I mentioned, when it comes to trustworthiness and inspectability, this type of openness also comes with a set of, let's call them, unique type of risks that need to be managed. So you mentioned proprietary software, and I think this is something quite interesting that we need to have in mind, that when we talk about open source projects, some of them can be developed or maintained by people that do not necessarily have in mind, or those projects are not directly bound to any final product. You know, they can be libraries that can be used for all sorts of purposes. So what this means is that the management and integration of open source components in final products really does matter. And I guess here is where I'm gonna go to the SBOM stream because one of our key cybersecurity recommendations that we issue as an agency is to establish rigorous software supply chain transparency, and obviously SBOM here is a great tool for that purpose. Now, I don't want to sound like one of those characters in a Murphy law. Just because you have a hammer, everything around you looks like a nail. Obviously, having an inventory of the software components you use to bake a product is a first step to identify vulnerabilities quickly and understand the dependencies. Nevertheless, I really want to put the emphasis here that this is really a first step, and just detecting the issue does not imply that the analysis is done. You're often required to do quite a bit of contextualization to really understand whether this component that you see that has been marked by some tool as being vulnerable really does impact your product, your ecosystem, your context, and so on. Also, something that we've been working for quite a few years as an agency, as a topic, has been vulnerability management, especially the topic of coordinated vulnerability management. And again, going back to the open source ecosystem, which obviously is very diverse with projects spanning all sorts of programming languages, platforms, and so on. The reality is that some of these projects do lack the formal governance structure that can make it a bit challenging to establish clear processes for issue handling, for vulnerability handling, for disclosure, and even more complex when we are talking about coordination. So as an agency, we normally encourage organizations to contribute back to open source projects and really participate in coordinated vulnerability disclosure programs whenever that it's feasible. And if there's something that you should take away from my intervention now, is if you are a large enterprise and you found a bug in an open source library and you have the means to address or make a proposal for a fix, do a PR and put it forward. And by PR, I'm not talking about the press release. I'm talking about the pull request. So put some code, do the work, and don't blame the developers that often do this on their free time, on the best effort, and they do this just for the common good. So there needs to be some integration of upstream fixes as the entire ecosystem security will end up being reinforced. And in general, we feel that the major risk that we have with open source projects is that they may end up either becoming too fragmented or abandoned code bases. And since this is quite fashionable to be used as a term, we obviously promote this concept of risk-based policies and risk-based approaches. And in general, as an organization, as a consumer of software, you need to align your open source usage to your actual organization risk tolerance. So you may be in an environment where you cannot afford to have a community supported edition, and you really need to have adequate enterprise level support. And this comes obviously from the fact that some of the projects in the open source world operate with limited resources, and they may lack the dedicated security teams or funding to perform adequate security assessments. But nevertheless, and here is where I think we will issue rather soon a series of advices on how to include some criteria for evaluating, approving, and retiring open source components based on various factors like the health of the community working on that code base, how frequent the code has been updated and maintained, the known vulnerabilities and how severe they were over time. So these are some of the aspects that, at least from our perspective, they need to be integrated in the overall risk management strategy. And maybe just one more comment, because we need to address also the elephant in the room. Obviously, generative AI and vibe coding, it's a thing. We can guess on how many of those models have been trained on what type of code. So I think here is also an element of fairness that we need to take into account. And it's quite likely that some of the I don't want to call them anti-patterns, but maybe some of the quirks that you have in the open source communities will end up in most of the enterprise products. as vibe coding is a de facto way of working for many software developers. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights. So you mentioned the inclusion of criteria on where to include or remove open source components, among which the health of communities, the frequency of updates, etc. So then, one question that I would ask you, Seshiko, would be what would be the concrete steps that the EU should take, in your opinion, particularly perhaps on procurement or funding, to strengthen the development, use, and maintenance of and security of open source software?
Yeah, thanks. Unfortunately, I can talk about public procurement for hours. I don't know if you've seen that Instagram trend where you're supposed to say "unfortunately" and then admit to all your sins. But so public procurement. Can I just actually first say something else, which is about this 70 to 90% or whatever the figure is? I think that whatever that figure is, it still shows that this is not niche. And, you know, from my point of view, when it comes to lock-in, for example, that, you know, 30% or whatever will still, you know, could still mean that public sector and organizations are locked in. So it doesn't solve all the issues from my point of view. But when we're talking about cybersecurity, I really think that perhaps we should no longer be talking about open source versus proprietary, because it really is about all software. And, you know, a few years ago, I also thought, should I not talk about open source? Should I just talk about the global software supply chain and how do we secure it? And maybe then, you know, more people will think that this is something that's relevant for them. But to your question, I think that some things have already been mentioned today. So the Cyber Resilience Act is obviously one way that, you know, through regulation and through compliance with regulations and regulatory requirements, we already are raising the cyber security level. There is also, has been mentioned by Tommaso, the Sovereign Tech Agency, Sovereign Tech Fund. And I think funding specific projects that have been identified as sort of under-supported or and critical, that's one way. I think there are also things coming up in the future horizon, projects such as the Open Internet Stack. There are also going to be, I think, a request from the European Commission to find a way to provide further assurances for the components of the Open Internet Stack that go beyond the CRA or cover some of the aspects that are not covered by CRA. So that's kind of sort of the regulatory requirements, funding, then public procurement. For me, again, as a policy dinosaur, that have stepped back a little bit from the policy landscape, doing more research. To me, the revision of the procurement directive is sort of this exciting moment, the kind of once-in-a-decade opportunity to actually do something different. And you know, we heard about industrial strategy. That's also one component. But really now, when we are opening up for non-price criteria, it's potentially dangerous, but it's potentially a very impactful instrument. And there, if we are focusing on digitally sovereign software or you know, we saw the cloud sovereignty framework, etc. For me, it's important that we prioritize a preference for open technologies, open source, and then not just open source, but sustainable open source. So if we develop non-price criteria, it should include the possibility to give preference to companies that can show that they are contributing meaningfully to the cyber security level of the software, the code that our societies depend on as part of our digital infrastructure. So it's really about sort of an opportunity now to go in and say, how do we actually define those criteria so it doesn't just open up for you know, open washing, cybersecurity washing, whatever, but really saying, can we compete not just on price, it's not just about European, it's really about being able to establish that you're making this meaningful contribution to the code and to the level of cybersecurity. So that's my hope actually for 2026, that we see a sustained and engagement and focus on how we can use the power of procurement in the best possible way to create a better market also for European companies, but also European companies that are contributing and participating in global ecosystems. So maybe I'll pause there, because I also talk for hours about this topic, but I want to share the microphone.
Thank you, Toshiko. When I prepared for this panel, I found the figure of 80%, so well, no, we don't know. So you mentioned a preference for open source, and so my questions for you, James, would be, if you look 5 years ahead, what would convince you that Europe has generally embraced an open source first mindset, especially in cybersecurity? And what concrete changes in practice or policy would you expect to see?
Okay, well, maybe just carry on with a little bit of procurement. Is that actually, Tomas, you mentioned one of the many benefits from CRA will be more engagement, more due diligence. And one of the ways of being more due diligent is actually by contributing. And if you contribute to the point Razvan made about PR, that means you're smarter. Your risk assessment is more accurate. But also, this is largely a public good. So actually, you're contributing both a fix, a security fix, but also a functionality upstream, and everybody benefits as a result. So this is a huge global community. I mean, the number just keeps going up, but I think the last count's 160 million people contributing. So it's the wind is in that sail, and it's quite remarkable. I think in terms of like the 5-year crystal ball, I think one of the things would be that the sort of residual FUD, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt about open source is dead, and that's gone. Someone's laughing in the background, so maybe that's still going to be residual. And the point about the procurement is that these models that contribute upstream are valued and prioritized in terms of procuring, because I think you can have your cake and eat it. But I think also a lot of what we're going to see in 5 years' time is already in play. It's already happening. And it's an iterative process. Just thinking about, yes, you mentioned about the attestation program. You know, that's obviously work in progress. And yet, if that's got right, then you probably, I don't know, I'm sort of maybe nitpicking about words, but it's probably less the steward compliance. It's more kind of steward compatibility, because ultimately it's the manufacturer who's putting it on the market. It's the manufacturer who has to be responsible for that product, which might have 97%, 80% or 70% content from open source, but there's still quite a lot of that. So I think over lunch we were talking a lot about these examples in banking, in telco, automotive, where these companies are absolutely proprietary, but in terms of their digital infrastructure, they're incredibly open source. They contribute upstream code to make sure that it's more secure. And one bank against another bank, they might compete very aggressively in the market, but when it comes to the digital infrastructure upon which they rely, they're both making sure that it's as hard and fast as possible. So again, that's where sort of Red Hat gets involved in terms of this curation and hardening of an upstream project. And there are millions of projects, and we spend thousands of engineers' time up there, full time, maintaining, contributing, but also maybe just going back to the 5-year crystal ball. I think another thing is not just the policy side of life, but also like the practical side. So again, you mentioned a couple of organizations. I mean, there are many, but yes, Eclipse with their ORC organizations, similar to other organizations who are contributing, Linux Foundation and others. I think that collaboration is really surging. And I think what we find is we need to have, I think as a result of CRA, we are going to get many, many more manufacturers in multiple sectors across Europe who are going to join that process and really do a lot more pull requests. You'll end up with an infrastructure which is by definition sovereign, and it has then also, I think, a key component of that sovereignty is the best possible resilience. So I think you can really, I hate to use this word because it makes me think of Boris Johnson and Brexit, but in this case, you really can have your cake and eat it. So, back to you.
Thank you, James. And I think that concludes the questions that I had. So now we have time for questions from the audience. I think there's one at the back.
Thank you. It's concerning digital sovereignty and open source. So it's difficult to talk about digital sovereignty in this town when all the European institutions are mostly sold to one US firm for all its communications, like email or video conferencing and others. So some time ago, so perhaps 15 years ago, a decision was made to actually implement Microsoft everywhere. So now my question to the panel is, talking about public procurement, what are the odds to have open source in all institutional landscape in Brussels in 5 years?
I feel like...
Wow, the Commission volunteers.
No. I mean, I feel like it's a question directed at me. As you can imagine, it's... no? Okay. I was just going to say it's way above my pay grade. And of course, I see these. But of course, what are the odds? I think maybe more than one would expect, but I have no clue.
I take as an example, actually, the Schleswig-Holstein, is it Länder in Germany? Okay, so the region or in Schleswig-Holstein. I went to, they had a reception recently in Brussels, and they showed how they have moved, in fact, everybody's desktop onto an open source mail client. And it was interesting because they showed that they had taken a decision to do this, which many public sector organizations did maybe 15 years ago. And it's proved to be quite difficult because people arrive in the morning and they sit down and then, you know, the button is not in the right place. And this is the hardest thing to change, right? And a lot of things that seem to be quite simple, where there is actually an alternative, is not an alternative because it comes with a lot of cost to actually change people's day-to-day experience of, you know, of their work. So I think some of this stuff that you're describing could have been technically possible 15 years ago. Today, it's not only possible, but I think some of the political will is actually there. And so I think that we are seeing some of that happening in Germany, France, especially with the sort of the collaboration between Zendes in Germany and the French DINUM. So specifically around sort of public sector office, mainly sort of suite stuff. So I think we're maybe closer than you think, than one would think. I wouldn't bet on it, but then, you know, back in those days, we didn't think that people would work like that anymore, where they would send an email with an attachment, etc. We thought that people would be working in a different way than that, but some things die hard.
Yeah, so some thoughts from my side. So we're not in that space up here. We're in the plumbing, and the European Commission, this is public information, left that company and moved to Red Hat in 2003. So that predates everything why do they do that? Probably for the same reasons why that same company is also contributing hugely upstream today, is that at an infrastructure level, open source is the best possible way, to Razvan's point as well, best possible way to scale that technology and do so in a way in which you have control. You have that auditability, that verification, and also in terms of certification with regards to the hardware and all the dependencies. So I think the question maybe is sort of, maybe there's a different question. It's more not what the dependencies are, but what are the intra-dependencies that exist, not just in a technology perspective, but also in terms of the communities in open source around the world. So if you were to look at the contributions for the European Union, it's the reason why we have our largest development center in Europe across multiple member states, because it's significant, but what is it? It's around 20%, isn't it, in terms of global contribution? It will never be 80%, and that's because there are projects developing right now in India, in China, in the United States, in Peru, you name it. Why would you want to duplicate and reinvent the wheel at an infrastructure level when you have these established and mature open source licenses which allow you to then contribute to this project and then use it in a way in which you see fit? So I think that maybe that question is slightly different, and then maybe than I think perhaps is for this panel. But then going back to a previous point which Paul Timmons made earlier in the day about European solutions, and then I think he closed off by saying, yeah, well, we and also the SAP spec, we want to have technology which comes from all around the world. It's an enablement. It's something which is vital to our economy. So I think in sum, a proprietary solution, whatever the company is, if it adheres to high hygiene when it comes to open standards, and therefore you have that control in terms of being able to port and shift your workloads, then I think that answers maybe 80% of that question, almost regardless. And I think maybe in the final point, I mentioned about my recent travels, but one of the things I can see in certain countries, they're looking at Europe and how it's talking about sovereignty. And in some ways they think, well, this is from some senior people in India, saying, if Europe then creates a European open source, then what, do we do the same thing? We've got a bigger contribution community. We've got a lot more leadership in terms of AI development. They would be really foolish to do that. They would trigger a kind of a regionalization, a fragmentation of this open source community. Whereas today, all they need is a computer and a brain, and they can plug into it and use it. So I think it's sometimes get. I think it's maybe the tagline I'd leave with was it's more important to have control than be too fixated on the flag or the origin, especially in open source. Might differ in proprietary, but again, that's really out of my wheelhouse. Thanks.
Thank you, and I think we have time for
just a quick reaction, because I really want to make this this point. So while I do understand that there's productivity software is very visible. You do slides, you work with sheets, you work with editors, but if you look at the list of GitHub repos that the European Commission has put forward, you will see that there's a lot of open source development happening, again, for productivity reasons within the institutions. And I'm not even going to cover what in some of the private repos on other instances that the institutions have in place that relate to source code management. So while I do understand the point and the essence of and somewhat provocative nature of the question, I really want to emphasize this point that many European entities and institutions right now put a lot of emphasis on developing open source code for their own needs, and a lot of that code ends up being placed openly, so others can benefit from it, can use it, can fork it, and so on. Because I don't want to leave the audience with the impression that the institutions are somewhat of a technological monolith, that a lot of the software that we are consuming comes from one particular space. And again, I think the institutions have done a great deal, because I've been working for them for a long time when it comes to embracing open source and doing things with an open source mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Razvan. And actually, a lot of this code developed by public administrations is now gathered in the open source catalog of the Commission that has been launched a few months ago. So that's also something to keep in mind. And I'm looking, do we have time? I don't think we have time for another question. So thanks a lot to the panelists here and online. Yes, James.
I'm so sorry, Razvan, you're going to buy me a coffee for this. I think one of the things that we haven't touched on is the SBOM survey that you've launched. I think the deadline's the 18th of December. I can't underscore the importance of filling this out because we need more data, we, Red Hat, but also anybody who's in the upstream community wants to see more engagement and awareness and understanding about that. So, Razvan, do you want to mention that? I got a heart. Thanks, Razvan. Oh.
Thank you. I will add the link in the chat. Thank you very much. That was super, super kind of you. And you have a coffee from me as soon as we meet.
So now, let's move to the panel on standardization in cybersecurity and digital sovereignty. By the way, it has been mentioned. It has been mentioned software bill of material, and now we'll have also as a speaker, remotely connected Alan Friedman. I hope they will connect, who is the father of SBOM. So, very interesting panel to come. Here is Alan.
Hello. Welcome to this panel on standardization in cybersecurity and digital sovereignty. So I'll kindly ask the speakers, the panel members, to actually take a seat. Yes, please. Alan, we are seeing you. So can you hear us? Okay. Can you speak so that we see if we can hear you?
Bonjour, je suis vraiment désolé que je ne serai pas là cet après-midi.
Okay, so thank you very much. So the sound is correct. So cybersecurity standardization in cybersecurity and digital sovereignty. So cybersecurity and standardization conversations are always a puzzle for me because it's where cybersecurity meets diplomacy. So I'm a computer scientist myself. I work at the European Commission at the cybersecurity unit. And so cybersecurity standardization is one part technical protocol and one part geopolitical chess. When I think of it, I tend to picture a dozen engineers entering into a room to agree on a cybersecurity protocol. And then 10 minutes into the meeting, they're negotiating digital sovereignty as if they were at ITU or even at the UN. Nobody ever left the room, but somehow the conversation went from standardizing TLL cipher protocols to geopolitical strategy in just one coffee break. So this is what happens when we're talking about cybersecurity and standardization together. Digital sovereignty, well, in Europe, so I'll ask a question. So how many of you do not use a phone whose brand is North American? So do not use a phone whose brand is North American. So I'm one because I use a South Korean one, right? I use a Samsung. Anybody else? Okay, so any European brand? No. OS. So we're talking about OS. I know basically two OS. They're both from America. So anybody in the room uses something different? No. So this is digital sovereignty in Europe. So standardization in cybersecurity and digital sovereignty, the title of this session is perhaps a just polite way of saying we'd like everyone to use and follow standard rules as far as the rules have been written by us, right? So, or pretended to be written by us. And I think that we are very lucky here because we have a very good panel members to enlighten us about this thorny issue. I'm grateful to you and to you, Alan, for having accepted our invitation to share your experience with us today. So the protocol is I'll briefly introduce them, and then they will have an opening statement, a short one. We'll have a questions and answers, and of course, I will try and leave a good part of the meeting of the panel for your questions. So we have here close to me Camille Dornier, who's a legal officer in the Cybersecurity and Digital Privacy Policy Unit in DG Connect. And her work focuses on the implementation of the Cyber Resilience Act. We heard a lot about this today. More particularly, the development of harmonized standards in support of the legislation. Additionally, she leads the maintenance of the first ever adopted European cybersecurity certification scheme, the UCC. Camille will remind us that the CRA is a cornerstone of the EU legislation on cybersecurity, as we heard in the previous panel as well, including standalone software, and that standards will play an important role to support its implementation. We also have Alan, Dr. Alan Friedman, who's currently Senior Technical Advisor at the Institute for Security and Technology, which is a think tank, and former Senior Advisor in Strategies at the US Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA. So he's a former professor who spent the last 10 years as a senior official in the US government, helping shape technology-driven security policies. So as Lorenzo mentioned, he's known as the father of SBOM. So we heard about SBOM in the previous panel as well, transforming software bill of materials from a niche idea into a widely adopted pillar of cybersecurity policy and practice. Alan will talk about the challenge of building the plane while flying it for emerging security concepts that are important but still not fully mature. He will have a thought on how policymakers, which is important for us here, should approach these issues, especially when they both address critical emerging threats and require non-trivial investment from industry. We also have Shika Shahi, so at the end there, at the left end, who's a senior manager cybersecurity standards at Microsoft. She represents Microsoft in key standards bodies like Sentinel-EC and ISO IEC committees, and drives alignment with global security standards. Shika plays a central role in coordinating Microsoft's engagement in the EU's Cyber Resilience Act standards. And she will tell us the perspective that cybersecurity today is as much as a trust challenge as it is a technical one. And standards are the foundation of that trust. So sovereignty must be approached thoughtfully. If pursued through isolated or incompatible rules, it risks creating silos and weakening security. So it's by harmonizing standards globally and building trust frameworks through collaboration between governments, industry, and standard bodies that we can strengthen security everywhere and enable innovation. Then, last but not least, we have Ewa Zielińska, who is the president of the Polish Committee for Standardization, which is the national standards body of the Republic of Poland. She has extensive experience in international and European standardization cooperation. And since 2023, she is vice president of Sentinel-EC for policy. And in Poland, she's responsible for organizing and conducting standardization processes and overseeing their consistency with the standardization activities carried out by the European standardization organizations. And she will actually be linking the dots, because in this evolving environment, standards are no longer a back office technical checkpoint only. They are a strategic instrument. They help turn regulation into practical solutions for implementation. They help turn policy ambitions into products, services, and systems that are not only safer, but prove to be interoperable and resilient. This domain is precisely where CEN and Sentinel-EC have increasingly stepped up. So without further ado, I would like to ask Camille to start the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. So as you mentioned, I would really like to focus on the Cyber Resilience Act and the supporting standards for it, because in Europe, this is really the biggest endeavor, the biggest piece of work that we have in terms of standardization for cybersecurity. And I also would like to explain what it will do ultimately for digital sovereignty. So we are at a turning point today, because in around 2 years, the CRA will enter into application on the 11th of December 2027, with the reporting obligations already kicking in next September. So the CRA, I think, is something you've heard already enough today. It's a cornerstone in the EU legislation on cybersecurity. It covers nearly all products with digital elements, including standalone software. And standards, more particularly harmonized standards, will play an important role to support its implementation. We are also expecting a global impact of what we are doing in terms of standardization, because what we are developing at the moment is quite unprecedented, and it's also covering a lot of products. And we expect that this will also define in a way what the state of the art will be at the international level as well. So we are shaping the global state of the art on cybersecurity in a nutshell. So now I also wanted to explain to you where we are, what we are doing, and also the concrete implications in terms of digital sovereignty. So we have for the CRA a standardization request that we have addressed to the 3 European standardization organizations, so Sentinelec and ETSI. And that's also the opportunity for me actually to thank the ESOs, and we have a representative present here, for their support, for more than their support, actually their co-lead in this endeavor, and also the acceptance of the standardization request in the first place. We know that this is a challenge, also in terms of timeline, in terms of width of the work, but we're extremely pleased about how it's going at the moment, and we see that everybody is really working at full speed to deliver. So we have indeed requested 41 standardization deliverables at once, including product-specific standards to cover the important and critical product categories. So those are the categories that you find in the annexes 3 and 4 of the CRA. And all product-specific standards are planned for publication next October, so October 2026. So as you can imagine, this means that at the moment, as we speak, a lot of these standards already have a shape which is quite mature because of the delivery date. So one of the main roles of the Commission in this process is to ensure the alignment between the standardization deliverables and the legislation, so the CRA in this case, as well as the standardization request. And this is very important because this is something that has been reiterated also by previous case law. I think you might have heard of the James Elliott ruling from 2016. More recently, we also had the public resource one, where the Court of Justice of the EU said that harmonized standards form part of EU law, which calls for a higher degree of scrutiny from the European Commission to indeed ensure that the standardization deliverables really reflect what is expected to support the legislation. So for the CRA in particular, the Commission chose to closely monitor the development of the standards, which means that very concretely at working level, there is involvement in the technical committees, in the working groups of the European Commission. And we also have a process called the HAS assessment, where each standard is being assessed 3 times by the European Commission to make sure that they are aligned indeed with expectations from the CRA. So we assess the major draft, inquiry stage, and also before the final vote, we also assess one last time. So that means that there is really this key role for us to ensure that there is no mismatch between the legislation and between the standards. And actually, several deliverables have already been submitted for assessment at different stages. So for We have some horizontal standards, which are at the second stage called public inquiry, and the verticals are mostly at major draft stage, so already going in for their first assessment. So why is this relevant for in terms of digital sovereignty, you may ask? Well, because this means essentially that we are creating tailor-made standards for the CRA. So already overall, this is supporting Europe's digital sovereignty. Then to go a bit more into the details of why there is this strong connection to digital sovereignty. Well, first, just to say that this digital sovereignty is not a concept as such which is very precisely defined, but we can see that there are two angles when it comes to the CRA standards. First, the standards are developed in a way that ensures that they fit Europe's interests and needs, and this is enshrined in the standardization request for the CRA. And secondly, there is an international dimension because we expect that the CRA will strengthen Europe's technological leadership by shaping the state of the art. So now to give more details on this first point, which is the fact that the standards are specifically developed to fit Europe's needs and interests. So for these deliverables, the European Standardization Organization, so ETSI, CEN and CENELEC are fully in the lead for the development of each and every standard. So they cannot delegate the development of those standards to another entity. So this is an additional guarantee here that the standards will be adequate to support the CRA. The CRA, it's a new legislative framework legislation, so as you can imagine, not everybody knows what this concept is already in Europe, so imagine at the international level. But we do have this expertise and this knowledge of the new legislative framework in the European Standardization Organization, which have been working on this type of standards for already many years. There is also, generally speaking, a high degree of awareness of the different pieces of EU legislation relating to cybersecurity, being for the Cybersecurity Act, for the NIS2 directive. So there is also this guarantee that the European standardization organizations will make sure that the standards create overall a coherent framework, also taking into account these other pieces of EU legislation. And this is why we needed to ensure that the work is carried out by them directly, by the ESOs. And overall, the CRA standardization request ensures that the standards are developed in a transparent manner and in a way that is aligned with the union's interest. So now on the second point, the second specific point, which is the international dimension. So, and I already mentioned this briefly at the beginning. So the CRA covers a wide range of products. So, and the request more particularly asks for 41 standardization deliverables and all the products mentioned in annexes 3 and 4. So we are talking here, sometimes it feels maybe very abstract when we talk about these annexes, but more concretely, operating system, identity and management systems, firewalls, routers, antiviruses, password managers, smart cards. So also like really daily life products that are being standardized at the moment, and of course products underpinning the cybersecurity of most IT infrastructure even in the world. So we think that this is clearly something absolutely major. As I said, this is definitely the biggest standardization effort in cybersecurity in Europe, if not in the world. So there will be an impact, and there is a huge potential for these standards to be adopted at the international level as well. And this is also very important for the sovereignty aspect. And now to conclude, and I think I was about to be, so that's perfect. Well, we see that indeed standardization can support legislation, EU legislation on cybersecurity and hence digital sovereignty. But the standardization process for this needs to follow certain principles which are enshrined in the standardization regulation itself, such as the representativeness, inclusiveness, and also in the specific standardization request.
Well, thank you very much, Camille. So let's turn to Alan. Alan, so what's your take on this, standards, digital sovereignty, and cybersecurity?
Good afternoon, and thank you again for the invitation. I'll try to be brief, but first, sort of zooming out, why do we have security standards? Well, it's to address risk. And there's an important thing to understand about the risk in cybersecurity. So unlike standards for fire safety, where we need to update them occasionally because we're now using new building materials or houses are closer together or further apart, in security, we are facing an adaptive adversary. And anything that we do today to protect ourselves will, in the next move, face a different approach. So there is a certain amount of continuous side of things. I've been referring to this as sort of building the plane while flying it, because a lot of this security concepts and new technologies that depend on broad adoption aren't necessarily proven when we begin our journey or even when we're midway through it. And there are going to be things that we learn about where we said we tried this and it doesn't work. The most famous example of this is password rotation, where once upon a time, it was seen as best practice to say you should change your password every 3 months. And we now know that this is not the effective approach, indeed not for technical reasons, but for human psychology reasons. So I've spent a lot of my life devoted to this idea of software bill of materials, which I think we've already talked about in this room, a pretty obvious idea that we should know about what's in our software. But it turns out that going from that obvious idea, you shouldn't buy things and you shouldn't sell things without knowing what's in them, into practice actually gets a little complex. And the way that we think about things and design things will change over time as we learn more. Another clear example that I think is going to be very relevant to some of the vulnerability work that Camille mentioned is the idea of something called the Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange, or VEX. So this is a very special idea in security. It's the ability to attest, to just claim that your product is not affected by a vulnerability. This pairs very well with SBOM, because SBOM says this is what's in my product. And now you can say, yes, I have this ingredient in my product, but I've done the work to show that it is not something that affects my product. This vulnerability is not exploitable. It does not affect it, so we can move on. This will make things a lot more efficient to handle the volume of vulnerability data. Now, VEX is interesting from a standards process because initially when we started talking about the idea, we didn't have an implementation. My friends at BSI in Germany said, hey, we have been working and promoting a standard, an international standard called the Common Security Advisory Framework, CSAF, that's developed in the Standards Development Organization, OASIS. And this was great. Challenge is CSAF is meant to meet the needs for large, complex commercial software, particularly industrial software, things like that. And it's not a great fit for the open source community. And so now there's a parallel effort to say, well, how do we implement this? What's the standard for VEX as we think about it in the open source world? For SBOM, we have the challenge of, as we start to turn this idea, know what you have, into a requirement when we're still building it. So in 2021, the US government said, We need to raise the level of security for software that the US government buys. The US government buys a lot of software. And so they came up with some minimum thresholds. You need to use static analysis. You need to encrypt the data at a certain level. And they introduced SBOM. But we had to tell the world what an SBOM meant. Now, at the time, SBOM was still pretty new, and a lot of companies were afraid of it. And so the initial US government definitions of SBOM, which are my fault, we said the mandatory level is the top layer. You only have to say the top layer of dependencies. Now, this was a starting point, and industry fought that, by the way. But now, in 2025, we're all a little more familiar with SBOM. People now know if you make software, at least that's an expectation. And we look back and we say that top level, only saying what are the top level ingredients and not the dependencies of the dependencies, called transitive dependencies, would not have helped us for the most important vulnerabilities that we care about, like Log4j, like Ripple 20, which affected industrial control systems and IoT. So we need to have more depth there. We're still struggling with that initial informal definition that the US government proposed, and it's slowly getting into this. So as we think about security, we need to understand that a lot of the technology that we're proposing isn't actually 100% proven. And when we think about controls, we need to understand their effects. So briefly, what are the solutions? And there isn't a magical way to solve risk against an adaptive adversary, but there are a few things we can do. One is the idea of a multi-stakeholder model of development, where really you make it as open as possible and really allow everyone to come to the table to build out that first set of shared definitions, the shared concept. We didn't have that for SBOM, and then we built this out. We had international participation from both non-American companies as well as non-American governments. And the second is to have coordination across governments. One of the last things I did while I was still in the US government was help coordinate an informal expert group of cybersecurity agencies around the world. And we had active participation from the Commission and ENISA as well, although they ended up not signing a document that said, hey, SBOMs are a good idea. Right, so at least you have that broad level of support that you can then use for further work. And then the last piece that is sort of a call to both policy researchers and governments is to regularly revisit standards, especially the broad ones that have, here are 300 controls that we recommend, right? Think of ISA 62443 or ISO 27000 series, where we can say, hey, is that still a good idea? Do we have any evidence that that's worth the money? Can we as governments pay some researchers to determine whether or not these security controls are still working against an adaptive adversary? And so just a reminder as we have this conversation about standardization that this is a moving target. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. So it was very insightful. Shika, please. Floor is yours.
Hello. Okay. So I have broken down this topic into a couple of parts. The first part, which I'd like to highlight, is that cybersecurity is a trust challenge. We see that the tech is advancing. There are so many emerging technologies which are coming up. And with technology, we also see that the risks that we previously had, what Alan has also been mentioning, a lot of control sets that we think of, or a lot of measures that we think of, become obsolete very quickly because the risk keeps evolving. Which is why the people, the society, and government need confidence that the systems that they are using are secure, resilient, and interoperable. The second element to this is how are standards useful in this context. Standards basically help to ensure that the technology that we are building and the things that we are looking at are interoperable and scalable. And that's very important because it helps to establish trust. The third part of my opening speech is importance of trust framework. So it's important that we have like some common principles and some certification schemes that like do not just follow the geographical boundaries. Whatever attacks happen or whatever threats exist, they do not follow like the geographical borders, and the defenses that we plan and think about should not think about borders either. Therefore, collaboration is very important. There is no single company or no single regulator or no single standards committee which can ensure that all of the threats are looked at, all of the attacks are covered. Collaboration, sharing best practices, ensuring that we are talking to each other, we are making sure that the best practices are shared is very important. I'd also like to highlight like one of the things that we've been talking a lot about at Microsoft is the Secure Future Initiative. Through the Secure Future Initiative, we basically said that security is the top priority for every product, for every service that Microsoft produces. But since security is not just about tech, we want to make sure that we work alongside all the relevant stakeholders in government, in standards, in academia, to make sure that we can work at security at all levels. The last aspect that I want to talk about is sovereignty, because this is one of the things that Camille mentioned. It's important that we consider sovereignty. It's equally important that sovereignty does not lead to pursuing of standards which might be incompatible. We want to make sure that the things that we are doing in a particular region for a particular domain spans well. To conclude, I think what was shown in the morning where it was discussed that there is a defender's dilemma, that attackers need to succeed only once, the defenders need to succeed every time. This is a fact. Cybersecurity, like it just takes one attacker to get through, which is why it's important that we talk about harmonization at a global scale, and we can make sure that we are all working together because it's a team sport. So that would be.
Thank you very much, Shikem. And so now, floor is yours, Eva.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me here in this panel. And actually, you know, additional value is that I am able to speak as the last one in this opening round, because it makes my speech much more easier and shorter, because there was a lot of important things already said about the standards and why the standards matter, actually. And I today represent organizations CEN and CENELEC, which are aiming at and want to be a leading voice in the European cybersecurity standardization. So we are the answer to all your needs, both the regulators and the industry representatives, but also I don't want to forget about the other stakeholder groups representing, for example, civil society. So here we are, the standardization organization, and we are here, we exist to help to provide the infrastructure to develop standards. Of course, also the standards which are able to address the current needs and challenges, for example, related to the cybersecurity, of course. Standards are no longer a back office technical checkpoint. They are strategic instrument, as you highlighted in your opening statement. They help turn regulation into practical solutions for implementation. So that's why we exist. And I will not maybe highlight much about the value of standards. I would rather like to share with you what we are doing in the standardization world in CEN/CENELEC to support development of standards related to cybersecurity, for example. So let me tell you a little bit about the one specific and very important technical body, which is Joint Technical Committee CEN/CENELEC JTC 13, the joint committee existing between CEN and CENELEC, and which was actually set up to respond to the standardization needs on the cybersecurity. And this technical committee has a mandate to translate international standards into European standards, and for example, the international ones, which are developed in our sister organizations, ISO and IEC, especially in ISO/IEC JTC1 Subcommittee 27. And so this is the issue of where there is a link with the global impact in this regard. So the first mandate is to translate those standards into European standards. And the second mandate is to develop European standards where exist gaps which needs to be filled in with the specific requirements. So within this technical committee, there is, as Camille mentioned, a long list of draft standards that are developed to support standardization request on cybersecurity. Let's put me that in that way, but not only about cybersecurity. I mean, all the topics related to the cybersecurity, but not namely Cyber Resilience Act, but also the Radio Equipment Directive, all GDPR. Why the standardization is also important? What makes CEN and CENELEC different from other maybe standards developing organizations or institutions? First of all, our standards are developed to support EU legislation through harmonized standards. It's already been mentioned today that is the great value because those harmonized standards help users to provide. They provide presumption of conformity. So it means that they help to implement and to prove that the regulation is implemented in a proper way. And let me mention 3 standards that has been lately published in the official journal of the European Union. So it means that they are already harmonized standards, and they were published in connection with the RED directive. So those standards address cyber requirements for internet-connected radio equipment, including those processing personal data, locational data, or virtual monetary value. So these are concrete examples where harmonized standards developed by CEN/CENELEC can support EU legislation. The second example I wanted to mention is related to other areas of our work. Because cybersecurity, it's not only ICT domain. It can be found, and we could hear that during the previous panels in the morning session, that it can be found in other industrial processes, like, for example, operational technology or semiconductor devices. So it affects the daily lives of European consumers. And here, the specific technical committee, TC65, on industrial processes developed a series of standards in this operational technology domain. Another example of work, which we conduct to support achieving the cybersecurity and safety and trust issues is our specific working group, which engaged all experts interested in ICT standards policy. The aim of this group is to monitor all the strategic aspects related to the safety, and also among other topics, also cybersecurity, with the aim to better coordinate and collaborate and to enhance collaboration between the specific technical committees developing standards, just not to miss any opportunities to develop our standards in a better manner. And the third aspect I wanted to mention is anticipating future technologies and regulatory needs. And here we also involve in different projects, which goes a little bit beyond current legislation. We are active in preparing for upcoming mandates. For example, here is the initiative stand for CRA, Standardization for Cyber Resilience Act. So we are a part of this project, and of course the aim is to support and to prepare harmonized standards for the CRA regime. So these are the aspects I wanted to highlight very much in the context of cybersecurity, but I wanted to highlight once again that cybersecurity is not only in the sectors which are related to the ICT or to the big technologies. These are also aspects which are important from the consumer's perspective, and here also it's also our aim to have a very inclusive participation in our technical committees, allowing the organizations representing consumers or environmental or trade unions to participate, encouraging them to participate in the development of standards, also those related to cybersecurity. So these are the highlights I wanted to make in relation to our activities for the cybersecurity and in the standardization world in our structures. But what I wanted to say is that the fact that standardization can help to achieve not only policy but also business goals, and we should also remember about that standards are a common technical language, but this language can be used to achieve our common goals. And I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eva. So I'll start with a round of questions here. So please think about yours, because we'll have time for some questions from the audience. Alan, actually, I'll turn first to you. So given your experience with CISA, for instance, what are the potential roles for European leadership for pre and post standards work around cybersecurity, in your opinion?
So I think that one of the great opportunities you have, especially as the US swings towards, shall we say, a certain deregulatory approach, is to identify and track what are the issues that we're going to be facing over the horizon, and start thinking about how they would be implemented in a security control way that reflects European standardization practices. Now, the nice thing is, in December, everyone who is a thought leader in cybersecurity will start sharing their predictions. And believe it or not, one or two of them may not have to do with AI. But I think it's a great opportunity to sort of say, what are some of the risks that we should be thinking about, and how should we gather them together? And I'll give you two examples, both which I happen to have done some work on, but really do need some support and the heft of European leadership behind. One of them is on semiconductor risks, and we spoke about the radio device regulation. We're going to see a lot more of that. It is impossible to build anything that will be used in critical infrastructure or national security systems, which I know are outside of scope of EU law, that are not built on Chinese chips. That may not be a risk today, but it's hard to look at the chess pieces and not see that as some kind of risk. And the solution isn't what we've seen, some politicians on my side of the Atlantic call for, which is let's just stop using them. Because frankly, that's impossible, especially for foundational chips or more mature chips. But what we do need is we need to start with transparency. And so, my new project at the moment that's starting at a think tank is going to be on HBOM, which is really trying to start that ball rolling. But a think tank can only do so much. CEPS does amazing work, but this is where we sort of need European leadership to say, what are the needs that we have to understand what transparency looks like for our risk of using different types of hardware? And more importantly, how do we track the provenance, where those come from, who might have touched them, who might have interfered with them? The second, we talked about the AI buzzword, is what does transparency look like for AI systems? And it's inevitable that we have AI, we have SBOM, two things come together. That's an area where, again, because there is some space in the landscape, everyone is rushing to produce products, right? There are great companies out there that are selling AI bombs today. And you say, well, what's an AI bomb? Well, it's this thing that we're selling. That's one of those areas where having leadership around a shared definition to aim for a standardization process will be very helpful. There's some work starting in OWASP, which is a standards organization, but they're not a very mature standards organization. They're pretty new. So great opportunity for European leadership.
Thank you very much, Alan. So if I understand correctly, then at the floor, at the foundation level, we have Chinese chips, and then we have US technology, and we are using them here. So Eva, is the European standardization system fit for purpose in this context to support Europe and its digital objectives? Or what are some updates that can be expected?
Well, thanks for the question. Yes and no. I would say this is the short answer, but I will not stop there. I need to say and explain why it is fit for purpose, because I'm convinced that the European standardization system is fit for purpose, provided that it is able to continue to develop in order to meet the needs of the stakeholders, of its stakeholders, and I mean here the all stakeholders, sorry, regulators, industry representatives, and other groups as well. So yes, of course, we need to follow the digital transformation as there is a digital transformation of the industry in Europe and all over the world. We need to follow this path as well, and we are doing that. And what our system already delivers, and this is a little bit also to answer to the intervention from my colleague. First of all, we already have a system which is well recognized, which is well based in Europe. We have this single coherent framework, which other organizations not necessarily that have. We comprise CEN and CENELEC. We comprise 34 countries, so it's a little bit broader than the EU, as our membership is a little bit wider, and all those 34 countries work together to develop standards. Not countries, but national standardization bodies from those countries. And this is important rule because it also ensures coherence, is that we, as a members of CEN and CENELEC, we are obliged to implement the European standards as a national standards. So in effect, in all those 34 countries exist the same standard. And and those standards are available on the market. They are ready to be, and it's possible to use them. This is one aspect which I believe is extremely important. And I would like to mention that all those 34 countries are at the same time members of international standards organizations, ISO and IEC. So this is how we impact, the global organizations as well. 34, it's a lot. Believe me, it's a lot. Europe really counts in a global standardization level, I would say. The second aspect I wanted to highlight, what we have and why I believe the system is fit for purpose, is the fact that we have our governance that is built in line with the core values which are recognized not only in the WTO principles but also in our regulation 1025, and I mean here European regulation, and I mean here especially openness, consensus, balanced participation, and transparency. You mentioned in a few moments ago transparency, and these rules also ensures that our standards are regularly checked and confirmed whether they still represent state of the art or not. This is in our processes. This is the must that every 5 years each standard is confirmed whether it's still fit for purpose. Of course, in rapidly developing technologies, 5 years is too long, but this is the rule. If standards is outdated, the work can be started immediately to improve it and to put into the standards the solutions which are fit for purpose. And of course, what we have is this trusted link between policy and industry, and harmonized standards, but I think this is something I don't need to explain. And of course, there are some challenges, and because we expect that our regulation, the 1025, describing the European standardization system, it's under revision. So we expect some changes in the coming years. And I believe that those changes will help to improve our system to be even more fit for purpose and to address the challenges related to collaboration with policymakers and faster, more agile processes. Actually, this is something we're already working on internally in CEN and CENELEC to provide faster, in a more timely manner, the deliverables to our stakeholders. But we believe that those solutions could be also reflected in the new regulation. And of course, this is something which is also important from the European perspective, more global alignment. So yes, the system is in place, it is trusted, it is recognized, but of course, standardization is also about the continuous improvement. So this is the part of the standardization processes. So yes, there are improvements expected.
Thank you, Eva. I'd like to turn to Camille. So is there a contradiction between the openness principle? So I'm a researcher, so we are always in the open science mode, which is at the heart of the European standardization system as well, and the notion of digital sovereignty?
So I don't think there is a contradiction. I think it's about finding the right balance between openness and digital sovereignty. And I think the CRA standardization process, coming back to this, is quite a good example of it. So we have a process which is quite open, and I will go into the details of this as well. And at the same time, we ensure that the values of Europe are also respected in the way these standards are being developed. So, and actually, when it comes to the openness, it's something that we need this. We need industry engagement to draft high quality standards and also to ensure that Europe can lead in this process. So, and the CRA standardization process is quite unique in this respect, because there are actually many projects supporting the standardization process which go in the direction of openness. So we have projects, for instance, funding the participation of individual experts. So this is Cyberstan, for instance, where you have academicians or representatives of SMEs, this is very important, who can get funding to take part in the drafting of the CRA standards. We also have some dissemination projects for the CRA standards. And here again, it's quite unique because as we speak, there is a dozen of standards for the CRA which are out for public consultation. I encourage you to have a look if you're interested. You can comment, anyone can comment. And this is unique because normally standards do not get out like this for public consultation at such an early stage. Usually you have to wait until the public inquiry. So here you have some standards on hypervisors, browsers, routers, and so on and so forth, on which you can already comment. So they are draft standards, of course. And then CEN-CENELEC, for instance, also organize some deep dive sessions. So these are like some webinars, some dedicated workshops to explain the development of specific standards. For instance, there was a deep dive session on the smart cards. So this is really an effort to reach also a new audience, to get additional feedback on these deliverables. And again, this is, I think, quite unique, or at least I have not heard of such a project supporting a standardization process in the past. So this is for the openness. At the same time, it is true, and that has been mentioned also by Eva, that we need to also ensure that the governance is right and that the process is fit to ensure that Europe's interests are also respected. And here, transparency, which has been mentioned by Eva, and also accountability are really key principles. And this is what we want to ensure for the CRA standardization process. It's important to know who sits at the table in terms of contributors, in terms of experts taking part in the discussion, in the drafting of the standards, in a nutshell. Because, I mean, even if it is, transparency is indeed an important principle in the European standardization system, but actually in practice it has not always been so well applied. And in many, I can remember from the past many meetings where actually it's not very clear who the participant represents, on behalf of whom is this expert actually contributing and talking. And this is also why for the CRA standardization process we wanted to ensure that this is that there is this high degree of transparency.
Very good, because this connects with what I would like to ask Shika. So you mentioned trust, and transparency is part of it. So trust frameworks. What do you think makes a framework, such a framework of trust, effective in practice, and how can industry and regulators work together to build that trust?
What makes it effective is if it's clear and if it's consistent. What helps is if everybody can come together and exchange their perspectives, because everybody has value to bring to the table. Industry stakeholders obviously have some ideas about the best practices, the real world example of how things play out. Regulators, government bodies, they have very good idea about the public perspective and what helps in that domain. So it's important to get everybody on the table, get everybody's opinion, and standardization, as Eva mentioned, is a great way to do that, because one of the things that standardization focuses a lot on is multi-stakeholder consensus building. It's important that when we talk about trust framework, we have like certain well-defined requirements. We also know what is going to be checked, what is going to be certified. And then we are continuously talking about updates, which this process needs. Because as Alan was mentioning, if we have standards, if we have requirements in place, in accordance with how the risk has evolved over the months, over the years, how are we ensuring that our frameworks which we have in place to establish trust are also evolving? So like with these mechanisms, we can make sure that basically all the stakeholders can work well together and we can establish more trust in the digital ecosystem.
Very good. So opening the floor for your questions. So do we have questions here? Yes, we have one question there to start, or actually two.
Hi, Alessandra Chirico. I have a very
Your mic is not working.
Does it work? Yes. Very straightforward question.
Yeah. You just speak.
So this label, digital sovereignty, who would you say is the bearer of digital sovereignty? Because, and I mean, it's a bit of a provoking question, because there is a lack of institutional framework, a lack of governance to talk about sovereignty, I would say. And I dare to say so, as I wrote many years ago about monetary sovereignty and the European system of central banks. So my question is, would you suggest we should be moving to a more structured system of governance to be able to identify a bearer, like a sovereign, in the digital realm?
Alan, I'm not sure that the mic was working. Could you hear the question or not?
I could. I'm not sure I'm the best person to respond to it.
No. It was just to know if you were in the conversation. Okay. So who wants to?
Yes, please. I can start at least with a partial answer to this question. So because we're talking about standardization here, I think it has to be a shared responsibility. And here, like when I mentioned, for instance, the development of standards, of course, I was also referring to the role of the European Commission, but I think we could talk about the role of the EU institutions overall to support digital sovereignty. But I think also the standardization organizations, by supporting us in the implementation of the EU policy, EU legislation on cybersecurity, also play an important role. I mentioned that the standardization request is addressed by them, and they're like leading this work actually. And also, I would say even the companies taking part in the drafting of the standards also have their role to play. So I really see it as more of a shared responsibility model.
I would support that that it's shared responsibility, that we don't need one person which will be, or one institution will be to be responsible for that. And I think during the previous panels, you know, the issue of sovereignty was also somehow touched, that is it realistic or non-realistic, that it's not about, you know, who is ruling, but who impacts, yeah, who has an impact on that.
So there was a second question here.
Alexa Veller, T-Rex. My question is a bit of a more practical nature. We have already heard that not everything is about AI, but we cannot go around AI. We have heard this morning that there is AI for cybersecurity and cybersecurity for AI. So I think it's really a core thing that we should address. We know that the AI Act imposes certain cybersecurity standards that have to be created by CENELEC. The choice was made, presumably, but it's not for me to say, from a digital sovereignty perspective, to put that in the hands of CENELEC, which means that these standards are still in the process of being created. We also know that there was an incident which was an attempt to speed up this process by actually bypassing the process, which was then countered, and where CENELEC said, no, we have to really do this by the proper, we have to go through the proper paces. But that still leaves us without a standard. Now, in industry, standards and complying with standards provides presumed compliance. And so my question basically is, if we really want to be sovereign and we really need the standards in order to be sovereign as an industry, we want to have our standards, that's quite clear. You know, how far are we along in this process of creating the standards? When can we really expect them? And how does this fit with the timeline of compliance of the timeline of implementation of, for example, the AI Act?
Yeah, so please, a quick answer because we are already over time.
Well, the question was quite long, so I don't know if it's possible to answer. First of all, I wanted to apologize because I don't have detailed knowledge about the AI and all those aspects related to AI Act. Yeah, this is for sure. What I can tell is the fact that, of course, development of standards takes time. Yeah, you confirmed that industry needs standards, and I believe not only industry, also regulators, also certification companies, and so on, because the standards, if they give presumption of conformity or they are used for certification, they are needed, yeah. But they also need to go through the standardization path, which is also important because it allows other stakeholders to take part. You already mentioned, Camilla, public inquiry, for example, stage where not only those sitting around the table can say something about the standards, whether or like or not, I mean, to give input, but also the whole European society has the moment that through their national members of Sensenelec, they have opportunity to give input to the standards. So this is important part of the process. And this is the question, and this is the more philosophical question, probably not to discuss, we don't at the standardization level, yeah, whether we still want to have the standards which are developed in line with those European values or not. But of course, from the Senelec and our stakeholder perspective, I wanted to highlight that those values we follow are extremely important for us and for our stakeholders. So that's why the standardization process requires time. Of course, as I said previously, we changed our processes as well, and we can propose other deliverables that can be developed in a quicker way, a little bit quicker way, that could maybe fulfill the needs of the industry, and at the same time could be used for the presumption of conformity. And this is the decision taken not so long ago about the new process and the new deliverables, which we call European Agile Specification. And next year we will test how it works in practice. But this is the option for the solution, to have deliverables which are a little bit quicker than regular standards, and then of course those European Agile specification could be transformed into standards when into regular standard. So it's not this is the answer to not necessarily to your direct question about the specific AI context, but this is the general attitude from our side on that.
Okay, so before we break, I need to do some publicity here. So in 2021, I think, CEPS, under Lorenzo's guidance, published a report on AI and cybersecurity and all the issues in at the interface. Of course, it's before Gen AI, but I think it's still a very much valuable document. So thank you for the panel, and thank you to the audience. So now it's time for coffee break, right? Thank you. So we are back here at 4 sharp. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much to all of you.
It's yours. Sorry about that. So I just grabbed it here. So I thought it was for them. Sorry.
Camille, you're a former Renite from the Sciences Po professor. Yeah, I was there a million years ago. So I was just doing some, LinkedIn stalking. Yes, it's right. Yeah, no, I had a wonderful time. I picked it because I knew it was going to be the only school where there'd be the least number of Brits. And I was right. I was the only Brit. All of them went down to second grade. So yes, and I was captain of the top team. You know, we went to a Nice Battalion. And we beat the Toulouse teams. Partly because they were very, very drunk, so they couldn't pick up the ball. It was crazy. And at the time, this dates me, but unfortunately no one had mobile phones. But some of the stuff, I mean, the most important background is we were tapping the Sciences Po Paris. Everyone was basically shouting Paris, Paris, bon temps, and that's interesting. And then there was lots of people running around naked. Today, I'm not sure about that. It's scarred me. Yeah. But when were you done?
I can send you some information before I can send you the words of the slide.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So you're now an H2. How long have you been there? Yeah, yeah. And was that your first mission? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, so I had a nice chat with Despina this morning. And, yeah, yeah, first thing. Okay, so we yes, and so I think it's quite another launch that's read on open source AI and basically apply the same logic to open source code in terms of curating to open source models, especially small ones, and its relevance to resilience. So she said, okay, we need to meet. And I said, yes. So I said, well, do you have time on the 15th of November? And she said, yes. So I just pinged her. So I pinged it, but I wanted to join this we can have like Raluca, Tomaso, and Benjamin. So I was wondering, typically, does Despina roll with it? I'm happy either way. But just yeah. I'm retired. All right. Yeah. So we have Deputy General Counsel and our regional CTO. So I'm very happy to have more merrier. Don't want to waste people's valuable time, and if there's a discussion. But again, I want. So she just said, "Ping me." Yes, it's very 15 to do. So I sent an email, but yeah, that's so we go back in some way. And so yeah, he's an excellent official. I must say, also before the commission, he's a very deep knowledgeable person. But Maria, she's the head of Europe. Yeah. Yeah. Can we? So I just want to kind of make sure I didn't kind of put my foot on something. So we've got that rolling. Do I need to, when you're next speaking to Ruby, just mention if she wants to connect and very happy to have a yeah. I'll give you my cards here with my details, but that would be great. Again, so Thomas and I obviously at a very technical level working together, and then Raluca from time to time on a more sort of technical / strategic, and then it's been much more about what we thought we were talking about, sort of building, scalability, and so on. Now she shifted into this bit, which actually makes a lot of sense. And yeah, no, again, well, I'll leave it. Yes. So it's funny because it slipped into Etsy, those two verticals you mentioned. So it's an operating system and container runtime. And I think in terms of operating system, we're probably the largest in the world for open source. But it hasn't been because the other largest in the world for branch, but it's been difficult to get all bodies to these. Are you involved in the Etsy conversation for? Yeah.
We are looking at the open consultation and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so we have found two people basically. I don't know how to cajole them into it. So now that, and people like Simon Phipps at Science have been great pulling in, but very often the other open source players have even less resources than us. So it's I would Yeah, and we're methods ethicists forever, but I find things which is interesting opportunity. So yes, but you sounds like you're much more involved in that bit of the standard bit.
Yeah, I'm very involved in creations, but I'm part of the CRA team.
Yeah.
Very supportive.
Anyway, I will give you my card. So yes, don't interrupt for a little. Thank you. And the second thing is, moment what's that about? I probably won't be the right person to answer the question, especially if it gets really nerdy and technical. But I can think of 3 or 4 people who are either plugged into it directly or are very closely following it, and then working through various organisations. So you might find that they have multiple hats on. I'll get you my card, and then we go.
I just wanted to say hi because we've seen each other in stand-up comedy. My hands are sticky and it's nice to see you again. In the last CCRA.
Yeah, I remember, yes. Yeah, so very nice.
I'll catch up with you again.
Okay, so let's now start with the last panel, and we'll be focused on undersea cable security. I will give the floor to Elena Scaramuzzi, global researcher for Callen. Please.
Good afternoon. Last panel, but not least. Last but not least. So first of all, I would like to thank CEPS for this initiative and for inviting and for putting together this very interesting panel about submarine cables. Callen International, I'm head of global research there, and at Callen we do monitoring of regulations, of policies from around the world. And this year we published a big benchmark about how submarine cables are regulated and protected around the world. So our research covers a lot of different markets. And today I'm very glad to have three panelists who will certainly give a lot of substance to this debate, because it's a very important one this year, also for geopolitical trends, but also for very material market reasons. Submarine cables are really in the spotlight. And so today we have three speakers, three panelists who will discuss with us submarine cables protection from three different perspectives. First of all, we have Mr. Miguel Gonzalo Sancho, who is head of unit of future connectivity systems at the European Commission. And Mr. Gonzalez is also a member of the Smart Network and Services Joint Undertaking and active executive director of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, that is a EU body based in Bucharest. So we will hear about what is the perspective of security for submarine cables from the European Commission. Then we have a second panelist who will bring the US perspective into the picture, and we have Eric Brown, who is a non-resident researcher in the European program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C. I read some very interesting research from your institution, so I'm very, very happy to have you here in this panel. And so research on transatlantic trade policy and technology, and now Eric is studying at Cambridge University, pursuing a master's degree in politics and international studies. So thank you for coming today to Brussels. And third, we have Giorgio Baresi, who is a partner at Reply, based in Milan, so we are both Italian. And Reply is an international consulting firm, and I understand that Giorgio has 20 years experience in designing and in innovation consulting. So submarine cables are a very, let's say, traditional infrastructure in many respects, but now more than ever, innovation and modernization of this infrastructure is absolutely relevant, and the cybersecurity is where it comes into the picture. So Giorgio will bring his perspective and his very concrete experiences in this sector, not only in Europe, but also in the Middle East and in Asia, across different sectors, because I understand you have also experience working with defense, with financial services, healthcare, energy. So these are all sectors that that are really important, where submarine cables play a key role. So thank you for coming here. So I will now sit down and will give you the word to you. So my idea is to just give 5 minutes to each of you to really bring, in a nutshell, your perspective about this topic, and in particular about how cybersecurity and why it is so crucial for submarine cables infrastructure. And then we will discuss, and I hope you will participate in our debate. So I would start from Miguel. Actually, Miguel, if you could, in 5 minutes, tell us a bit what are the key priorities in the EU about submarine cables.
Okay, good afternoon. And first of all, thanks for the invitation. So in 5 minutes, I would say that this issue of security of submarine cables has become higher up in the political policy agenda of the EU. That was, let's say, prompted or you know brought about by a series of incidents that took place recently, involving some submarine cables. Incidents which happen all the time, but in the current climate, of geopolitical tension, those incidents took place, in particular in the Baltic Sea, not knowing very well to which extent they were provoked or not. And in that context, that served to make, let's say, policy makers realize how critical submarine infrastructure is. So we're talking here, I will talk in particular about data cables, because this is what I'm working in that area. And but there's also power cables, and there's also oil, kind of infrastructure. When it comes to data cables, so there was the realization that over 95% of the intercontinental traffic is running through these cables, and so that this is an absolutely critical infrastructure. So that prompted the European Commission this year to come up with an action plan on submarine cables, security of submarine cables. So this covers both data cables and energy, not all infrastructure, this particular plan. And I'm actually going beyond cybersecurity here, because this is about security in general. So it includes aspects of cyber, but also very physical security. So we're talking about cutting cables, very physically. So this action plan, which is a commission communication, well, typically when the commission does something like this, you kind of gather what exists already and try to put it together and provide some perspective. From the European Union, like in other areas, basically we have in this area of submarine cables security, there is funding, there is legislation, and there is policy action. This has been going on for a while. On funding, there is in particular the Connecting Europe Facility, which is a program for deployment. It has been supporting submarine cables deployment for a while. And as everybody, most people in industry would say, the best security for submarine cables is redundancy. Okay? Have enough cables so that when you have an incident, you can deviate the traffic. And there's other programs, more international, let's say, programs, funding outside Europe that do also support submarine cables. So this has been going on for a while, and it will continue. There will be more calls supporting submarine cables. In terms of legislation, not specifically dedicated, but the security of submarine cables would fall in the scope of the Critical Entities Resilience Directive and of the Cybersecurity, the NIS2 directive. And in terms of policy coordination, there's also some actions going on. I will touch upon quickly on them. This action plan comes up in 4 pillars: prevention, detection, response and repair, and deterrence. So there's actions proposed in each one of those that range from supporting with EU funding deployment of new cables down to coordination with NATO, exchange of information, and things like that. I am more particularly working in the area of prevention. So anticipating the problems. There was already a recommendation from the Commission from 2024 on the security of submarine cables. So even anticipating, the frenzy and the concern about this, that set sort of governance, proposed a sort of governance framework for addressing this area, policy governance framework. And I'm actually responsible for it. We set up a group of member state national authorities from all member states to look into this. And what we've done, and I can refer to the report that was published on the 23rd of October for this. What we did with this group is to come up with European risk assessment and assessing the risks that data, in this case, cables, submarine cables, face. So there's a certain methodology there. I'm not going to go into detail. I refer to that. But basically, there's a classification between, there's a series of threats and vulnerabilities that are identified that fall into the category of intentional or non-intentional. Intentional can be cyber, can be physical. Non-intentional can be just natural hazards that happens, or it can be man provoked incidents like and it is the most typical one actually, an anchor which is dragged and inadvertently, and then a series of dependencies that are also identified. So dependencies in terms of geographical, the supply chain dependencies, or technical and legislative and so on. The value of all this, I would say, is that member states, for that matter, have agreed on this common, assessment, which results in 7 main risk scenarios that have been identified to be worked upon. And so that has let's say, a political value in itself. So what comes next? What we are working on now with these national authorities is to come up with a toolbox. That word is familiar. We did a toolbox with 5G. Now we're going to do it with submarine cables as well, which means coming up with a series of recommended measures, mitigating measures for the risks that had been identified before. All non-binding, all consensual, but that can have a lot of value as well. And as part of these measures, something that is already foreseen is to have what we call a list of cable projects of European interest. So that means to identify some areas, can be routes, or it can be, horizontal capacities, such as maintenance capacities, where, it is identified that there's a need for enforcement. So we're currently doing an analysis with some experts to see which are the cables that are in different areas and which they would need to further support, because there are very few, because whatever the traffic considerations, and that will inform that list will inform the next calls of the CEF, Connecting Your Facility Digital, that will continue to support. We've seen that the calls on cables are well oversubscribed. There's a demand. There's a need for public funding, so we will continue funding this with the remaining of CEF. Now, CEF will come to an end. We're already, of course, thinking about the next financial framework, how this area can be supported, because it's clear it's a critical area. Then I will leave it there. There's other aspects that we might touch upon, like how the investment profile in this critical infrastructure is changing, has very much changed over the last 10 years. It's not the traditional telecom providers, let's say, European ones. Now what we have is a very significant, most of the investment is coming from hyperscalers. So that has also implications, of course, in terms of the economic security issues, and that's something that it's coming up in these discussions that we're also having with member states. But little wonder there's a connection, there's a linkage between the cables, the data centers. I mean, just to finish, a very curious map is the one that, where you see the cables that used to connect big, where there were areas where there were lots of population. Now you map the cables with the data centers, and you really see, those cables are, deploying more and more in order to feed those data centers. So everything is connected. Just to finish, these submarine data cables that were a bit not so much in the front news. Now we realize that these are the arteries. These are of our information society, which means of our society and of our economy. So their security is very, very important indeed. And I will leave it at that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for these initial comments about the vision and the priorities and the next steps in Europe. And I would like to pass the word to Eric Brown, because I understand that in the FCC this year updated the licensing rules for submarine cables, enhancing protection and so on. So somehow a regulator intervening. So it's not just deregulating, it's also regulating or updating regulations that in this case dated back more than 20 years. So I would like to hear a bit about the US perspective, what the priorities are about this infrastructure, and also start discussing about how the US sees the EU viewpoints, etc. So, Eric.
Great, fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation to speak on this panel, and it's great to share the stage with Giorgio and Miguel and Elena. I'd like to focus these remarks, I'll definitely get into the US perspective, but sort of on three broad categories. First is that what we've just heard from Miguel, the EU's actions on subsea cables over the last 2 years have been wide-reaching, intense, deep, in-depth, no pun intended, but they're not in a regional vacuum, and I think it's important to understand what implications the EU's actions have across the world, and also what actions in places like the United States with the FCC's updated regulations have on Europe. Second, that there's still much to be done within Europe on standardizing approaches to securing subsea data cables. And then finally, I'd like to hopefully end on an optimistic note and provide a case for increased transatlantic and broader allied cooperation when it comes to securing supply chains for cables, protecting cables, and ensuring resilience going forward. So on the first point, that the EU's actions are not happening in a vacuum. What do I mean by that? I think because of the span and the increased number of incidents in the Baltic Sea over the last 2 years, there's been sort of a tendency among commentators, especially those focused on Europe, to sort of look at this as an issue that's only happening in the Baltic Sea. Cables are only vulnerable really in Europe, or that's where they're being cut, and that's just not quite the case. Two obvious examples would first be in the South China Sea off the coast of Taiwan, and then also in the Red Sea, where even inadvertently cables being cut can have a huge impact for European data traveling to Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. It's been said by observers with reference to these instances in the Baltic Sea that the Baltic Sea is sort of being used as a laboratory for sabotage for bad actors, but I think one could equally flip this argument on its head and say that the Baltic Sea is an opportunity for policy responses to really be exported to the rest of the world, which I think in some cases that's being done. And two examples of that is first, Taiwan just a couple of months ago announced that it was updating some of its domestic laws to more severely punish subsea cable damages, intentional or unintentional. What one might not know is this follows Estonia's moves to do the exact same thing earlier this year. And also Taiwan seizing a fishing vessel that was suspected of cutting cables in the Taiwan Strait, of course, follows the Eagle S incident in the Baltic Sea from December of 2024, where Finnish authorities were quick to seize, board, and detain a vessel suspected of cutting multiple data cables and a power cable in the Baltic Sea. So these are all instances of countries taking action to protect their own cables, but this is also an issue that's being followed very closely in the United States, despite the United States not having experienced really an instance of subsea cable suspected sabotage in recent years. An interesting sort of number, over the last year alone, at least 7 times a piece of legislation has been introduced in either the House of Representatives or the Senate focused on increasing US subsea cable security or adjusting regulations that involve licensing or permitting in US waters for cables. Also, as Elena mentioned, the FCC updated for the first time in over 20 years its cable licensing rules, primarily, one, trying to streamline the process for getting cables to connect to the United States, because this is actually something where in the last 10 to 20 years, it takes much longer to get approval for cables to land in the United States than it did earlier in the 21st century. And second, putting essentially a ban on non-trusted components in cables connecting to the United States, something that I think Europe would be smart to follow doing. So with all this said, I think there are 2 things that can be sort of taken from the fact that actions being developed in Europe have for the rest of the world. One, that what Europe does in the Baltic Sea, in the Mediterranean Sea, and the North Atlantic matters for how other countries around the world think about subsea cable protection and security. And then second, Europe also has to be prepared for the instances in which the US, for example, introduces rules on cables connecting to the United States and how that impacts transatlantic cables connecting then to Europe. Second, much more needs to be done on European standardization with regards to its subsea cable protection. I think the EU has done a phenomenal job on laying out guidelines for member states to follow. They'll continue to do so, as Miguel mentioned, with the toolbox that's to come. But there's still a ways to go on sort of common interpretation. As was noted, these are all voluntary guidelines, and it really matters that there's sort of a common European approach in European waters for cable protection. And I thought I would just cite a couple of examples from the October report that Miguel also mentioned. So first, when it comes to licensing and permitting, if you want an operational permit in European waters to service a subsea cable, if you're in the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, that might take a range from 4 days, or from a couple of days to 4 weeks. In the Baltic Sea, by contrast, licenses are granted on a 1 to 3 year basis, and so rather than having to apply for an individual permit every time there's an instance of cable damage, companies who have received such a license can go and basically act within this span of 1 to 3 years that they've been allowed. According to data cited in the report, and this is with the caveat that only 16 EU member states responded to this questionnaire rather than all 27, but only 3 member states have included emergency situations for submarine cables in domestic legislation. And there's also quite stark variation in legal punishment for cable damage in territorial waters. And I think this is something that's sort of a low-hanging fruit when it comes to making sure that subsea cables are protected evenly and distributed these protections are distributed evenly in European waters, that countries adopt similar measures. Even in the Baltic Sea region, where we've seen approaches and initiatives from different countries responding to cable damages, it's been countries, smaller Baltic Sea nations such as Estonia and Finland to a certain degree, that have been much more proactive in approaching vessels, escorting suspicious vessels that are thought to pose a threat to critical infrastructure. But I would argue that it shouldn't take a ship traveling to Russia through the Baltic Sea. It shouldn't just be Estonia or these countries that are relied upon to send a vessel to respond to any suspicious activity. And then finally, and I'll be quick on sort of the transatlantic element, but I think the EU report from October makes heavy use of the word dependency, and I think it's good that it does so. And this includes dependency on the United States. For example, one of the components within a subsea cable, the optical pumps, those are exclusively made in the United States. And obviously that poses a supply chain issue for European providers or for providers elsewhere. Also very aware that the investment layout, as Miguel alluded to at the end of his remarks, is changing, and that US hyperscalers are absolutely transforming the global subsea cable landscape. At the same time, I think dependencies on the United States or dependencies on Japan for certain cable components should be treated differently than dependencies on China or on other adversaries, and I just think that's an important point to make, and I genuinely believe that the United States, Europe, Japan, other countries like South Korea and Australia have much more to gain from working together, from pooling together resources when it comes to their cables, rather than just saying we have dependencies on all these countries and we need to try to build everything ourselves, if that's like the preferred policy alternative. We need repair vessels with icebreaking capabilities. We need cable laying ships with icebreaking capabilities. We need to be able to use leading edge semiconductors for transponders in our cables. These come from all over the world, and I think it would be wiser for Europe to sort of move forward with other countries, including the United States, to try to achieve some of these goals. And as mentioned earlier, there's lots of US legislation now looking for ways to improve US subsea cable security. And a part of almost all of this legislation is exploring ways to work with allies and partners. And I think rather than waiting for the US to come to Europe and ask, how can you help us on this? This is definitely one area where in a period where transatlantic technology relations are quite under strain, that there's at least possibility for coordination. And I think that benefits both sides. There's a lot of upside. So to conclude, I think it's important that we make sure that we are learning the right lessons from the last 2 years when it comes to securing Europe's subsea data cables. Something that's cited often and is also correct is that, yes, no cable cuts have occurred in the Baltic Sea since certain initiatives like NATO's Baltic Sentry, the Joint Expeditionary Forces Nordic Warden, but that doesn't mean that they won't happen again. And I think we can't just say, like, we've succeeded and move on. And also, no country can approach these challenges alone, and I think there's an important question and debate to be had about balancing sovereignty versus the tangible benefits of allied cooperation, and I hope we can get into that further. Thank you.
Well, just one comment is the fact that this industry traditionally has not been heavily regulated. It's something that was really led by industry investment decisions, and let's say regulation was, of course, important in the sense of controlling certain aspects from different perspectives, from the environmental to the use and the exploitation, the industrial exploitation of this infrastructure. But what is interesting in this discussion, that we're talking a lot about really the new political climate and all the concerns about the risks of sabotage and this very tense climate. So I think it's interesting now to listen Giorgio, because his perspective is really more bound to the experiences from the industrial perspective, from really the exploitation of this infrastructure in the more traditional way of thinking of it, not just political. So I would like to listen from about your perspectives and what you learned in your projects regarding submarine cables.
Of course, thank you, Elena. Well, I think, Lorenzo, this morning you mentioned the fact that 30 years ago the biggest threat to cables were sharks, right? And telcos deploying cables were concerned about those cables being potentially damaged by sharks. And those sharks have evolved over the past 30 years, and defenders of those cables actually have to evolve and embrace new technologies, new capabilities in order to protect such critical infrastructures, especially undersea. And undersea infrastructure is something particularly hard to protect because we're talking about, as Miguel was saying, a theater that's cyber and physical at the same time. So a cyber attack oftentimes anticipates a physical and operational attack. Defenders have to operate in a multi-domain theater, so threats not only comes from the surface, but also from above the surface, from under the surface. So all of these different bits of information have to be basically put together and processed by those who are in charge. Adversaries often hide in plain sight. So, Eric, you were mentioning, white ships damaging cables in the Baltics, in the Red Sea, in the Chinese Sea. So it's very hard to understand who's an adversary, who's potentially just a civilian actor carrying on their business. And it is even harder to do that, given that at any given time in the seas in the world, basically we have more than 100,000 vessels navigating, and among them 2,000 to 2,500 are navigating the Baltics alone. So basically finding a threat is like finding a needle in a haystack at the moment. To make the situation even more complex, you don't have a single state or a single navy or a single agency basically protecting an infrastructure, but you have coordination among different countries, different alliances, different agencies, private companies. So hard to create a single picture. And in this situation in which knowledge is so fragmented, calling the shots, making decisions is very, very hard. So we don't have a data scarcity issue. My thesis is that we have a data overload issue, and this data is very fragmented in different silos, in different organizations. No one has a 360 picture of the theater. So decision latency becomes a problem, especially if you have to intervene quickly in a theater. So my argument here is that we should leverage new technologies. Artificial intelligence potentially is one of them, but we should not demand basically the protection of these critical infrastructures entirely to AI, but we should enable a new way of collaboration between technology that we should leverage and people who are in charge and are accountable for protecting this infrastructure. So this collaboration has a number of tenets that I would like to share now. First, we should overcome the data fragmentation and fuse different data sources into basically a single view. This is very important because humans have to basically connect the dots. They have to correlate signals so that they can make sense out of it. Second, data should be visualized in a way that not only agents, AI-enabled agents, but also people can understand, can make sense. So in my team, we have user experience designers that can visualize those data in a way that immediately makes sense for the people that have to visualize that, make decisions, and ultimately take action. Once data is in the same container, is in the same visualization, then AI can trigger anomalies, can trigger highlight anomalies, and especially if you're talking about 100,000 vessels at any given time navigating in the seas, automation in this case can be of much help. Also, predictive algorithms can be deployed so that once you have data and you have a predictive algorithm, you can switch the basically mindset of an operator from being purely reactive to potentially being proactive. So a predictive algorithm can at some point surface or anticipate anomalies so that an operator can anticipate a potential criticality instead of just reacting to it. Of course, when artificial intelligence plays a role, especially in these critical situations, transparency is crucial to maintain trust. So an operator, a human, shouldn't trust blindly an alert or a predictive algorithm, but should always understand why a trigger was, an alert was triggered. What was the data sources that were used to trigger that alert, for instance? What was the reasoning behind that? And it should be able to approve or diffuse what the artificial intelligence actually suggested. And also, artificial intelligence, especially generative artificial intelligence, is something that can evolve over time, can retain memory. So here, the importance of the human being is particularly important because the human being can close the loop, provide feedback to the artificial intelligence, tell it, okay, it was a good shot, a good call, it was not a good call, so that this interaction, this virtuous circle between the AI and the human can improve. So in this case, we say that humans are going to be more and more coaches, managers, mentors of artificial intelligence-enabled agents rather than just operators monitoring a theater. We believe that this kind of shared visualizations could also be used and adopted if adopted, by different agencies, by different stakeholders involved, could also fill the gap, the decision gap that I was talking about earlier. So if everybody can have a similar picture, or even better, the same picture, then coordination is going to be much better. So just to conclude, again, I don't believe that technology alone can protect our cables, our undersea infrastructure, but a new way to collaborate between technology and humans can actually help us protect those infrastructures from the new sharks that are populating our seas.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. And I think, well, I would have a long list of questions, but I think considering now the time is limited, I would like to ask whether there are some questions from the floor before I go. Okay, there is a question from Conreg, I think.
Alexa Veller, T-Regs. So I have a question with regard to redundancy, which was one of the first things that were mentioned here by Miguel, and also about where we could intervene to help in this process. And I think the one thing that has not been mentioned is incident response. And where I think it would actually be quite good to have some help from the supranational level. So when we're talking about redundancy, you were suggesting to lay European cables, if I'm not mistaken there. How about putting in some redundancy from satellite? So that would be my first question. Should we not integrate our European satellite program into this submarine cable picture? That's question one. Then I also have a question for Giorgio, and that is, I would like to know how you see this happening, so the program that you're describing there, because to me it seems either dangerous to have the same picture everywhere, because if you only have like one picture, we don't know whether it's the ground truth or not. If we have multiple pictures, we can compare and see where the correlations are. And so maybe we can have a better view on whether we are seeing ground truth, yes or no. And also the second thing is, where would this be deployed? Would this be in a SOC? Would this be in a supranational SOC? Would this be in distributed SOCs? Where would these SOCs be? So that's basically my question to you.
Yeah, so the redundancy, yeah, that's actually something that everybody in the industry would say. Redundancy is the best is the best security measure. I didn't say that there should be European cables for redundancy. That's a general statement, but since I'm working at European level, that's something that is being discussed there. So how to complement, and actually what we're doing now with the representatives from member states is to look at different basins, at different areas, and to see what the situation is, and if there's a need to reinforce some routes. So, but this is to say that redundancy is something to be considered at all, in all geographies. And we have examples of that not so long ago. Some countries in Africa were without internet for a number of weeks because some cables were cut. There was not the redundancy that allowed them to to maintain the service. So this is relevant everywhere. On the issue of satellite versus cable, well, first of all, in terms of traffic, satellite is peanuts compared to cables. I mean, just in volumes. So satellite cannot replace cable. Satellite has, of course, a role in certain case. Well, it's important in case of catastrophes, things like that. Of course, people want to have an SMS from the relatives and things like that, but it cannot replace cables. That's clear. But it's a very valid point, the issue of the complementarity of the networks, and that's something that is more and more discussed, which is the overall resilience of the networks, taking into account their complementarity. That's very relevant. By the way, it's not just cable as satellite that can supplement failures from cables. Satellite, they also depend on submarine cables, because they depend on that information. But it's an absolutely valid point, which is to consider the resilience of communications as a whole. For that matter, to see how satellite can supplement. This is certainly valid in the case of coverage of terrestrial areas that are hard to cover by terrestrial cable, but it's also relevant in case the aspect of complementarity of submarine. But as I said, the traffic of cable is incomparable to the one that satellite can handle these days.
Just 2 sentences on satellites. There's a real-world example of NATO sort of addressing this, or at least looking into it. It's called HEIST. It's basically a NATO initiative to try to integrate satellite systems in the instance of a widespread outage due to subsea cable damage. And I think that's another example of EU initiatives being complemented through NATO.
I think my turn regarding your question. So first of all, what I described was not a solution, but was a set of principles that could be applied in 2 solutions that require basically to make sense out of a very complex picture. So you asked, where should we deploy this? I say potentially wherever there is need to coordinate people, even within the same country, even within the same company, potentially. But I'm a technician. I'm not a politician, so I cannot respond to you on which level we should deploy solutions like the one that I described. What I can say is give you a response from a technical perspective. So from a technical, I'm a designer by training. So I design user interfaces and experiences for people to use so that they can make sense of reality, can make sense of complex situations. What I can tell you is that out of my experience, wherever and whenever you can provide a shared visibility, shared data in a context in which, of course, you are share goals, you are not competing goals, then you achieve clarity and you basically achieve a situation in which decisions are made in a more collaborative and in a quicker way. So sometimes this is not achieved on purpose because you want to create friction across stakeholders. Sometimes this is not achieved on purpose. So my role as a technical person is to make sure that we can remove friction wherever friction is not needed.
Just to say, reply to that, actually, what Giorgio described, it's happening. I was hearing to an episode in the Telegeography podcast. For those that know, it's a reference in this world, and there was a company there, and there are more, describing what they're doing. Okay, I shouldn't call companies, but this one is called FiberSense, and it's going very fast. This area of digital acoustic sensing, so basically sensing the environment, feeding that to artificial intelligence models. And apparently, the level of prediction claimed, of course, this is going fast. This is still one of the areas still where artificial intelligence is changing things, coupled with sensing capacities that these cables are more and more coming up with. So it's a reality today.
Other questions? Lorenzo,
No, just a quick question. Do you see any role for quantum sensing in this picture?
I would say quantum, I mean, there seems to be a role for quantum everywhere. Quantum, for quantum in any area of digital, the question is not if, but when, I would say. Yes, everything that is about, you know, crunching information, processing information, quantum for sure is you know, is poised to alter everything. So I guess here in this area too.
Because these quantum sensors are already available now. You know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, for sure. That I would say we are, yeah, just to say that we are continuing researching also. That's something I didn't mention from the side of the European Commission. We are also investing in research on submarine cables. There's a project that will come up soon, and I'm sure that they will look into that.
Thanks. I wanted to ask you a question about relative costs benefits. And I'm absolutely not an expert in this field, so I count on you. But I understand that the costs of repair are relatively low and can be done relatively quickly, but there are few operators who can do this. So the question really is, to what extent do we need to concentrate more on repairing cables as opposed to prevention, although theoretically prevention is what you want to avoid. But in the case of bad actors, you don't have many ways of avoiding them, you know, stopping them from cutting the cables. What do you think of that?
You want to start? Well, just to say, the cost might not be that low. It depends also on the type of cables we're talking about. It's lower in the case of data cables. It's higher in the case of energy cable because they are heavier. They need to be lifted, and also next to the cost, there's the issue of time, which is it depends on how you measure the cost. There's the intervention, but the cost of having a cable which is not operational for several weeks can be really something, and that can happen. It can take a long time, and it was touched upon. It's also an issue of capacity, repair for sure, but also permitting, you know, authorization to intervene. And as it was mentioned before, it's an issue in some geographies. It takes time to get the permission to repair, and yeah, there can be serious, you know, cost implications.
Yeah, I would also say there's sort of the top line number of how much it costs to repair a cable, you know, tens of millions of dollars or euros, but there's also the cost of every day that a cable isn't running. That's data that's not going through the cable. That's, you know, financial information, you name it. So I think sometimes the cost can be greater than what a repair company says it costs to actually go out and retrieve the cable and put it back. It is a good question of how much do we need to focus on repair versus redundancy. New cables are also expensive, and I think, like, you know, I think where I land on this is we're talking a lot about sort of day-to-day peaceful environment scenarios. Redundancy doesn't help much if there's a concerted action to try to cut as many cables as possible, which isn't something that's happened yet. But I think, you know, when people talk about threat scenarios surrounding Taiwan, or if you go back in history and look at what happened first when World War II broke out, cables were cut, and I think at that point then redundancy matters less, and the ability to get ships out, protect those ships, and make sure that the cables are repaired as quickly as possible matters a lot more than sort of in the day-to-day. Can we repair one or two cables that have been either intentionally or unintentionally cut?
So if I may intervene, earlier Miguel mentioned what happened in West Africa a couple of years ago, and that was completely a natural event. It was caused by, it was a submarine earthquake or something like that caused damages to a number of cables and not just one. So even if there was a certain redundancy in, for example, in Nigeria, there were problems. So in order to repair those cables that are put there to work for many years, generally the lifespan of a submarine cable is 20 to 25 years, and of course traffic and use of the cables is what will justify the investment of the different consortiums that tend to invest in this infrastructure. Just to get the repair vessel, it had to come from the Indian Ocean to West Africa. So it was, it is a type of industry about repairing the cables. It's something that takes a long time, and there are contracts behind this maintenance and repair infrastructure. So I think it's, I mean, it's the question is not just about predicting the worst case scenario of a war or, you know, or these attacks. The problem is that this is an infrastructure that needs to work, that needs to you know, create some revenues and make good profits and businesses for some players. And the industry is divided between those who lay the cables, those who, you know, install the infrastructure, those who need to maintain, those who need to repair. And this is, and also insurance company, everything is in a long value chain, you know, commercially and industrially. So I think it's, when we come into discussing the, you know, the dangers that are stemming from the difficult political climate, I think it's something that we need to take into account. But also we need to consider that this is an industry that has been existing for a long time. So I think it's important to consider and to also what the way forward. And so this is what I would like to ask, for example, to Miguel. I mean, what are the next steps now about protecting better and make it more resilient, more also from the security standpoint?
It's a difficult one, obviously. I think, well, as far as I'm concerned, from our corner of the European Commission, there was an achievement this year, which was to sit member states to discuss about it, because it's not a given. I mean, when you start, I mean, this is this might not be considered a matter of EU competence. So, you know, is it the EU Commission gonna suggest some obligations here? So it was not you know, it was not given. But now, as it has happened in security, cyber certainly, but other areas of security over the last years, it's phenomenal the way very quickly member states have come to the realization we cannot deal with these issues alone. I mean, the first strategy, cyber strategy, is from 2013 when you think about it, and there was no legislation or nothing, and now there is so it has come to submarine cables as well. I think we have to deepen that, you know, those exchanges and put all the issues on the table, including some of the issues that have been mentioned, you know, like permitting, you know, so. Yeah, it might not be a something of a European competence, but shouldn't we discuss about it? There's differences that exist, so there will be more policy coordination for sure, and that's important because we can then focus on important issues. There will be more funding, as I said before. This is a critical infrastructure. We still have some programs funding it, but I think in the framework of discussions about the new financial framework, it would be important also to think about, you know, the very plain physical connectivity that needs to be supported. So it's bits and bytes, of course, is what the information society is about, but they need to run through infrastructure. So there will be still some funding. So the matter is how to target the funding, you know, and resilience, to address resilience in a collective way, and indeed not just European level but worldwide. So that will be very important to have those discussions, and actually they're taking place. The ITU has set up, you know, a group on security of submarine cables. They are about to deliver some reports. And then last one, which I think is important, is okay to have a look at the picture, but also to anticipate. you know. So that's something that needs to be done from the political level. If you would speak to many people from industry, they would tell you everything is fine. And they are right, because you see, it's important to look at the figures, incidents year on year, they're actually decreasing. You know, number of kilometers, number of cables, incidents are increasing, it's right. But as it is was said, what if there was a concerted effort, you know, to really do damage? Everything would be still okay. So I think that sort of scenario planning, that wouldn't come necessarily from the market, from actors who are there, who don't like their business to be disrupted by, but it needs to come from the people who, in case of a crisis, would be called upon, and those will be military, public authorities, and so on. So on that thing, we also need to do something. I expect more. I expect this wouldn't go away. Somebody was ironically telling me that, yeah, sure, submarine cable security was very important 3 months ago, then it was drones, then it would be something else. Problem is, all of these things are important, but yeah. That's initial response.
Well, there is one more question, and then we close the panel. So.
Otherwise, the recording wouldn't take it.
Thank you so much. It's a question for you, Miguel. You're talking about funding. You're also talking about, indeed, initiatives to drones and to other things that are happening today in the EU member states. But what kind of coordination mechanisms or even funding principles do we see then? Because we have the EDIP, we have SAFE, we have Captex, we have BraveTech. There is so much programs, Horizon. Are there specific funding programs that you see on this topic, or is it more a holistic approach?
So the funding, I mentioned it, the main thing that we have today for Europe is the Connective Europe Facility, which is about deployment of global gateways. It is called. It's not just submarine cables. It's this support for satellite projects, for terrestrial, for 5G corridors, for a number of things. So that's the main thing that we have today. And then there's the other programs that exist for funding outside Europe, like for international cooperation. They also do fund cables. Now there's not in the MFF funding next multi-annual financial framework, there's not a CEF digital as proposed, but this area somehow will have to will also have to be supported of deployment. But it is still CEF today for a couple of years, the main vehicle for funding submarine cables in Europe.
Okay, so I think we can wrap up and conclude. So we can close our day with this excellent panel on submarine cables. I would like to thank the three panelists, and also I would like to thank again Lorenzo and CEPS, and I give the word directly to Lorenzo to conclude and also to plan about tomorrow. I think there is another day in the summit. So thanks, a big thank you for all.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues and partners, as we bring this Cyber Summit to a close, allow me first to express my deepest appreciation to all of you, our speakers, panelists, moderator, participant, especially all of you that have been here for a full day, basically, and organizer, also the CEP 7 team, also my team, like Carolina, Swan, Afonso too. Your contribution, your insight, your commitment made today not only a success, but a meaningful step forward in our collective effort to secure Europe's digital future. Through this summit, we have explored the profound challenges posed by a world in geopolitical turmoil. We have realized that the West is not what it used to be, for instance. We have seen how cyber attacks, disinformation campaign, and digital coercion now accompany every major international crisis. But we have also recognized something essential, that within this turbulence lies a real opportunity for Europe to lead, can lead on standards, on open source. Also, we have a submarine cable, because it's interesting to see how what happened in the Baltic generated some response in Taiwan and also in the US, with this new regulation. But also opportunity ahead, like Alan was suggesting, initiative on from the SMOB to the H-bomb, hardware bill of material, or asking for more AI transparent models. If there is one message that has echoed through all the discussion, is no institution and no nation can face the threat alone. But our work cannot end here. Cybersecurity is not a project with a final milestone, it's a continuous effort, a constant vigilance. The threat evolves every day, and so must we. What we take from this summit must be translated into action, walk the talk to some extent, into policy, partnership, investment. As we live here today, I hope each of us carries forward the renewed sense of purpose, to protect our infrastructure, to defend our democracy, to support our citizens, and to build a Europe capable of leading not only in time of stability, but especially in times of turbulence and uncertainty. To close, I want just to remind that tomorrow CEPS will present a report to a task force on post-quantum transition. So you are all invited to come at 10 o'clock here. Okay, thank you very much again for being here.